When Yifutian released the flame, his eyes also became strange. It was as if they could see through everything in the nothingness. Within the statue of the turtle, the spirit of the black turtle still huddled inside the shell, allowing the flames to burn without any reaction and without releasing any breath. Yifutian understood the reason why the turtle had never been awakened before. It was too lazy to move, so how could you wake it up? Turtle elder, hiding inside is not a solution. Why don't you give me some consideration? Yifutian said to the statue of the turtle. All who had heard Yifutian's words in Fei Alley hesitated. Was this guy a fool? He was talking to the turtle statue? For many years, no one had ever awoken the statue of the turtle, and he was having a conversation with it. And what did it mean to give him some consideration? Heck, the old man coughed and rolled his eyes. This kid was really funny. However, if this was useful, why hadn't it been tried before? Over the years, people had tried everything. Attempting to awaken the black turtle by having a conversation with it? Wasn't this a dream? When Yifutian saw that the turtle did not react at all, he sighed and said, "Although the turtle's shell is hard, is it afraid of fire?" As he was saying this in the life palace, Will infused into the spirit orb of divine flame. Suddenly, the golden will of divine flame appeared in the life palace, burning directly in the void toward the figure of the black turtle. Boom! Suddenly, a boundless and thick breath erupted, suffocating everyone. Yifutian's body was directly knocked out, and an invisible wind blew upon him. The sudden scene made countless people stare. What happened? The breath was coming from the statue of the black turtle. It actually moved. Gao Huang's eyes flashed a very sharp will, staring at Yifutian. The others also revealed a look of surprise. This wouldn't really be useful, would it? Countless eyes were now staring at the statue of the turtle. For many years, the statue of the black turtle had never moved. Today, there was a terrifying atmosphere inside this statue, which made everyone feel extremely heavy pressure. In the air, choking pressure of might permeated. Yifutian looked forward and saw the sleeping turtle look up, a pair of cold eyes staring at him. Yifutian and the turtle looked at each other, and the spirit of the black turtle slowly emerged from the statue. "Can you see me?" A human voice came from the turtle's mouth, directly sounding inside Yifutian's ears, but the others could not hear it. At this moment, Yifutian felt an extremely curious breath. It was as if he was in another world, and what he saw was not from the outside world. Yifutian nodded. This time he did not speak. "What about them? Can you see them?" The black turtle continued. Yifutian looked at the other three statues and saw a giant dragon shadow hovering above the void. A horrible purple mist was hidden within the shadow of the Qilin, and the phoenix seemed also to want to break through the statue. An invisible fire was released, making the space extremely tight. As if something was detected, the three spirits turned their eyes at the same time, looking at Yifutian. At this moment, they seemed to be able to perceive the existence of the other. The four pressures of might bloomed at the same time, and everyone saw the four statues light up. The hearts of many trembled. Was the alliance this time was successful? "What's your physique?" The black turtle stared at Yifutian as if talking to himself. How could their existence be seen? Even Renhuang could not do it, as they could ever only perceive their existence unless a connection was made with them. But Yifutian did not. Yifutian looked bewildered. He had no idea what kind of physique he had. Even though he claimed to have the divine body of the heavenly path, he meant it more as a joke. Some made-up stuff that he used to amuse himself. Boom! The other three cultivators sensed the peculiarity of the statues and released their power to a greater degree. There was a sound of dragon chanting. At this moment, a giant shadow of the dragon appeared above Fei Alley, hovering in the sky. A mighty pressure enveloped the endless void. All of Fei Alley was shrouded in this terrifying might. Buzz. Wind blew past them, and the breath of flames seemed to burn the world. Xianxia's body was directly knocked down by the shock, and she felt like her body was about to be lit on fire. She retreated instantly. In the sky above the statue, a divine shadow of a phoenix manifested. The song of the phoenix was heard above the clouds as a divine fire of the great path swept out. Many in Fei Alley felt as if they were about to prostrate on the ground, and many whose cultivations were weaker were shocked back. Then it was the divine beast, the Qilin. The majestic and dominant breath appeared in the sky above. The Qilin's eyes, full of contempt, looked at everyone, and no one dared to look at him in the eyes. 3 statues manifested at the same time, and 3 out of the 4 spirits were awakened. In an instant, countless eyes looked at the statue of the black turtle. Only one was left. The divine turtle's gaze was still fixed on Yifutian, and then, the breath was roaring between heaven and earth, with the will of the great path churning and flowing toward him. Suddenly, a real figure of the black turtle appeared. At this moment, everyone's hearts were beating wildly. The 4 spirits of Fei Alley were awakened. Would the mystical ways finally reveal themselves? The old man watched the 4 spirits waking up. He looked extremely emotional. His arms were trembling slightly. He had waited all these years, and finally it was here. His mission could finally be completed. The mystical ways could finally find its successor. At this moment, the 4 spirits released brilliant divine light, and suddenly, lines appeared between heaven and earth, turning into a terrible matrix of the 4 spirits as the 4 statues exchanged their positions. Behind the 4 statues was the end of Fei Alley. There was a closed-up mansion that was called the Fei Palace by those in Fei Alley. But there was no doubt that this courtyard must contain mystical ways, which had been sealed for many years. The 4 spirits are the key that unlock the seal? Many saw the radiant matrix and revealed a strange look, their hearts beating. Xianxia looked on rather blankly. Her beautiful eyes drifted toward Yifutian beside her. Although she felt the strong will inside the statues before, she was unable to awaken it. Then the situation changed suddenly, and the divine phoenix was awakened. The scene in front of her eyes appeared. It was not just the divine phoenix, but the 4 spirits seemed to be awakened at the same time as if they were stimulated in some way. And all of this started when the statue of the black turtle started to release its breath. Could it be that the statue of the black turtle was the key? Yifutian was able to provoke a reaction from the statue of the black turtle and subsequently awakened the 4 spirits at the same time. They manifested one after another. How did you do it? Xianxia asked Yifutian. Out of the statues of the 4 spirits, the one who had never been awakened before was the statue of the black turtle, which was also known as the hardest to awaken. But Yifutian did it today. Yifutian looked at Xianxia. Clearly, he couldn't say that he could see what others couldn't, so he shrugged and said, "Maybe the black turtle elder heard me and didn't want me to be embarrassed in front of everyone." Xianxia blinked, and she looked away silently. Shameless. This bastard didn't even make a good excuse when he was lying. Only idiots would believe him. If having a dialogue with the statue could awaken them, those geniuses who had tried would probably vomit blood now. The alliance of the 4 top genius talents indeed live up to their name. The people in Fei Alley said amongst themselves, very shocked. Some people said, "That guy is very tricky." He led the statue of the black turtle to react, and the 4 spirits woke up at the same time. "Very tricky indeed," everyone said in their hearts, not sure how he did it. The 4 spirits flew into the matrix. A flame seemed to be burning, and it gradually turned into nothingness. Immediately, the front gate of the Fei Palace moved positions, then opened directly to reveal an ancient path, with the 4 statues standing guard on both sides. The Fei Palace is opened. The eyes of many were blazing hot. All had the urge to step inside. At this moment, the old man took a step forward, and a horrific might of Runhuang appeared, suppressing the entire Fei Alley, also suppressing the thoughts on everyone's mind. At this moment, he changed his former temperament, and dazzling divine light flowed upon his body, his long hair flying in the wind. The old man's eyes swept towards the crowd. At the moment, he was faintly struggling within his heart. He had waited for many years. He thought he would feel the excitement of relief at this moment, but he didn't. As existence of Renhunag, his state of mind ought to be extremely stable. But the weight of a millennium had given way to other thoughts inside his head. For a moment he seemed to have made a decision. He said to the 4 people in front of him, "The 4 spirits have awakened. The mystical ways will now choose its master. I will unseal the mystical ways while you wait here." As he finished, he walked first toward the Fey Palace. Yifutian and the others stood outside quietly, watching the old man step into the Fey Palace. Are the mystical ways finally about to be revealed? A brilliant light flashed across Hua Qingyun's eyes. The success this time was unexpected to everyone. The same was true for Wang Yanbing. He just came to try but did not expect that the Fey Palace would really be opened. Now, they were all thinking about other things, such as who would inherit the mystical ways. The mystical ways are an inheritance of the Fey clan. Now, it is by chance and coincidence that the mystical ways would be revealed to the world. Both Goddess Qin and you are not descendants of the Fey clan. Could you give up the claim to the mystical ways? If one of us inherited it, I'm sure the rewards for you too would be generous. Wang Yanbing said to Qin He and Yifutian. The 4 spirits were awakened by the 4 of them, and it should be inherited by one of them. However, only Hua Qingyun and he were the descendants of the orthodox lineage of the Fey clan. A generous reward that could unravel the mystical ways? Yifutian smiled and asked, did they think they would give up so easily? Qin He looked at Wang Yanbing and said with a smile, surely young Master Wang is joking. Since these mystical ways were sealed in Fey Alley, not in the celestial gate of vast heaven, it clearly cannot be said to belong to the Fey clan. Let's be honest, is young Master Wang really a disciple of the Fey clan? Generous reward? What kind of heavy reward were they talking about? Now that there was a chance to inherit the mystical ways, no one would give it up so easily. These mystical ways had been sealed here for a millennium. Now that it was finally revealed, it must be extraordinary. Wang Yanbing didn't say much when he heard this. The opening of the Fey clan was purely an unexpected event this time, which no one had anticipated. Now the mystical ways were about to be unveiled. It was impossible to ask anyone to give up. While they were speaking, a dazzling brilliance shot to the sky from inside the Fey Palace, and a very strong breath permeated their surroundings, accompanied by great might of Runhuang. What's going on? Everyone's eyes flashed with uncertainty. What was happening inside? Not good. Hua Qingyun's eyes suddenly became cold. He said, let's go and see. Just as his voice fell, several aggressive breaths came from Fey Alley. Several figures walked directly toward the Fey Palace. Fox guarding the henhouse? Yifutian's eyes also showed some surprise, but he didn't say anything. Perhaps he was wrong. However, it was entirely possible. This old man should be a guardian of the mystical ways, and it was rumored that he had been guarding it for a millennium. Even for someone in the existence of Renhuang, having been here for a millennium, the state of his mind was perhaps shaken. To think of stealing the mystical ways for himself was not impossible. The 4 spirits previously seemed to be a very strong seal of the Fey Matrix, that even the old man himself could not break. The master of the mystical ways had guarded against him taking it away. Yifutian and the others also went toward the palace. The gate of the palace was opened wide, and over the stairs, there was a figure standing in front of a palace. It was the old man from before. He released a breath of horror, his palm reaching toward the sky, attempting to take down the thing that was above his head. It was a scripture. At this moment, this ancient scripture was releasing brilliant light of the divine as if it was locked in the center of the Fey Matrix, impossible to move for the time being. Even though this Renhuang made an attempt, it was only enough to make the Matrix tremble, while that ancient book was still suspended in the air. Couldn't be taken. What are you doing? Figures descended as Hua Qingyun and Wang Yanbing were followed by those of Renhuang existence. The same with Qin He. The might of pressure of Renhuang rained down, aiming toward the old man. I have guarded it for thousands of years. The old man stared at the space above his head, his voice very cross, saying, but I have never held it. He had never thought that it would take this long, and he had wanted to leave it behind, but then a thought took hold of him. He wanted to see just it could open it and take it. After he had become used to it, he must admit that it was the getting used to it that was the most horrific. He felt like he was just an ordinary person, and this was his routine every single day. Until now, when the gate was opened, there was a great shock that took hold of his mind. It gave birth to thoughts he had never had before. He had kept the mystical ways for thousands of years. Why couldn't he take it? Why should he give it to others? When his thoughts turned to this, he raised his palm again and grabbed toward the void. A great handprint clawed at the ancient scripture, trying to pull it out of the Fey matrix. Still, he was not able to shake it. "You won't be able to take it," said a Renhuang existence of the Hua clan. The power of might from several Renhuang pressed down at the same time as they raised their hands to press down. Even if they tried to control the range affected by this display of might, the vast and endless void still felt the suffocating pressure. Yifutian and the others felt that it was impossible to move even half a step. Their bodies felt extremely heavy, and they could only watch everything that was happening in front of them. Boom! As a terrifying storm swept out, the old man's body shook and was actually able to shatter the oppressive attack directly, demonstrating just how strong his cultivation was. Hua Qingyun, Wang Yanbing, and the others beheld this scene with a grave countenance. They had thought that once the gate was opened, the old man who guarded the gate would relinquish the mystical ways proactively. But in fact, he was overtaken by his greed and wanted to possess the scripture for himself. "Even if it can't be taken, I want to take a look," the old man said. His eyes were on the ancient book, and the great handprint forcibly took away the ancient book and opened it. The ancient scripture flipped in the void, page by page, but the old man's face suddenly turned pale. Turned out that the book was blank. There was nothing, and he didn't see anything. For an instant, he seemed to run out of strength and looked on, powerless. Why was it so? At this moment, several breaths of terror came from afar, and the mighty majesty of Renhuang shrouded the heavens as if demanding all beings to submit. In the distance, cultivators descended from all directions and all sides, and their breaths were extremely horrific. "Xie Ling, how presumptuous of you," an indifferent voice said. The old man looked in the direction where the sound came from. Xie Ling was his real name. Once upon a time, he had followed the master of the mystical ways to cultivate, so that he would have the opportunity to become a Renhuang and reach an elevated realm. "I've been here for a millennium. What is so presumptuous about taking a mere look at it?" Xie Ling responded, equally indifferent. "It was only because of the greatness of Emperor Yuan at that time that you enjoyed the respect I paid you. But I never expected that you would steal that which you guard." The cultivator in the void said coldly, "Go away, and don't enter this place again." Xie Ling glanced at the strong cultivators that populated the void. Several of the major figures had come in person. It wouldn't be hard for them to take him down. He suddenly laughed into the sky and stepped into the air, leaving in an instant. "Even though the mystical ways will be inherited, there can never be another like Emperor Yuan." An ephemeral voice came from the void. All the top figures looked somber. Emperor Yuan of yore was indeed fearfully strong. Everyone in the heavenly mandated realm was in awe without exception. Even if the mystical ways were passed down, would anyone be able to surpass him? "The gate was opened by the four of you?" the lord of the Jiang clan asked, looking down at the four people below, and they nodded. "Two were not disciples of the Fei clan and are not qualified to inherit the mystical ways." The one who spoke was the lord of the Wang clan. The breath from his body was also very strong and overbearing, and he looked at the lord of the Jiang clan. It would only be Wang Yanbing who would compete with Hua Qingyun. Hua Qingyun was extremely talented, but his cultivation was weaker than Wang Yanbing's. Thus, Wang Yanbing had a high probability of obtaining the mystical ways. The lord of the Jiang clan looked down at Yifutian and Qin He. These mystical ways were Emperor Yuan's, and they should follow his last wish. Since the four opened the gate together, let them decide amongst themselves, the lord of the Jiang clan said. "What do you think?" The lord of Wang clan asked the lord of the Hua clan. The Hua clan had Hua Qingyun, so he also wished that the competition was limited between the two. Thus, the possibility of Hua Qingyun getting it was greater. "If you want to disobey the wish of the ancestors, shouldn't you just take the mystical ways directly to Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and decide there? Why bother arguing?" Yifutian said lightly. The Wang clan had not yet entered the Fei clan. What qualifications did they have to compete? The head of the Wang clan glanced at Yifutian with a sharp look. Master Yi is right. If the wishes of the ancestors are not respected, why bother fighting when it should have belonged to the Fei clan? Qin he also spoke, preemptively blocking anything the head of the Wang clan could say. Since they didn't want them to compete for it, then Wang Yanbing would also have no share in it, as he was not qualified to compete. The two young ones speak the truth, the lord of the Jiang clan remarked lightly, while the head of the Wang clan looked rather grouchy. He said, if you think so, then we'll follow the wishes of Emperor Yuan. Then the four of you, fight for your share, the lord of the Jiang clan said, looking down at the four below. Yifutian and the others arrived at the center of the Fei matrix, underneath the ancient book. They saw that the book had been opened, but it was blank. There was nothing written inside. What's going on? A few people showed a strange look and released their will, heading for the ancient book, trying to communicate with it. Yifutian was thinking of the time when the black turtle was awakened before. Could it be that? His eyes changed again as everything between heaven and earth seemed to change once more. He felt that as his cultivation progressed, he seemed to be able to see more things. At this time, in his field of vision, the ancient book was still turning, but above the ancient book, he saw an extremely elusive figure. It seemed to be integrated into the ancient book. Yifutian's pupils contracted slightly. He then released his will to communicate with it. At that moment, the ancient book released a brighter glow, and sacred rays shot directly toward Yifutian. The ancient book seemed to light up and turn into endless characters. Each character floated toward his will and merged with it. Under the light of the ancient book, the entire person of Yifutian became extremely sacred. Everyone saw the extraordinary event occurring on Yifutian. The four figures stood underneath, but the light of the ancient book fell on Yifutian only. It seemed to have chosen only him. The mystical ways had chosen its master. Qin He's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she looked at Yifutian next to her. She saw that the radiance from the ancient book was shining down. His entire person was illuminated by a beam of light, holy and sacred. Could the awakening of the four spirits have something to do with him? This thought arose in Qin He's mind. All four of them were standing here, so why did the mystical ways only choose Yifutian? There was no need for contention, as it was completely useless. The mystical ways had chosen its own master. The three top figures from Haotian City were also looking at Yifutian, and a strange look was revealed in their eyes. The mystical ways had chosen him? Tracing back the origin of the mystical ways, strictly speaking, Hua Qingyun of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and Wang Yanbing of the Wang clan were the true descendants of the Fei clan. If the mystical ways must choose a master, then the two of them should be the premier choices. However, it had chosen someone completely unrelated. The look of the lord of the Jiang clan was particularly different. Back when he was at the Origin Mountains, he had already obtained the bones of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. It was said that at the Celestial Fox Palace, no one recognized the bones of the demon emperor. Not even Zhu Yan, the demon emperor, could recognize them. But after the bones ended up in Yifutian's hands, they were immediately refined by him. He had even learned the technique of divine elephant stomping the sky and later joined the divine elephants clan. Then, he heard that Yifutian had defeated Zhan Yuan of the supreme body of the Great Path at the Violet Heavenly Palace. Rumor had it that he had obtained the most exquisite technique of the divine elephant emperor. No one expected that here today, out of the four people, the mystical ways had also chosen him. How special was this junior brother of Gu Donglu? If one time was a coincidence, then was this also a coincidence? It must be that this man had extraordinary ability. Maybe after Gu Donglu woke up, they could ask him. The face of the head of the Wang clan looked terrible. The mystical ways had finally been revealed, but the one who obtained it was not of the Fei clan. Supposing it was Wang Yanbing who took the mystical ways this time, then their return to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was guaranteed. With the two great Fei methods in hand, even the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had to open for them. Will we allow the Fey methods to be passed on to outsiders? The lord of the Wang clan asked the two lords of the Jiang and Hua clans. The lord of the Jiang clan glanced at him and said, "It was the mystical ways that chose its own master, the will of heaven. Do you want to change it by force? We can only say that this man had his purpose with the Fei clan. Of course, I heard he is the junior brother of Gu Donglu," the head of the Wang clan said. Now, the Jiang clan was really considerate as far as the descendants of Gu Tianxing were concerned. He had allowed Yi Futian to participate in the competition of the mystical ways because of it. He would rather choose Yi Futian than Wang Yanbing. "What is the problem?" the lord of the Jiang clan asked as he looked at the others. The head of the Wang clan said nothing. He looked at the Wang Yanbing below and said, "Go back. I will see you at the Fei clan a few days from now." As he finished speaking, he turned around and took a step out, disappearing between heaven and earth. All the cultivators from the Wang clan stepped into the air, one after another, and Wang Yanbing also left with them. If the celestial gate of vast heaven allowed Yi Futian to inherit the mystical ways, clearly, they could not seize it by force. The light of the mystical ways continued to flow into Yi Futian's body. After a long while, the light finally started to fade. The ancient book that was floating in the void became dull and common. It fell from midair and Yi Futian caught it. It was just a volume of blank pages. It was as if the purpose of this book was only to act as a conduit to seal the mystical ways. "It's over." All eyes fell on Yi Futian. The mystical ways that were sealed in Fei Alley for so many years had finally found its master. However, this master was not a Fei, which was somewhat surprising. "Yi Futian, which Fei method did you receive?" the lord of the Jiang clan asked Yi Futian. Although Yi Futian had already received the inheritance, he still wanted to confirm whether it was really the one. "Celestial soul attraction," Yi Futian responded. He did not conceal anything. Everyone had seen it, so there was no point in concealing it since the lord of the Jiang clan was willing to let him inherit it. Naturally, he won't make it hard for him. "Celestial soul attraction," the lord of Jiang clan murmured. After so many years, finally, it was heard of again. "Focus on cultivating," the lord of the Jiang clan instructed Yi Futian. The celestial soul attraction was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even in its time, there were many who could not master this method, for it was extremely demanding of its practitioners. It had been sealed for all these years until now. Since this method had chosen Yi Futian, it was highly probable that Yi Futian was a suitable candidate for its cultivation. "Let's go," the lord of the Jiang clan said, and immediately turned to leave with the cultivators of the Jiang clan. The people of the Hua clan also left one after another. "Let's also go back, Qin," he said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded, and suddenly, the group returned to the crowd and left together. In Fei Alley, countless eyes watched Yi Futian as they left, slight tribulation in their hearts. From now on, in Haotian City, Fei Alley was no more. This legend, which had been circulating for a millennium, had finally ended. Furthermore, many people felt that after this, Fei Alley would never be like it was before, producing geniuses as in the past. The four spirits each had its own fortune. Now that the four spirits had integrated into the Fei matrix, perhaps they had truly become four bona fide statues. In the void, Yi Futian and his group traveled through the air. Next to him, Qin, he glanced at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes, full of curiosity. She couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" From the awakening of the black turtle, the four spirits awakening at the same time, the mystical ways choosing its own master, she didn't understand. All in all, it felt as if the mystical ways were prepared for him. It was truly incredible. How many times do I have to say it? "Divine body of the heavenly path," Yi Futian replied. "You are so full of it," Qin, he said out of frustration. This bastard was using this excuse again. She knew that she would probably get nothing out of Yi Futian. "Do you think my conversation with the black turtle was fake?" Yi Futian said with a smile. "Are you saying it was real?" Qin, he said with annoyance. He was really having a conversation with the four spirits. "Yeah, right. Of course it was real. That black turtle also responded to me." Yi Futian smiled. As Qin he gave him a strange look. Previously, Yi Futian's inexplicable words at the Fei Alley had everyone puzzled, and many people thought that he was an idiot. Now Yi Futian claimed that it was for real. Did you know it existed? Qin he asked. I could see it, Yi Futian said again. Qin he looked at Yi Futian's handsome profile and was vaguely convinced. Perhaps, he really had some special ability that others did not possess, so the mystical ways had chosen him. Then what about the mystical ways? Why did they choose you? Qin he continued to ask. Your curiosity is not to be deterred. A voice was heard, and Qin he turned her eyes to Xia Qingyuan, who was beside Yi Futian. She smiled and asked, Is it bad? It's not good. Something will happen. Xia Qingyuan replied, then accelerated forward. What will happen? Qin he looked strange. Yi Futian looked totally confused. Huh? What would happen? Back at the palace, Yi Futian began the cultivation of the mystical ways. He sat cross-legged, his breath flowing internally with his hands forming the seal. Suddenly, a breath flowed inside his body, moving around heaven. His body suddenly glowed brightly with light. His body suddenly turned into a vortex of the great path, and many forces around him merged inside his body, somehow resonating with his body. Although the cultivation of mystical ways and the other methods were all cultivations, there were still some differences. When the mystical ways were being summoned, another state was entered. The first thing he needed to do now was to find that state. Upon his body, the divine light of the great path was flowing brighter and brighter. It was as if there was divine light falling down. His thoughts covered the infinite world, and countless divine wills were out there, drawing in the power of heaven and earth. The divine light was radiant and bright. It was as the breath inside his body flowed. Suddenly, he felt that his soul was outside his body as if he was a part of heaven and earth. At this moment, he could see Qin he playing the guqin in the palace. He could see Yu Shang sitting and cultivating. He could also see Xia Qingyuan sitting in the courtyard in a daze. Everything in the world had become extremely clear. This feeling seemed to be similar to his freedom meditation, but it was a real application. Celestial soul attraction. Yi Futian secretly remarked, Is this the state of the celestial soul? At this time, he could even sense the spirit of Qin he. It seemed that as soon as his mind moved, he could directly launch an attack. But Yi Futian did not do that. The celestial soul attracted more of the will of the great path between heaven and earth and integrated it into the celestial soul, making one's own breath immense, powerful, and strong. They could enter a state of sublimation that would make their attack power even more aggressive and terrible. This was not an art of direct attack, but it could make its own abilities more dominant and powerful. If it was used in a great attack method, its power would change again. He faintly understood the true meaning of those tests. If it were not for him to cultivate, any others would not be able to achieve it easily. Yi Futian trained in the mystical ways quietly for the next several days. Training of mystical ways was just like the other methods, and it was only natural that it would have taken him more than just a day to do so. The deeper his comprehension, the more powerful they would be. The news of the mystical ways being acquired by an outsider was spread all over Haoyan City for quite some time. That man was named Yi Futian, and he was the younger brother in training of Gu Donglu, who was then training in the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. In that grand event held at the Violet Heavenly Palace not long ago, he had been able to defeat Zhan Yuan, the one who possessed the supreme body of the Great Path, by demonstrating legendary talents. That battle shot him to fame, and the conflict of the Great Path in the Heavenly Mandate realm had him concluded. Furthermore, Yi Futian seemed to have earned the admiration of beautiful women. The number one virgin of Brahma's pure sky, Qin he, did not even bother with the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate dynasty. She was very interested in Yi Futian instead and had been traveling with him for quite a while. They were at the moment training in the same palace, and they seemed to share a close relationship. At present, he had even acquired mystical ways of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, making it so that accolade upon accolade was given to him, making him on par with those top-notch geniuses who were already famous. However, everyone was curious as to how Yi Futian had managed to have the mystical ways voluntarily pick a master. There was Hua Qingyun above the celestial gate and Wang Yanbing below. However, the mystical ways picked Yi Futian instead, and that baffled many people. There was also all manner of speculations circulating in Haoyan City. But then again, mystical ways that had been lost for a millennium was finally out in the world, and that was considered a piece of good news nonetheless. As time passed, the day where the Wang clan came to the celestial gate was finally upon them. Countless mighty ones gathered below the celestial gate of vast heaven on that day. Celestial light enveloped the celestial gate, making it look extremely sacred. Mighty ones were all over the steps of the celestial gate. Many mighty ones of the celestial gate gathered there, making a huge scene, leaving countless in awe. The rules of the celestial gate of vast heaven stated that a challenge to the clan was a matter of utmost importance. It could have been said to be one of the most important affairs of the clan, and the clan would definitely take the matter seriously. It was more than just a simple ordeal, as it seemed to be something tied to the future of the entire clan, so long as the Wang clan succeeded. The Wang clan would have returned to the fold of the celestial gate, becoming one of the rulers of the clan then. That would have been something affecting the fundamental organization and governance of the celestial gate. If the Wang clan were to rejoin the celestial gate, then they would have earned the right to make decisions about the affairs of the celestial gate. The people below were not only there to watch for their own amusement and pleasure. That was something that would have concerned the future of the clan, and the hearts of many were extremely heavy, and they all sported solemn expression. Back then at Fei Alley, the clan leader of the Wang clan appeared and had indeed reached the required plane. There was no actual need for a test. If everything were to go as it should have, Jiang Taichu and Wang Yanbing would have clashed to decide upon the future of the celestial gate. Someone said. That was what many speculated before. Wang Yanbing paid a visit to Qin He that day, and Gu Tianxing expressed some of his thoughts regarding what the celestial gate did. If the Wang clan were to join the clan, things would have probably been dire for Gu Donglu. They would have possibly not wanted the celestial gate of vast heaven to pin too much of their hopes on Gu Donglu. The Wang clan had been one of the rulers of the celestial gate in the past, and they had little to do with the Gu clan in the first place. It was only natural that they would not have wanted to put too much effort into fostering Gu Donglu. They would have rather seen the effort being used on Gu Donglu to allow Wang Yanbing to stand at the pinnacle instead. What Wang Yanbing said that day fully showed his pride. We'll see who shall stand at the pinnacle of heavenly mandate realm. I wonder what level Gu Donglu is at right now. Many lowered their voices and quipped. They had yet to see that rumored Gu Donglu in person, yet his name was already a very big deal throughout the heavenly mandate realm. No one did not know of him despite it being the first time his name was heard throughout the realm due to what Gu Tianxing pulled. All of that happened because what Gu Tianxing did was simply too shocking. However, Gu Donglio's actual powers remained a mystery now, and everyone wondered what kind of surprises he would bring to the heavenly mandate realm. The sky above the celestial gate was all blue. More and more mighty ones showed up, and Yi Futian's group was there as well. Their appearance caught the attention of many, not just because it was Yi Futian who showed up, but also because there was Qin He and because there were those mystical ways in Fei Alley. Yi Futian and Qin He were both at the very front. There was little need to say anything about Qin He's appearance, and that silver-haired young man clad in white was just as handsome and extraordinary. They would have made quite the couple. It was rumored that the mystical ways sealed within St. Alley were the method practiced by Emperor Yuan all those years ago. Celestial soul attraction. It was said that the art was extremely difficult, and I wonder how well he's done with it. Training in the mystical ways requires one to enter yet another plane, the Fey plane. Only by getting this far will one be able to get into the intricacies of the mystical ways. I'm afraid the training needs a long time to be completed, some said as they speculated. Yi Futian naturally sensed the eyes of everyone around him. Qin He, who was at his side, then said, "There are many looking at you. How do you know they're not looking at you?" Yi Futian smiled at Qin He and said, "Don't you know who you are to them?" Qin He shot a speechless look at him. The longer she was around him, the more she found him to be a flirt. However, what Yi Futian was the truth. Regardless of where she ended up, she would always be one of those people who caught the most attention. "We're not the main cast of the day." Yifutian then added, "They're here too." He then looked up at the sky, seeing extremely pointed wool permeating the place. While there was no one there just yet, he was already able to sense that extremely pointed aura. Divine light glittered, and it seemed as if legendary weapons zipped in the air and dropped down in an instant. The mighty ones spread out where the crowd was, creating some empty space. At the very next moment, a group of mighty ones descended from the air. The group who had just arrived was none other than the mighty ones from the Wang clan of Haoyan City. Wang Yanbing was undoubtedly among them. "They're here." Everyone sported solemn expressions. The mighty ones of the Wang clan then looked up at the celestial gate of vast heaven before them. All of them had determined, serious-looking eyes. It was especially so in the case of Wang Yanbing. His body was like that of a legendary weapon, emanating brimming, unyielding aura all over. The people of Haoyan City all said that the key to the Wang clan's admission into the Celestial Gate lied with his battle with Jiang Taichu, and that had indeed been the truth. If it had not been for him, the Wang clan would not have issued such a challenge. Wang clan's expulsion by the Celestial Gate all those years ago was seen as an eternal insult by those in the clan, and they had held it close to their heart. The Wang clan was thinking about returning to the Celestial Gate all the time, and that had been the teaching that had been passed down along the generations all this time. Their descendants were required to give all they had to allow the Wang clan to return to the Celestial Gate, reclaiming the glory that had been lost throughout the years. On that day, Wang Yanbing swore that he would definitely achieve that feat. He swore not to go home until he achieved it. He would be far from being qualified to rise to the pinnacle of the heavenly mandate realm otherwise. "We of the Wang clan of Haoyan City intend to return to the Celestial Gate." The clan leader stood at the forefront and said. His voice reverberated throughout the place. His voice was heard everywhere in the Celestial Gate. The Wang clan intended to return to the Celestial Gate. More mighty ones appeared on the steps. The place from the Celestial Gate to the bottom was filled with mighty ones of the Celestial Gate. Two figures stood side by side above. It was the clan leaders of both the Jiang clan and the Hua clan. The Wang clan was once a ruling force in the Celestial Gate. "We left the Celestial Gate and trained in Haoyan City, practicing the mystical ways. Our clan was in Haoyan City for generations." The clan leader of the Jiang clan said with a brimming voice. "The Wang clan is allowed to challenge the right of entry to the Celestial Gate. The people of Haoyan City shall bear witness to this." The Celestial Gate of vast heaven was Haoyan City's Celestial Gate. Only forces of Haoyan City approved by the Celestial Gate would be allowed entry into the Celestial Gate. "Clan leader of the Wang clan, please demonstrate your plane of training," an elder below announced. The clan leader of the Wang clan stepped forward and came below the Celestial Gate. His body gradually rose into the air. Celestial light dazzled on his body, and imperial might spread out all over the place. Countless below the Celestial Gate of vast heaven sensed that towering might emanating from him. "Renhuang of the Wang clan, please demonstrate your plane of training," the elder continued. That was a hidden condition. There was a need for a clan to have over 9 Renhuang among them. In truth, the people of Haoyan City all knew that as the pinnacle force of Haoyan City, the Wang clan had long met the requirements of returning to the Celestial Gate. Terrifying might of Renhuang burst at the same time in the crowd where the Wang clan stood. There were 10 might of Renhuang sensed, which made it obvious that they had met the requirement. "You passed," the elder responded. The clan leader of the Wang clan returned, and the aura was rescinded. The elder then continued. "The Wang clan shall now choose a Renhuang and a saint to challenge those of similar planes in the Celestial Gate. You shall be permitted to return to the Celestial Gate should you win one of the 2 battles." 2 figures stepped out from the Wang clan, a Renhuang and a saint. The Renhuang was named Wang Yu. He had formidable power. However, the people of Haoyan City all thought that he had yet to reach the level required by the Celestial Gate. Wang Yanbing would have been the only one who was qualified to fight with the top figures in the Celestial Gate. It was said that Wang Yanbing had trained the mystical ways passed down the Wang clan to extremely formidable levels. Both of them came below the steps and looked up at the Celestial Gate. "Clan leaders, Please select your candidates. The elder then said to the clan leaders of both the Jiang clan and the Hua clan. Two figures stepped out and, as expected, it was a very powerful Renhuang. The saint was none other than Jiang Taichu. Jiang Taichu's robed appearance made him look extraordinary. His eyes were locked onto Wang Yanbing below. If the Wang clan intended to return to the Celestial Gate, then Wang Yanbing needed to defeat him. Hold on. At that moment, a voice was heard from the Celestial Gate. Many sported puzzled looks at that turn of events. The Wang clan looked up in the sky, finding it rather astonishing that someone had interrupted such a sacred period. The Wang clan had been preparing for this day for too long. Nobody would have been allowed to get in the way of them returning to the Celestial Gate. At that moment, celestial light rained down from the Celestial Gate. A figure was seen treading the celestial light as he walked down from above. Many quickly recognized that figure soon enough. It was an extremely handsome and extraordinary man. His white garb was immaculate, and he wore hair bindings. His eyes were brimming, and he looked dashing in a way impossible to put into words. Furthermore, he had celestial light coursing all over him. It was as if he had been enveloped in holy will, appearing extremely extraordinary. The clan leader of the Jiang clan's eyes smiled when he saw that man. "Who is he?" someone asked. All from the Wang clan looked him, and that silhouette reminded them of someone. Gu Donglu. Those below realized who it was, and their eyes sparkled. Gu Donglu appeared. Third brother. A smile was seen in the eyes of Yi Futian, who was in the crowd. He finally met his third brother again, and his third brother looked incredible. Donglu, the sword saint called as well. The weight on his shoulders was finally lifted. Gu Donglu was now a holiness of nirvana. The minds of many were rattled. They did not expect that Gu Donglu would have emerged at such a critical time. That legendary figure that Gu Tianxing had created had actually become a holiness of nirvana. Just how strong was he? The Wang clan intended to return to the Celestial Gate on that day. Gu Donglu of the Celestial Gate emerged from isolation. Gu Donglu was seen standing on top of those steps, and he was clad all over in celestial light. "If there is to be a fight among the saints, allow me," Gu Donglu said. He knew that he had been taken into the Celestial Gate by the clan leader of the Jiang clan, and that there was definitely a lot of criticism circulating. In truth, despite having trained for all that time, he was nonetheless able to sense a lot going on with the outside world. He felt as if he had been in a very long dream all that while, and reality was somehow intertwined with that dream. He felt that he had even lived several lives. One of those memories that left the most impression on him was that of his grandfather Gu Tianxing, as well as that of his father Gu Jiangnan. The memories of the figures of two past generations left an extremely significant impact on him. His grandfather, Gu Tianxing, was a man of honor, standing tall with the burden of the Celestial Gate resting on his shoulders. He had been creating peerless methods of the mystical ways to break the binds of the heavenly path. His father, Gu Jiangnan, was a genius like none other, yet he was unfortunate enough to die an early death. Gu Donglu had wondered why he had been wandering alone outside in the past, but time washed away all those thoughts, and he could now let them go. However, everything began anew again. He shouldered the will of two of his predecessors and entered the Celestial Gate of vast heaven again. Everything would have begun anew. Very well. Jiang Taichu, who was below, turned around to look at Gu Donglu above, before walking up the steps. If there were to be a fight between the saints, he would have left it to Gu Donglu. Everyone understood what was going on. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Gu Donglu, knowing that he needed to fight. Countless below looked at the ones who emerged, and they deemed that Gu Donglu would have been the more appropriate candidate for the fight. When Wang Yanbing paid a visit to Qin he talked about the matter with Gu Donglu. If the Wang clan were to rejoin the Celestial Gate, it would have affected Gu Donglu directly. As such, with Gu Donglu emerging to fight, he was actually fighting to determine his destiny. Wang Yanbing looked up at that figure. He had not expected Gu Donglu to emerge out of isolation at such a time, or that Gu Donglu had become a holiness of nirvana right away. Wang Yanbing became truly impressed with Gu Tianxing, who had been going against the mandate of heaven, so much so that he had even managed to break the rules of the world of cultivators, enabling Gu Donglu to actually be able to advance in such a short period of time. But then again, that would have had a lot of variables at play, and Gu Tianxing alone would not have been able to pull it all off. That man tapped into the will of the demon monarch, devouring everything within the Origin Mountains into a single divine matrix before passing it all onto Gu Donglu. He had even left his will to Gu Donglu. The grandfather gave the grandson everything. Gu Donglu, at the moment, had inherited everything that had belonged to Gu Tianxing. He had even inherited the laws of origin. However, even so, Wang Yanbing's expression remained as pointed as always. There was not even a single hint of doubt on his face. Jiang Taichu was, too, a legendary figure and of a stable plane. He had long made it into the plane of holiness of nirvana and was known as the number one below the Renhuang in the celestial gate of vast heaven. Despite all that he had inherited, he had nonetheless skipped planes to get to where he was at now, and his plane was necessarily as stable as Jiang Taichu's. Wang Yanbing wondered if it had been the right thing to do for Gu Donglu, fighting him as soon as he emerged out of isolation. Regardless of who was the one standing before him, Wang Yanbing deemed that there was no stopping the Wang clan from rejoining the Celestial Gate, even if said person was Gu Donglu. Furthermore, he deemed that to be a better turn of events. If Gu Donglu were to be the one fighting, then there was no doubt that it would have proven the words he said that day. Wang Yanbing stated that the Celestial Gate of vast heaven should not have taken Gu Donglu into their fold. Let's have the Renhuang do battle. That elder at the Celestial Gate of vast heaven announced at that moment. If the Renhuang of the Wang clan were to be able to win in the fight, then there would have no need for the saints to fight, as the Wang clan would have been able to get into the Celestial Gate and become one of the ruling clans of the place. The two Renhuangs stepped out and took to the air. They eyed each other, and they had yet to fully burst with their aura. Yet the crowd throughout that vast place sensed all that stifling pressure nonetheless. It was as if there were two wills of Renhuang coming down at the same time, which felt like pressure coming down from the heavens. The robes of the two fighters billowed as their eyes met. It was as if the clash of wills had already begun. Terrifying aura formed around them as if their auras had been compressed to the extreme. Swoop, swoop, high-pitched noises were heard, and terrifying aura formed around the vicinity of those two fighters. It was as if a formless storm of the Great Path had been compressed to an extremely small area, preventing the effects from hitting the others. Renhuangs were just as eerily impeccable at controlling their powers, and they were known to be at the top when it came to control. They all had absolute control of their own powers and would definitely keep those powers in check as they fought, as fights between Renhuangs could only be done at very, very high altitudes. Even without unleashing their powers fully, the crowd sensed that the area where the two were had been rendered as no man's land. If anyone were to step into it without care, said person would definitely be torn to shreds right away, leaving nothing behind. The robes of the two Renhuang continued to billow, and high-pitched noises continued to be heard. However, the Renhuang of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven stepped back for a bit at that moment. Shrill cutting noises were heard, and many cuts were seen on his robe. On the other side, that Renhuang from the Wang clan grunted, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. What was even more terrifying was how even his eyes bled, making the scene look harrowing. It was obvious that the Renhuang was injured. That stifling pressure dissipated, and the Renhuang from the Celestial Gate cupped his hands and said, "It has been an honor." The Renhuang of the Wang clan bowed slightly before retreating, not saying a word as he did so. That battle had not rattled the minds of the spectators much, especially those of the Wang clan. There were two pinnacle forces in the Celestial Gate, and they had deployed their strongest fighter. It was completely normal for the Wang clan to end up losing. They had long anticipated that happening in the battle, and as such they never had too much hope about it. The true battle lied with Wang Yanbing. That number one cultivator below the Renhuang plain from Haoyan City, on the other hand, was one who had truly been able to beat top figures from the Celestial Gate. Wang Yanbing was of equal renown to Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun. Wang Yanbing, a voice was heard saying at that moment. The clan leader of the Wang clan looked at him and said, "It's up to you now." At that moment, all of the mighty ones from the Wang clan looked at him. There were high expectations in every single pair of eyes. That solemn atmosphere had even affected the others. At that moment, many had even sympathized with the Wang clan, hoping that they would be able to rejoin the Celestial Gate again. After enduring all that humiliation for over a millennium, they had pinned all those high hopes onto one person. Many had been incapable of relating to said hopes before, yet at that moment, all of them seemed to have understood all that hope was placed onto one man. In the Wang clan's perspective, it was a battle that they could not afford to lose. If they were to lose, such a chance would not come again for the next 100 or 1,000 years. If Wang Yanbing were to end up being beaten, there would have been no telling when another equal to him would emerge. As such, the Wang clan had to win. If they were to miss that opportunity, the wait would be forever. The Wang clan would not be able to wash away all the humiliation they endured all those years ago, and they would never be able to rejoin the Celestial Gate ever again. Wang Yanbing, having sensed the hopes in all those eyes, stepped forward. He walked tall and proud, like a sword drawn from its scabbard and thrust forward. "I'm not going home if we are not able to get into the Celestial Gate." An extremely shrill voice was heard throughout the air. Such was Wang Yanbing's resolve. "I'm not going home if we are not able to get into the Celestial Gate." The weight in those words was obvious. Wang Yanbing took one step after another forward, with every step howling with the will of divine arms, shooting at Gu Donglu above. Gu Donglu stepped out after seeing Wang Yanbing move, heading down the steps. Wang Yanbing shouldered the 1,000-year-old hopes of his clan, while Gu Donglu shouldered the wills of both Gu Tianxing and Gu Jiangnan, who were both legendary figures. Neither of them could afford to lose in that battle. Not Wang Yanbing, not Gu Donglu. Countless held their breath as they sensed that solemn air about them, fixing their gaze on the battlefield. That vast space was unusually silent. That battle seemed like it would have been more eye-catching than the one fought between the Renhuangs prior. Boom! Wang Yanbing stepped out and walked up the steps of the Celestial Gate. He was determined not to go home until he succeeded as he made his steps forward. He did not suppress the burst of his aura. There were many Renhuangs around. Regardless of how formidable their auras were, there would have been Renhuangs standing guard nonetheless. As such, there was no need for the saints to hold themselves back. In that instant, many mighty ones, who wore divine arms behind the scene, felt their divine arms rattling and ringing. Their swords struggled to shoot out of their scabbards while spears intended to fly forward. Frightening aura was conjured around Wang Yanbing's body. The power of the Great Path coalesced in the sky above. Such was the way of the divine arms. Howling was heard, and swords were conjured, ringing angrily in the sky. The weapons shot forward and appeared right above Gu Donglio's head. In that instant, there seemed to have been a divine arms diagram appearing in the air. Boom! Wang Yanbing continued to burst up the steps. Weapons rained down as he charged at Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu lowered his head and looked below him. He stood around like a mystical figure, looking dashing and unfettered. The light of the 9 symbols circled around his body, causing a frightening aura to appear around his body. He then pointed at the sky with one finger, and a huge ancient symbol emerged. Lin! The symbol shot downwards, and the air shook with a stifled tremble. The air seemed to have been placed in a lockdown. All raging attacks were stopped immediately. The scene with massive amounts of divine arms raining down was unbelievably terrifying. Yet Gu Donglu had simply pointed his finger upward, and a Lin symbol went on to shroud the sky in its entirety. The strokes of the symbol stood at the center of the myriad of ancient symbols, shrouding everything within. Countless had their eyes fixed on that huge symbol. Everyone paid close attention to that battle, and it was more than just Wang Yanbing making his way into the Celestial Gate. It was also the first time Gu Donglu was seen fighting. That legendary figure that Gu Tianxing had created with methods that shocked the mystical regions. Everyone wondered how he would have fared. Boom! Wang Yanbing remained unfazed at all. He stepped forward again. Mystical light circled around him, and his life spirit appeared behind him. That life spirit was a symbol as well. Bing! It constituted of the mystical ways that the Wang clan, the art of Yanbing. That was where the name Wang Yanbing came from, and it was obvious that the Wang clan had indeed pinned all their hopes onto him. The life spirit appeared, and celestial light flowed. The thousands of divine arms whipped up a terrifying storm, turning into a maelstrom of divine arms, tearing the Lin seal apart with peerless combative powers. Multiple divine arms appeared behind Wang Yanbing as well. All of them were in the form of swords. Many claimed that swords were the king of all weapons, and they were able to break through everything. Boom! Wang Yanbing continued to step out, bringing that terrifying, all-shredding storm of divine arms at Gu Donglu. The swords all around him shot forth in an instant. Furthermore, all divine arms that emerged from him seemed to be even sharper than true divine weapons. The divine arms all glittered with brilliant light as they resonated with their surroundings, making them able to bring down everything they struck. No one was allowed to stand in his way on that day. It was all the same even if the one were to be Gu Donglu. The storm of divine arms rained down in a flurry. The speeds at which the countless weapons traveled were extreme. The divine swords before Wang Yanbing thrust forward as well. The will of Bing tore through space, looking even more terrifying than true divine weapons. That sharpness enabled all who were far away to sense the will of the divine arms. Gu Donglu remained standing where he was and looked down on the figure below. He did not move, and the celestial light of the 9 symbols circled all around him. A dazzling celestial figure appeared behind him all of a sudden. He took one step forward, which caused huge golden rocks to shot forward howling. They flew while covered in divine golden light, and their wings shrouded the skies when spread, enveloping all of the divine arms into it. The divine arms and the rock clashed intensely, and the crowd shockingly found that the rocks seemed to have been something that were summoned instead of conjured. They were true divine birds instead of illusory constructs. Their huge bodies had countless symbols of Bing glittering on them, causing them to contain a power that could have raised everything before them, and they had indeed stopped those incoming divine arms. He just summoned divine birds? The crowd watched Gu Donglu and was reminded of the lineage that Gu Donglu inherited. He had the luck of all of the origin mountains on him. However, that formidable display of power did not affect Wang Yanbing's resolve. Every single step that he had taken caused more divine arms to appear in different directions, shrouding the sky as they moved. It took mere moments to make it seem as if the area where Gu Donglu was about to be drowned in divine arms. The rocks that were covering him were all shuddering, and cracks were seen on them. Wang Yanbing has been using the way of Bing to the very extreme. That attack was simply too powerful. If it had been other holiness of nirvanas, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand such formidable attacks. The hearts of all who watched the battle trembled. The attack from every single divine arm made them feel that it was the extreme of saintly methods at work in every instant. The power of that many divine arms raining down on someone was utterly terrifying. Wang Yanbing's plane might not have reached the very extreme of sainthood, but his attacks had definitely brought such powers to bear. The mystical ways that the Wang clan practiced were emphasized on Bing, which was inherently leaning towards attacks, and those methods were known to be invincible in offensive powers. Wang Yanbing looked up at the glittering divine birds. He took another step, and divine arms rained down again. Cracking noises were heard as if a tear was being opened. Those birds then all had cracks all over them, and the rune of Bing began to crack as well. Boom! A rumbling was heard, and the runes were destroyed. The divine birds were no more. Those killing divine arms seemed to be out to bury the opposing mystical ways. Boom! In the very next moment, however, Gu Donglu took another step below, seemingly suppressed that rampaging will of sharpness. Huge demonic beasts charged forward. There were true dragons, black turtles, Qilin, and Kuei emerging. Every single of those vast beasts seemed to have been imbued with his will. The runes of the 9 symbols circled about and crushed all those incoming divine arms, breaking them into pieces. That battle was very eerie. It seemed that both combatants were taking strolls in a garden instead. What was different, however, was that Wang Yanbing was walking up, as he wanted to enter the celestial gate. Gu Donglu, on the other hand, walked down the steps, getting in the way of Wang Yanbing, who wanted to get to the celestial gate. However, the strides that the two were taking were enough to have the crowd hold their breaths. Every single step they took was perilous, as they were imbued with extremely formidable attacks. Both walked towards each other, one step after another. The rampaging auras howled in the chaotic space. It was as if it was a statement saying that Wang Yanbing had no hope of getting past, regardless of how powerful his attacks would have been. The will of Bing on him became increasingly powerful. Someone discovered as he continued walking above. Divine arms continued to shoot at his opponent, while his body grew increasingly sharp. The will of Bing continued to climb as if it was about to reach a critical point. Is he charging up? The crowd came to a possible conclusion, and their minds rattled. The possibility of that happening was indeed high. Wang Yanbing was a genius who had practiced the art of Yanbing to extreme heights after all. That rampaging, boundless way of Bing was indeed a sign of Wang Yanbing charging up. At present, those attacks were not only all around Gu Donglio's body. Everywhere around the two of them, there were storms of divine arms of unparalleled force. Wang Yanbing stepped out again. He looked up at Gu Donglu and said with an extremely pointed voice, "I'm getting into the Celestial Gate. Despite having acquired pinnacle lineage, you still are not going to get in my way. You are not getting into the Celestial Gate." Gu Donglio's voice appeared calm instead. He uttered only one line. "That's so?" Wang Yanbing replied. He finally stopped and did not move upward any further. He simply looked at the storms in the air, and holy celestial light coursed all about him, making him look incredibly glittering. He performed seals, and celestial light covered him all over. He then uttered a line with a solemn voice. "At the pinnacle of Yanbing, all laws shall return to a single entity, and I shall be a divine arm." His voice was heard, and all the towering storms of divine arms surged into his body right away. Tens of thousands of divine arms gathered into and melded with his body. In that very instant, Wang Yanbing had become the king of weapons, and he was the leader of all tens of thousands of weapons in him. An extremely sharp aura burst from Wang Yanbing. The clouds in the sky howled as if there was only the way of Bing throughout the vast area. At that moment, Wang Yanbing looked extremely dangerous, as he became a manifestation of tens of thousands of weapons in one entity. That's how it is, after all, many muttered to themselves. It was as speculated by the crowd, Wang Yanbing's art of Yanbing had indeed reached such a level. An intense beam of light was seen, and the crowd saw Wang Yanbing's body disappear from where he stood, turning into a beam of light and a sword. He did not continue to walk upward. He had instead zipped past the space in an instant, shooting at Gu Donglu. The crowd did not see where Wang Yanbing's body was again. They simply saw a sword, and he was that sword. He shot into the air as a sword, and an intense aura of sharpness of the sword permeated the air. The weapon was already at its destination before anyone was able to say a word, punching from the body of a demonic beast. One summoned demonic beast after another was reduced to nothing as the blade continued to travel through them. All of them were punched through by just a single attack from the weapon. That straight beam of the sword seemed to about to punch through Gu Donglio's body right away. It was simply too quick for even the eyes of the spectators to follow. Boom! A rumble was heard, and it was only then that the crowd was able to see that sword clearly. It was being stopped by a single being. That was a glittering celestial shadow, which looked as if it was conjured out of Gu Donglio's being. That body glittering in celestial light was dazzling, resonating with their surroundings. The 9 symbols circled all about him. Countless shadows of huge beasts roared at the same time a punch was thrown. The punch of E blasted onto the sword, stopping that sword that was out to kill everything. The sword rang as it stood against that mystical shadow. Shadows of huge demonic beasts were being torn apart one after another. Boom! The sword disappeared in an instant, zipping past in the air and appearing in yet another direction, lunging at Gu Donglu once again. Gu Donglu lifted his head and took a look. That mystical figure seemed to have been able to teleport. It stood right before the sword yet again, throwing a terrifying punch of the great path. The space all around them trembled, That sword howled in a frenzy and came from different directions one after another. Yet, the celestial shadow followed wherever the sword appeared as if it had completely locked onto it, chasing it everywhere it went. Boom! A rumble was heard, and the sword was thrown behind, hanging in the air. A figure glimmered. It was none other than Wang Yanbing himself. His eyes looked extremely pointed. The sword continued to tremble as if his mind was shuddering. He wondered how a sword attack like that remained incapable of breaking the mystical defense before him. The mighty ones of the Wang clan all sported glum expression at that scene, as it was obvious that the defense remained unbroken. Wang Yanbing had transformed into a sword, yet he still was unable to force Gu Donglu to back off. "You shouldn't have picked a time like this to do so," Gu Donglu said to the sword hanging in the air. The Wang clan had been waiting and working hard for a millennium just to rejoin the Celestial Gate. Yet, Gu Donglu just happened to return, shouldering the wills of both Gu Tianxing and Gu Jiangnan. It was impossible and impermissible for him to lose. If he were to lose, then all Gu Tianxing had done would be for nothing. All of that had significant weight behind. As such, it was destined that Wang Yanbing remain unable to enter the Celestial Gate still. The millennium-long wait had eventually ended up being for nothing. "I will definitely get to the Celestial Gate." A voice was heard from the sword, which reverberated throughout the air, signifying Wang Yanbing's resolve. Despite the odds at the moment, his resolve remained adamant. He would definitely get to the Celestial Gate. Gu Donglu did not say anything else. Boundless celestial light rained down, and that celestial shadow returned, shining dazzlingly like a god clad in armor. Gu Donglio's life spirit glittered as it appeared right behind him, which was a matrix diagram. The diagram consumed the celestial light and continued to grow in size. The great path of their surroundings howled, and all was consumed by that matrix, infused within the diagram. It took just several brief moments before the matrix stood tall in the air, and Gu Donglio's body gradually hovered. The Juexian diagram. The mighty ones from the Wang clan were all ashen when they saw that life spirit emerge. Their hearts were bleeding at the scene. The humiliation that they had been enduring for 1,000 years remained incapable of being scrubbed away. The hope that they held onto for 1,000 years was about to be torn apart. None of them anticipated Gu Donglu to have gained the Juexian diagram. That Juexian diagram had been renowned throughout the world all those years ago, and there was no one who did not know about it. When the Juexian diagram emerges, all laws shall perish, and all life shall wither. Gu Tianxing was a man who was at the brink of death, and all of them wondered how he managed to pass the Juexian diagram down to Gu Donglu. They wondered if Gu Tianxing was able to still peer into the secrets of the heavenly path, enabling him to lay all that back in the origin mountains. Countless people below were seen sporting solemn expressions. They seemed to have seen another Gu Tianxing. It was more than just a diagram spinning as it worked in the air. There were celestial and demonic shadows on the diagram. Regardless of their origins, all of them sported immense, terrifying pressure. One boundlessly huge ancient symbol after another appeared on that huge celestial diagram, making it look like some divine matrix. At that moment, the symbol of Bing on the Juexian diagram lit up. Divine arms in the thousands appeared from within the matrix, conjuring divine weapons out of the great path of their surroundings. "You shouldn't have shown up," Gu Donglu said as he looked at Wang Yanbing. The weapons rained down as he finished the line. The ancient symbol of Bing lit up with the brightest light, shining light in the air as if it was a manifestation of billions of divine arms at work. On the sword that Wang Yanbing transformed into, extremely formidable power burst. When the divine arms rained at it, the sword thrust forward instead of retreating, zipping past the air and heading straight for Gu Donglu. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying offensive force rained down and blasted on the sword. However, the sword remained adamant and kept moving forward. But then again, the attacks from the divine arms were unceasingly under the will of Bing. It did not matter how strong the attack of that one sword would have been. That divine sword that glittered brilliantly was thrown back in a rumble. Wang Yanbing's body was seen in the air again, Blood was seen at the corner of his mouth, which apparently meant that he was injured. Wang Yanbing looked at Gu Donglu in the air and felt completely helpless. The celestial beings and the demons howled below the Juetian diagram. Wang Yanbing witnessed, on that day, the unmatched mystical ways that Gu Tianxing created at work, the work of a man known to be at the absolute pinnacle of the mystical ways. None could have surpassed his achievements. Wang Yanbing had transformed into a divine weapon himself, yet he remained helpless. He wondered if that was all there was to him. He questioned how it would have been possible for him to reach the very top if it truly turned out to be so. He wondered if he was even qualified to fight Gu Donglu. Boom! His body charged in the air. Boundless, sharp aura of Bing surged into his body, glittering as he took the form of a broadsword, shrouding the air. The blade cleaved the sky at the very moment it was conjured, cutting through the air at Gu Donglu. It seemed as if that blade was the only thing that was found all around them. Gu Donglu took one look at it before lifting his arms and taking flight. Countless celestial shadows coalesced into a single entity in the form of a legendary figure. That celestial shadow closed its hands and clapped onto the blade. The light of the blade was immensely dazzling, intending to keep coming down. Yet that celestial figure seemed to have absorbed the light of the divine matrix and remained unflinching. The hands turned, and the blade was rendered crooked, which was then flicked away and rang in high pitches in the air. Wang Yanbing was found within the blade, and his face was completely ashen. So this is how helpless I am? He thought. Those from the Wang clan felt helpless at the scene as well. The clan leader of the Wang clan sighed deep down. They had finally produced Wang Yanbing after years of preparation. Yet the outcome remained disappointing. Leave, Gu Donglu said to Wang Yanbing. The blade was shuddering, seemingly wailing in sorrow. Enough! The clan leader looked at the sky and muttered gently. The figure within the broadsword turned to look below. He saw the eyes of his clansmen, dimmed and sorrowful. All their wishes throughout the years had been for nothing. That was the resolve he clung onto growing up, which culminated into the Wang Yanbing that stood there on that day. Getting into the celestial gate was what fueled his training. Present, that resolve seemed to have come apart. He wondered if he should back away. Everything had been for naught. If he was incapable of beating Gu Donglu on that day, it would be the same in the future. All of his efforts were for nothing in the end. At that moment, Wang Yanbing was reminded of the conversation he had with Yi Futian, questioning who would have eventually been at the very top of Heavenly Mandate Realm. At present, a mountain stood before him, and he wondered if he would remain unable to overcome it. He was determined not to go home if he were to not get into the celestial gate. Yet, at present, there was just no way he could have made good on his word. That figure in the air looked up and charged in an instant. The winds howled in the sky, and the will of the divine arms shrouded the air. The broadsword was turned into a sword again, which had a teardrop on it. The sword was weeping. Wang Yanbing, the clan leader of the Wang clan, shouted at that scene and added, "Get back here." A terrifying aura burst, and he was about to interfere. "I'm not going home if I do not succeed." A solemn voice was heard throughout the air. At that very moment the sword shattered. However, that shattered sword conjured thousands of divine swords in its stead, which were imbued with the great path of their surroundings. At that moment countless swords were found in the air. It was as if there were countless Wang Yanbing all over the place. He was determined not to go home until he had gotten into the celestial gate. Bing, dismantle. Bing, dismantle. Countless looked up in the air, and their minds shuddered. It was as if they had been hit by something. Wang Yanbing. Bing, dismantle. That person was the number one below the Renhuang outside of the celestial gate of vast heaven, and he was of equal renown to the likes of Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun, yet he used that move just to get to the celestial gate. It was as if he was making good on his word. He would not go home until he had gotten to the celestial gate. However, many wondered just how he would have been able to go home even if he were to have entered the celestial gate using that move. They were thinking about metaphors like the mind being one's home and such. And they wondered what would have happened with the body. No one knew that an unmatched, legendary genius like Wang Yanbing would have been forced to such extremes. That move was the ultimate killing move of the art of Yanbing, making the user capable of being completely turned into a divine weapon, becoming a complete manifestation of the way of being, entering yet another level. However, the cost of doing so was his life. Wang Yanbing, the clan leader of the Wang clan, shouted angrily. He hoped that Wang Yanbing would have been able to hold a sword as he entered the celestial gate, yet he never thought Wang Yanbing would have had to resort to such a move to fight. Wang Yanbing was the only extraordinary cultivator produced over the generations, and everyone piled their hopes onto him, hoping that he would be able to help their clan return to the celestial gate. Even if the clan were to remain incapable of getting into the celestial gate, he would have been around, and he would have been capable of great achievements in the heavenly mandate realm in the future. He did not wish to see Wang Yanbing trade his life to have their clan rejoin the celestial gate. It was the Wang clan's wish to enter the celestial gate. But then again, Wang Yanbing was too hope for the clan. Father, let him have his way for once. A middle-aged man held back the shuddering body of the clan leader and said calmly. The man looked at the storm of divine arms in the sky, and there were tears at the corner of his eyes, as that was his son. However, regardless of the outcome, he was a son he was proud of nonetheless. Wang Yanbing, son of the Wang clan, and a legendary figure of his time. The mighty ones of the Wang clan watched the scene in the air, and all of them looked heavy-hearted and solemn. Wang Yanbing, the pride of the Wang clan, was about to die for the clan. The eyes of many were reddened, as even Renhuang's had emotions. Anybody with a heart was capable of shedding tears. That young man might have shouldered too much on him. The fate and glory of the entire clan was tied to a single man, after all. His childhood had been imperfect, as he had shouldered too much responsibility. His name, Yanbing, carried the mystical ways of the Wang clan. His name was Wang Yanbing, after all. Many great figures of the celestial gate of vast heaven, including those from the Jiang clan and the Hua clan, stood quietly. Their clothes billowed as they saw how Wang Yanbing used one such fatal move, sighing as they watched. Did he really have to go that far? Every clan had their own fate and destiny, and no one would have been able to ensure that their clan would stay high and mighty forever. Such was the course of history. Gu Tianxing brought the Gu clan to the most glorious of times all those years ago, reaching the absolute pinnacle, but the clan ended with a grim end nonetheless. The Gu clan was eradicated down to the last man, with Gu Donglu being the sole survivor of the clan. One would have had to withstand pressure corresponding to the heights they were at. They stood at the pinnacle of the celestial gate, gaining a vista that no common man would have been able to see. Yet they were walking on thin sheets of ice at the same time, shouldering pressures and responsibilities that no common man had to shoulder. They shouldered the rise and fall of their clan, as well as many other responsibilities. Taking Gu Donglu back to the celestial gate was an act that carried great pressure on its own. So much so that the act could have brought war to their doorstep. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that Wang Yanbing would have been able to fulfill their clan's wish just by pulling one such fatal move. He shouldered a lot of responsibilities, and it was the same with Gu Donglu. However, unlike Wang Yanbing, it was the vengeance of the two of his predecessors that he shouldered, and he was the hope of the Gu clan. Unlike the Wang clan, he was the only man left in the Gu clan. Wang Yanbing could not have afforded to lose, and Gu Donglu felt this even more so. Neither of them could afford to lose. Why, indeed? Yifuqian sighed as well. He had once said that Wang Yanbing would not be present at the pinnacle of the heavenly mandate realm, yet he never expected that Wang Yanbing would have pulled such a move before they were even near fighting to be at the pinnacle of the realm. Yifuqian looked at the battlefield. His eyes were on his third brother. Even if that was the move Gu Donglu was about to take, he definitely would not back down. He knew the significance of that battle for his third brother all too well. That was the very first battle he had to fight after inheriting Gu Tianxing's lineage. If he were to lose that battle, then all Gu Tianxing had done, all that the celestial gate of vast heaven had done, would be for nothing. Countless divine swords appeared in that vast space. Every single sword seemed to have contained Wang Yanbing's will. He turned himself completely into a sword, completely merging with the great path. All those divine swords were him, Wang Yanbing. Gu Donglu looked up in the sky, and he felt rather rattled. If it were to be usual times, he might have taken a step back, seeing how insistent Wang Yanbing was. At that moment, however, he was unable to afford to do so. Seeing how Wang Yanbing was determined to emerge victorious by any means necessary, it was all the more important for him to win that battle. Fate had a way of playing with people. It was indeed a pity that Wang Yanbing had picked the wrong time to do so. If he were to come earlier, shattering himself to fight might have made Jiang Taichu balk, as Jiang Taichu would not have been willing to throw his life away for the fight. He might have been able to send the Wang clan into the Celestial Gate. However, such was the time that he had chosen instead. Furthermore, he expressed doubts about the way Gu Tianxing and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven did things. All that cemented the fact that he was unable to afford to back down. Everyone had their own missions and stances, and Gu Donglio's mission was to keep Wang Yanbing at the steps. There was no other way around it. The Juexian diagram spun, and all methods were activated. Gu Donglu performed the hand seals, and the 9 symbols glittered. Divine light shrouded the sky on the Juexian diagram, as if there were countless celestial shadows performing hand seals at the same time. Celestial beings and demons unleashed their powers at the same time, and chants of the Great Path were heard all over their surroundings, making the scene unbelievably grand. Boom! Billions of divine arms zipped past in the air, streaking down as they traveled. The ultimate weapon was deployed to bury the celestial being. Billions of divine arms rained down at the same time, making it a scene unlike any other. Yet, at the same time, hand seals throughout the air blasted in the air. A rumbling was heard throughout the sky. The Great Path quaked, and Renhuangs were seen unleashing their power, stopping aftershocks of their battle. The battlefield was unbelievably dazzling at that moment. All of those billions of divine arms were manifestations of Wang Yanbing. He was out to kill all the celestial beings and demons before him. One seal after another was broken and turned into nothing. However, as the ultimate divine matrix, the Juexian diagram had yet to stop working. Their surroundings resonated with the 9 symbols. The Great Path was in tune. The celestial beings and demons emerged, and the divine arms streaked the sky. Even if Wang Yanbing's killing move had been able to create an eye of the storm in the air, it still would not have been enough to break the offensive power from Gu Donglio's Juexian diagram. Not even going that far had been of any use then? Many sighed, and they were able to do nothing but sigh. Wang Yanbing gave everything into the fight, and still it proved inadequate. Gu Donglio's combat prowess was simply unmatched. The billions of divine arms were eventually exhausted. When there was only one sword left in the air, the weapon seemed to be wailing in sorrow. That sword did not continue attacking. It had instead turned around and headed for the steps of the Celestial Gate, slowly moving upward. It was as if it wanted to take one last look at the Celestial Gate. Many sighed at the scene with the last, lonely sword. They actually felt sad about it. Gu Donglu felt just as sad seeing what happened. Yet celestial light rained down nonetheless, getting in the way of that sword and making it difficult for it to move forward. Fate had its way of toying with people, and Wang Yanbing was simply born at the wrong time. The crowd was astonished and speechless. Wang Yanbing. The people of the Wang clan felt sad and speechless as well. Everyone felt intense sorrow. Wang Yanbing was no longer in the Wang clan. "Head back with me," the clan leader of the Wang clan said to that lonely sword. Yet, at that moment, a figure stepped into the air. His eyes were terrifying. It was as if it had opened the eye of heaven, intending to peer into nothingness. Celestial light was at work, and Yifutian said, looking at the sword, "Why indeed? What is he doing?" A doubtful look was on everyone's face after they saw what Yifutian did. The people of the Wang clan all stared at Yifutian as well. There was no denying the fact that they had already lost. Wang Yanbing had not been able to shake Gu Donglu even when he pulled such a costly move. That was the last sword left, and it wanted to take one last look before the celestial, but Gu Donglu stopped it. It was not done because Gu Donglu was some uncaring, unfeeling monster, but that they all had their stances to take. Wang Yanbing had simply shown up at the wrong time. "Little brother," Gu Donglu called after he saw Yi Futian showing up. "Leave him to me, third brother," Yi Futian said. "Will do." Gu Donglu nodded and gave up his suppression on the sword. That scene astonished many. Those two would, in time, become pinnacle geniuses of heavenly mandate realm. The two would have been able to stand a chance at getting to the top of the realm, and the two of them were brothers in training. The future of the brothers was something that invoked the imaginations of many. The sword remained incapable of moving forward. Yi Futian's will shrouded the sword as he walked. He extended his hand, and it seemed that their celestial light enveloping the lone sword. Mystical ways. The crowd fixed their gaze at Yi Futian. The people of Haotian City all knew that he had already acquired the lost celestial soul attraction method from Fei Alley. The method had unpredictable powers, and few had been able to master it, even over 1,000 years ago. It had only resurfaced not long ago, and Yi Futian had gotten his hands on it. Wait, so he is already capable of entering mystic mode? People wondered. It's the celestial soul attraction. The Wang clan had once been one of the ruling clans of the celestial gate of vast heaven, so they definitely knew about that lost mystical way method. The clan leader of Wang clan stopped any from the mighty ones from the clan, wanting to see what Yi Futian would do. Celestial light dazzled all over Yi Futian, shrouding the place around him. One mirage after another emerged from different directions in the space they were in, and all of them gathered at the sword. Wang Yanbing's body had already become very ethereal in the sword. It was as if he would disappear at any given moment. However, he seemed to have been fixed in place. Under the celestial light, it even seemed to take a solid form. A powerful aura of life was actually bursting within Yi Futian's mystical way, which seemed to have jade-green branches coiling around the sword form taken by Wang Yanbing, shrouding the weapon within. It was said that celestial soul attraction was capable of targeting the souls of people. Is he trying to reforge Wang Yanbing's soul? The crowd shuddered at the scene before them. Yi Futian was trying to save Wang Yanbing. Wang Yanbing, who had completely melded into his weapon form, would have almost died for sure, yet it seemed that Yi Futian had some mystical capabilities of reversing that. The will of the great path of life, and it seems that he would be able to resculpt a body as well. The pupils of those top-notch figures contracted, as they kept a close eye on Yi Futian. It was said that Yi Futian had demonstrated very, very great abilities back in the Violet Heavenly Palace, and he claimed that he had been of a divine body capable of training in any method. He had demonstrated powers of many types of methods back in that battle, even that of death. At present, he was demonstrating the will of the great path of life, and many came to believe that Yi Futian was indeed capable of all methods. It seemed as if there was really no method beyond his comprehension. Yi Futian had also found that his world tree's powers became increasingly powerful as he progressed with his training, enabling him to shape his ways and comprehend all methods in existence. His life spirit grew alongside him as he trained. He had demonstrated many types of powers in that battle in the Violet Heavenly Palace, and that had been done to set up for the future. As an extreme genius capable of training in any method he chose, no one would have doubted him regardless of the type of methods he came to use, as he had truly been one such genius. Thus, it was completely normal for him to use the great path of life. Furthermore, the training in celestial soul attraction enabled him to gain some mystical powers. If he were to have his current level of powers all those years ago, he would have even been able to save Jiu. But then again, if he were to have his current level of powers back then, he would not have had experienced all that had transpired since. The sword rang, and the sword will was unleashed. That ethereal figure began to take solid form. Wang Yanbing's body was seen in the air again, wrapped within the boundless will of the great path of life. Oh, hell! Many shuddered deep down at that scene, finding that Yi Futian was capable of bringing back the dead. He was dragging Wang Yanbing, who was at death's door, back to the world of the living. It was something that not even Renhuang's had been capable of. Was this the power of celestial soul attraction? They naturally had no idea of knowing that celestial soul attraction was but a guide. The thing that truly saved Wang Yanbing was the latent powers in Yi Futian's life spirit. Gu Donglu watched all of that in silence. He held no enmity against Wang Yanbing. They only had to fight because they had their stances to maintain. He was relieved to see that his little brother was able to save Wang Yanbing. Wang Yanbing was a practitioner of the mystical ways, after all, and it would have been a pity if he died. Wang Yanbing opened his eyes after a while. His aura fluctuated and seemed somewhat unstable. His eyes were deep as he stared at Yifutian, feeling rather puzzled and dazed. Why are you doing this? It was clear back then in the palace that he and Yifutian did not see eye to eye, and Yifutian had not exactly been kind to him as well. He was puzzled as to why Yifutian wanted to save him. This is nothing, Yifutian replied nonchalantly. Furthermore, while you and I don't see eye to eye, you're indeed a genius of Haoyan City. Well, although you're quite a distance away from where I am now, it would be a pity if you were to end up dead. Since you'll never be my match in the fight for the Great Path anyway, saving you hardly affects me. 2-inch. Everyone was baffled by what he said. Was he saving someone here? While it was true that Yifutian saved Wang Yanbing, the former had slighted the latter right away. What the hell was? You may be a genius, but you're quite a distance from where I am. And what the hell is you're no match for me anyway? This guy sure is shameless, many thought. Wang Yanbing was silent after hearing what Yifutian said. As someone who had been dead mere moments ago, he naturally would not have taken those words personally. Yifutian seemed to be of such a personality, just like how he claimed to be the divine body of the heavenly path. He turned around to look at Gu Donglu, before sighing and saying, I lost. It was indeed a complete loss. He did say that he would not go home until he had gotten to the Celestial Gate, but even after he had shattered his weapon form, he was still incapable of getting there. There was simply no more words for him to say. How many Gu Tianxings could there be in the world anyway? My third brother took the powers of shaping the heavens and the earth. It is completely normal for you to have lost. Yifutian looked at him and continued. You have gotten to the plane of holiness of nirvana fueled only by your obsession with the Celestial Gate, and I'd say you've limited yourself as well. Even though you failed to make it to the gate, since you do have the guts and intentions of getting to the top of the realm, you could actually establish your own Celestial Gate instead. Wang Yanbing was speechless. Although the words were sensible, Yifutian was not him. If Yifutian were in his shoes, the former would have had known just how obsessive one could be when fighting one such battle before. While the Wang clan has indeed failed in their challenge to the Celestial Gate, Wang Yanbing is indeed of unmatched talents. Would you like to be my student and study in the Celestial Gate of vast heaven? A voice said. Everyone turned their eyes and found the one talking to be the clan leader of the Zhang clan. It was a critical time for the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. The power of the Wang clan aside, a genius like Wang Yanbing had great potential, and it would have been a pity if he were just to end up dead. It would have been better to have him train in the Celestial Gate instead. Wang Yanbing turned his eyes in that direction. He never considered such a possibility, as he has always had only one thought, rejoining the Celestial Gate with his clan in tow. The clan leader of the Wang clan below looked up at that moment and said, Wang Yanbing, you've given your all in today's battle. There will be no regrets for you nor the Wang clan. Go and train in the Celestial Gate instead. Wang Yanbing looked up after hearing what the clan leader said. He closed his eyes and breathed. When his eyes opened, he had put his past behind him. He then bowed in the Celestial Gate's direction and said, It would be my honor to train in the Celestial Gate. I, Wang Yanbing, hereby bow to you, my teacher. Good. The clan leader of the Zhang clan nodded. Such an outcome was indeed perfect in some ways. Yifutian, the clan leader of the Wang clan, then looked at Yifutian at that moment. How may I be of service? Yifutian asked. Thank you. The clan leader of the Wang clan then added. From here on out, the Wang clan will cease trying to rejoin the Celestial Gate and will remain behind in Haoyan City to train. However, the mystical ways of the Wang clan were not something that should have been limited only to descendants of the clan, and I think others should learn it. Yifutian, would you like to learn the art of Yanbing? The crowd shuddered deep down upon hearing that. Yifutian had already learned Celestial Soul Attraction, and at the moment, The Wang clan actually intended to pass yet another mystical method to him. They were all astonished. Yi Futian was able to turn his enemy into his friend. His action of saving Wang Yanbing spoke volumes of his magnanimity. At the moment, the Wang clan intended to open the doors of passing down the mystical ways and no longer limited it to their own descendants. That, too, spoke volumes of the clan leader's magnanimity. Many turned their eyes at Yi Futian, waiting for his answer. That genius had beaten Zhan Yuan and gained the celestial soul attraction method. Furthermore, he was already able to use it. He would not have been able to save Wang Yanbing otherwise. At the moment, he was only a nod away from getting himself yet another mystical way method. Such opportunities were indeed astonishing. Yi Futian then turned towards the mighty ones of the Wang clan and replied with a smile. I'm indeed honored by your magnanimity of being willing to pass the method to outsiders, Elder. However, I've already trained in a mystical way. Speaking of attacks, I earned one from the divine elephants as well. I do not have too much need for offensive powers. Many people were baffled by what he just said. He refused. Every single method that was passed down by the ancestors of the celestial gate of vast heaven was extremely powerful. The art of Yanbing would have absolutely been a major offensive art, and many would have killed for such an opportunity. Yi Futian was only a nod away for being able to learn it, yet he refused. This guy sure is confident, many thought. But then again, he was right. There was indeed little need, and it was not necessarily a good thing to learn too many offensive methods. Yi Futian acquired the Demon Emperor bone of the Divine Elephant Emperor of the 10 Directions before, and had learned 2 of the most powerful techniques of the Divine Elephants. Those attacks would not have been inferior to the art of Yanbing. As such, adding that method to his arsenal would not have been able to boost his combat prowess. However, just when everyone thought Yi Futian would have refused the offer completely, he was heard saying, "However, I do have someone I could recommend to you, Senior. He would definitely be a very suitable candidate for learning the art of Yanbing." Wah? The crowd looked at Yi Futian with a speechless expression, finding it absurd that he intended to pass the offer down to others. Who would that be? The clan leader of the Wang clan asked. A friend of mine by the name of Yi Wuxian. He gained the lineage of Sword Emperor of Hanzhou at Origin Mountains. Yi Futian continued. The clan leader was silent for a moment after hearing what Yi Futian said. The leader said, "If he is someone who was acknowledged by the Sword Emperor of Hanzhou, I'm naturally confident that he will be able to spread the mystical method. If that is the case, I shall pass the art of Yanbing down to him." "Thank you, Senior," Yi Futian said as he smiled and bowed. He turned to look at Yi Wuxian, who looked speechless. He was baffled that Yi Futian had him train in the mystical ways instead. Everyone felt speechless after seeing all that. While it was indeed true that Yi Futian was clever, he was nonetheless a man with a heart of gold. Any common man would have opted to pick up the method before anything else, and friends would have been the last thing they would have thought of. Furthermore, there was no stopping him from teaching said friend after mastering the method himself. However, Yi Futian opted not to do so, as he deemed it necessary to respect the wishes of the Wang clan. No one would have expected that event of extreme importance to Haotian City would have ended in such a manner. While it was indeed quite regretful, it was perfect in some other ways. It would have been very regretful otherwise, be it to be in the case of Gu Donglu losing, or Wang Yanbing dying. If Gu Donglu were to lose the fight, everything Gu Tianxing had done would have been for nothing, and what the celestial gate of vast heaven had done would have been pointless as well. At present, Gu Donglu showcased his impressive capabilities for the very first time. Despite having lost, Wang Yanbing's insistence of not returning home unless he succeeded had impressed many as well. Despite having lost the fight, he remained able to stand proud, and there was no need for him to bow. No one would have blamed him for losing. While the concept of honored though defeated had usually been little more than consolation to the loser, it truly was so in Wang Yanbing's case on that day. The mighty ones of the Wang clan excused themselves and left. Yi Futian promised to pay them a visit with Yi Wuxian some other day. The Wang clan had been willing to pass down their method to an outsider, after all, so he saw fit to go through with the necessary propriety. Wang Yanbing was left behind, as he was about to be admitted to the celestial gate. Yi Futian, the Sword Saint, and the others came to Gu Dongliu's side. "Big brother," Gu Donglu called with a smile. The Sword Saint flashed a smile as well. When Gu Donglu was taken by the Purple Underground in the past, all of them felt helpless about their predicament. What happened since then seemed like a dream. They never expected Gu Donglu to have been a descendant of Gu Tianxing, a pinnacle figure who had been lauded to be one found in thousands of years in Heavenly Mandate Realm. "Mingyue would be very happy to know this." The Sword Saint smiled and said, "Indeed, if the second sister were to be able to see this, our third brother's status in the family would be considerably heightened." Yi Futian smiled and added. One Gu Donglu turned to look at Yi Futian and asked, "Don't you think your third brother here is of quite a high status in the family already?" "High, very high indeed," Yi Futian answered, trying to stifle his laughter. While it was indeed true that his third brother had become a legendary figure, if there was one person that he definitely was unable to beat, it would have been his second sister. His second sister was a woman who stuck by her words and decisions back in the cottage all those years ago. After all, the Sword Saint chuckled as well. The cottage had 8 students, and there were only 3 of them in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Furthermore, they had been able to advance due to Yi Futian being someone inherently special. The Sword Saint had actually been able to meet the mysterious figure due to Yi Futian, after all. As for Gu Donglu, nobody had expected him to have had such an extraordinary background. It was unknown what kind of path they would take in the future. That mysterious figure claimed that he was but a witness of history, and the Sword Saint wondered what he would have witnessed. Only time would tell. Care to pay the Celestial Gate a visit? The clan leader of the Jiang clan extended an invitation to Yi Futian before adding, "Would the ones from Brahma's Pure Sky mind joining us? Thank you for the offer, but I need to head back to the palace to train." "Qin," he said as she bowed slightly. She was perceptive enough to tell that both the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty wished to gain an ally in Brahma's Pure Sky. Yet, at such critical times, it was indeed inappropriate for her to make clear of Brahma's Pure Sky's stance. 1 inch very well. The clan leader of the Jiang clan nodded slightly. Qin, he then smiled and said to Yi Futian, "I shall return to the palace." She then smiled and left, causing everyone to wear a weird expression. The clan leader of the Jiang clan then said, "Goddess Qin, he really is a rare and good match for you here in Heavenly Mandate Realm. Tianxing had hoped that you would be able to marry a goddess from Brahma's Pure Sky. I'd be happy to do the matchmaking if you're willing." "I'm married," Gu Donglu then said. The clan leader of the Jiang clan took one look at Gu Donglu and said nothing else. He deemed that his wife must have been training in the lower worlds. Gu Donglu did not know of his status prior, but from how things were at the moment, his love in the past might not have been a good match for him. But then again, the clan leader saw it fit to leave Gu Donglu as he was instead of interfering with anything. Despite what Gu Tianxing said before, it was absurd just to do everything as he wished. "The way I see it, Qin, he might be interested in your little brother here." The clan leader then smiled and said, the relationship between Gu Donglu and Yi Futian was such that if Yi Futian were to end up together with Qin, it would have been all the same to him. "You know how to jest, senior." Yi Futian wore a bitter smile on his face while shaking his head. Although Qin was extraordinary, he never had such intentions himself. The clan leader then smiled and said, "Both of you, take your time." He then left the place. Yi Futian, the Sword Saint, and the others did not stay for long in the Celestial Gate. They chatted briefly with Gu Donglu before leaving. The commotion was settled, yet Haoyan City remained extremely rowdy. Mighty ones from all corners gathered in the city. It was said that the ones from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace were on their way. There were even many mighty ones who came early. Yi Futian remained training quietly in the palace as he had always done. He had also paid a visit to the Wang clan and sent Wuxia to train in mystical ways with them. Quite a bit of time passed after that. A group of mighty ones came to Haoyan City on that day, and their presence caused quite a commotion. The one who took the lead was none other than the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The mighty ones from the dynasty did not head to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven right away but had chosen to stay behind in Haoyan City for a bit instead. seemingly waiting to meet up with the other mighty ones. The ones from the Violet Heavenly Palace had yet to arrive. On the second day of the Crown Prince's arrival, he took the mighty ones from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and moved, heading towards the palace where Qin He was. At present, there were many in Haotian City talking about Qin He and Yi Futian being very close, and they wondered if Brahma's pure sky would eventually ally with the celestial gate of vast heaven. If Qin He and Yi Futian were to end up as a couple, the chances of that happening would be high. No one would have thought about anything like that before, but as honors continued to pile on Yi Futian, and he had such a close relationship with Qin He, which none from the Brahma's pure sky interfered with, everyone began to speculate and thought that it would be possible indeed. If the number 1 virgin of Brahma's pure sky were to end up becoming a couple with Yi Futian, then Brahma's pure sky would definitely end up closer with the celestial gate of vast heaven, since Gudonglu was Yi Futian's elder brother in training. If that were to happen, both the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace would be put on the defensive. However, there was nothing they could have done about Yi Futian, as he had the backing of the divine elephants. If they were to act against Yi Futian, that would have been tantamount to declaring war against the divine elephants. A group of people was seen descending from the sky right outside the palace of Brahma's pure sky on that day. The leading figure glittered all over and looked legendary. The Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Realm would like to pay a visit to Goddess Qin He, a voice said, reverberating throughout the palace. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty got to the palace and paid a visit to Qin He, the number 1 virgin of Brahma's pure sky. People gushed out from the palace at the very moment that voice was heard. The virgins all had serious expressions on them after going outside the palace. It was obvious that they were taking that particular visit more seriously than Wang Yanbing's. The one who came that time was the Crown Prince of the dynasty, who was of unmatched status in the Heavenly Mandate realm. The Heavenly Mandate realm reigned supreme throughout the realm for many years. Despite having been weakened, they stood at the very pinnacle of the realm. It was a dynasty that oversaw many dynastic forces, possessing immense history and wealth. It was difficult to imagine just how powerful the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had been when Gu Tianxing went against them all those years ago. Bodies littered the fields from that battle, staining the entire dynasty red. Some said that half of the Renhuang who participated in that war were killed by Gu Tianxing alone, and that was just how destructive someone at the pinnacle could have been. Qin He was seen outside the palace as well. Some by her side said, "Welcome, Crown Prince." The mighty ones of the dynasty stepped onto the steps of the palace and arrived right outside the palace. The Crown Prince was able to hog all attention just by standing around as if there was a halo around him. That aura alone was something that many would not have been able to achieve. "We have met back at the Violet Heavenly Palace, Goddess, yet we have never spoken. I've come to pay a visit after knowing that you have arrived at Haotian City," the Crown Prince said, rescinding his sharp aura somewhat, appearing polite and gentlemanly. "Our place has indeed graced by your presence, Crown Prince." Qin He continued, "I hope you do not mind our humble abode. Please have a seat." The people all around the Crown Prince frowned somewhat, wondering if Qin He had simply intended to host their guest just outside the palace. They heard that Wang Yanbing had paid a visit before, but there was no way Wang Yanbing could have been compared to the Crown Prince. From the standpoint of status alone, despite being a clansman of the Wang clan of Haotian City, Wang Yanbing's status had apparently paled in comparison to the number 1 virgin of Brahma's pure sky. Qin He was giving Wang Yanbing face, and so, it was entirely natural to do everything outside the palace. But this time, it was the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty they were talking about. There was only one such being in all of the realms, and not even Qin He, a number 1 virgin, would have had a status as unshakable as that of the Crown Prince. "Do you intend to receive the prince just outside the palace, Goddess?" Someone from the dynasty behind the Crown Prince asked, sounding rather displeased. Wang Yanbing's people were unqualified to be displeased, but not them. If that was truly Qin He's intentions, then her attitude may have been a little too much. Qin He looked at the one who talked and then said to the prince, "The palace is a place where the woman of Brahma's pure sky train. I beg your forgiveness, Crown Prince. Wouldn't that be a little pretentious of you, Goddess? To my knowledge, There would also be quite a number of men inside the palace. That man from the dynasty continued. Yi Futian had been one of those men who stayed in the palace with a goddess of Brahma's pure sky right from the start. It would have been all right if Qin he worded it in other ways. Making such an excuse was deemed a deliberate slight to them. If Yi Futian and his people were able to stay in the palace, they saw no reason to do all the reception of the crown prince outside the place. Do you think I owe you an explanation or anything like that? Qin He's tone turned rather cold all of a sudden as she talked to the one who spoke before. Her words seemed as if they were coated in a faint aura of coldness. One, it was absurd that she had to seek the permission of people from the heavenly mandate realm, regarding who she was to allow to step inside. The pupils of that mighty one from heavenly mandate dynasty contracted slightly, looking rather glum. He wondered if it was indeed as rumored elsewhere that Qin He, the number one virgin of Brahma's pure sky, was interested in Yi Futian. However, the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty was a legendary figure unlike any other. But Qin He never bothered taking even another look at him. He wondered what made her interested in Yi Futian instead. One, that man from heavenly mandate dynasty intended to continue before seeing the crown prince waving and stopping him. The crown prince then said, "You people are too much. Apologize to the goddess at once." Those from the dynasty were rather puzzled, but they nonetheless cupped their hands and said to Qin He after seeing the eyes of the crown prince, "We have overstepped our boundaries. We ask for your forgiveness, goddess." "No matter. I do hope that you do not mind, crown prince." Qin He rescinded that coldness about her. Everyone took their seats, and the ones from Brahma's pure sky looked at the crown prince. They found that the crown prince looked rather different from before. Back at the Violet Heavenly Palace, he had behaved in an extremely arrogant manner. Present, however, he seemed rather humble. "May I know what brought you here, crown prince?" Qin He asked. "While I do not venture out into the world much, I have heard about how renowned the goddesses of Brahma's pure sky are. The Empress will reaches all over the 3,000 realms. She trained all over the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Her powers remain unmatched. She is lauded to be the number one figure among the women throughout the heavenly mandate realm. My father claims as well that no woman throughout the realm is able to compare to the Empress. Right now, I see that you are capable as the Empress had been at your age, and you are known to be the one to follow the Empress. As such, I've always wanted to pay a visit to Brahma's pure sky, and it was quite a pity that my status got in the way. Now that the opportunity to do so presents itself, I naturally needed to pay a visit." The crown prince of the heavenly mandate realm appeared extremely polite and showered praises as he elaborated. "You're too kind, crown prince. I dare not compare myself to Her Majesty." Qin He replied with a smile. The Empress of Brahma's pure sky was an epical figure who established a pinnacle force all on her own. She had been known as the number one beauty when she was young and had many pursuers. Even at present, her appearance remained at the peak, yet none dared to act on their wishes with her, for they found it sacrilegious to do so. The prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty was able to sense the distance from her words. He then smiled and added, "I know what my father said put you rather on guard, goddess, but rest assured, I have little interest in forming any marriage alliance. While I do admire you, goddess, I would never link my sentiments with the interest of my family. If you find me pestering you, I will naturally keep my hands to myself. My visit here today is but to make friends with you, and I have no other intentions." "Thank you, Your Highness." Qin He nodded. She was indeed finding the marriage alliance to be rather off-putting, just like how she had found Yi Futian off-putting in the beginning. The upper echelons of Brahma's pure sky should not have told her to do something like that, and she was still puzzled as to why she was told to do what she did. However, as she had gotten to know Yi Futian better, she no longer held any enmity against him. It was an order from Brahma's pure sky, and it had nothing to do with him in the first place. Furthermore, she found that man to be rather intriguing. He was always capable of pulling surprises. "I heard that you have a rather amicable relationship with Yi Futian. May I know what do you think of him?" the crown prince asked. Qin He was on guard by then. The crown prince had just said that he had no intention of offending her, Yet he steered the direction of the conversation to Yi Futian. She was puzzled as to what was going on in his mind. Sir Yi is a genius like no other. I believed you witnessed this yourself in that battle back in the Violet Heavenly Palace, and how he managed to awaken that turtle in Fa Alley, who had not been moved a muscle in 1,000 years in Haotian City, subsequently gaining the lineage of the mystical way. Other than having no direct background of any kind, everything about him is extraordinary. Qin he showered the man with praise, hardly paying any attention to what the crown prince thought. What she said had little to do with stance, and it was pure appraisal based on cold, hard facts. You're quite reserved with what you say. In truth, he showed what he was capable of back in the Origin Mountains. He had acquired the lineage of the Divine Elephant Emperor of the 10 Directions and picked up ultimate moves from the Divine Elephants, all of which culminated into his surprisingly extraordinary performance in the Violet Heavenly Palace. He indeed is a genius like none other. He then nodded and continued. It is no surprise that you think so highly of him, goddess. It is rumored everywhere that you are interested in him. I wonder if that is true. Qin he locked her eyes on the crown prince, who then added, Rest assured, goddess, I bear no ill intentions. I'm just good friends with Sir Yi, Qin he replied. The crown prince nodded, then smiled, saying, If you eventually become a couple with Yi Futian, that would indeed be pleasant news. In truth, I wouldn't mind making friends with Yi Futian. However, due to certain relations between us all, I'm afraid he might not be willing to do so. Regardless, I hope this is how everything is, and nothing else will be brought into these matters. I believe the divine elephants wouldn't mind, as well as those of Brahma's pure sky. It became apparent that he was saying that he did not mind Qin he being friends with Yi Futian, so long as none of the matters with the forces throughout the heavenly mandate realm were brought into the fold, such as hoping that despite Qin he being good friends with Yi Futian, Brahma's pure sky would not side with the celestial gate of vast heaven. It's not like I have any say in any of those matters anyway, Qin he replied with a smile. The crown prince was right. However, given the gravity of the matter, it was definitely up to the empress to decide, and she would have had no say in those matters. I'm indeed honored that you show such concern, Your Highness. A voice was heard at that moment. Yi Futian and his people were seen walking out of the palace at that moment, looking at the crown prince who was sitting there. But, as you've put it yourself, it is destined that we can never become friends, Yi Futian continued. The heavenly mandate dynasty was a sworn enemy of his third brother, and there was no possible reconciliation between them. The crown prince of the dynasty was destined to be someone who had to fight his third brother sooner or later. Some matters were already decided right from the start. Even if we were unable to become friends, I do still hope that we don't become enemies, the crown prince said as he looked at Yi Futian. That is something I'm unable to guarantee, Your Highness. Yi Futian smiled and said, I'm aware. The crown prince nodded. I don't wish to see us become enemies, but then again, I don't mind making another enemy. Yi Futian, you've acquired the lineage of a divine elephant emperor, so I definitely won't act against you on my own will. However, I do believe that the divine elephants won't make their stance clear in the matter for you alone. As such, I do hope that you don't drag other forces into it for your own interests. Thank you for your concern, indeed, Your Highness, Yi Futian continued. The crown prince smiled and added, The power of one man is eventually limited, more so, given that the power of said man is only a saint level. While I do acknowledge that you have superb talent, I do still think that you still fall short of what is required to stand at the pinnacle of the heavenly mandate realm. You're prideful indeed, Crown Prince. Yi Futian then continued. Well, what about your powers all on your own? By the way, me? The Crown Prince then replied, smiling. I, of course, won't be alone. The two behind him glittered with saintly light as soon as he finished. The will of the great path all around them resonated with them instantly, unleashing extremely powerful pressure. They are all geniuses under the rule of the dynasties reigned by the heavenly mandate dynasty. There are also princes of the dynasties, who fill every single plane of sainthood. Care to try them out for yourself? The Crown Prince then added. But then again, given your powers, they definitely won't be taking you on in a one-on-one manner. He looked at the ones behind the crown prince, sensing extremely powerful pressure from them. All of them had probably been geniuses fostered in the same batch, specifically for aiding and supporting the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Yifutian looked at the crown prince's eyes, which were filled with pride and confidence. Felt rather provocative as well. A figure stepped out from behind him before he was able to say anything. That man stepped on the ground outside the palace, shaking the place. It was as if a tower-like figure had emerged. Other than Yushang, there were no others like that. Letting Yifutian challenge the underlings of that crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty? That would have been a disgrace to him. Formidable pressure swept out at the ones from the dynasty. The crown prince looked up slightly at that vast, tall figure. He then rose and said, Yushang performed just as admirably back at that battle in the Violet Heavenly Palace. Yifutian once claimed that he was of unparalleled strength. In that case, it would be unwise to take him on alone. Coincidentally, I do have several saints of true self who serve me. He then took a step back and turned around, before walking out again. Many from the heavenly mandate dynasty did as he did. It was as if his movements themselves were absolute orders. After those people stepped out, the ones who remained where they stood before looked exceptionally obvious. Their aura burst, and all of them, without exception, were cultivators at the saint of true self level. Furthermore, when they burst with their aura, all of them actually resonated with one another. The great path became linked into one entity around them, conjuring a terrifying storm of the great path. Screens of the great path burst from them, and it seemed as if there were dazzling holy light glittering beneath their feet, which melded into a single entity. At that moment, Yifutian and the others seemed to be seeing illusions. They saw a single complete entity instead of a group of people. Boom! A storm of the great path whipped out right outside the palace all of a sudden, sweeping out like a great wave bashing on everyone's bodies. The people of Brahma's pure sky retreated one after another, making space for the upcoming battle. However, Yifutian's group stood their ground and let the storm hit them. Boom! Yishang stepped on the ground hard. The air shook violently, and his body shot out like a raging wave, heading straight for those before him. Demonic might raged and circled around his arm. He then raised the arms and melded unmatched power into that one fist, which he launched straight before him. There seemed to be a devil howling in rage behind him. One could have imagined just how frightening that punch was. The space seemed to be about to break under the stress of that punch, yet those mighty ones before him did not retreat at all. They stood their ground steadily, merging with the great path with themselves. They then extended their hands and clapped at the same time. In that instant, there seemed to be a heavenly godlike figure appearing, which then launched a palm attack before them. Boom! The attacks from both sides clashed in an instant. The air burst with a stifled rumble. The raging winds swept all over their surroundings, causing Yifutian's clothes to billow. However, his eyes remained fixed forward. Yushang slid back. That stout man was actually thrown back to where he stood before. At the same time, the group before him was thrown behind a single step as well. That extremely raging power swept their bodies, and it seemed as if the attack was quickly dissolved by their aura. The light on their bodies shimmered as they were a single, complete entity. That scene made Yifutian's pupils contract a little bit, as he stared at the scene before him. He was no doubt clear of just how ferocious Yushang's power was. Despite having done little than throw a punch, the attack was so powerful. Nobody in his plane would have been able to resist it, and superior numbers would have done little to compensate as well. However, the group before him was actually able to clash head-on with Yushang as they collaborated, bringing the might of both sides to actually break even. Yushang did not manage to gain the advantage at all. Furthermore, he felt that they had been very extraordinary when they attacked. It was as if there was no opening when they fought. You do live up to your reputation of being unparalleled in terms of sheer strength indeed. The Crown Prince praised the stout man while having his back face Yifutian's group. He then added, "Before you get to the top, the power of one man will be limited eventually, and you won't be able to change much of anything. Do not get involved in this haphazardly. The goddess shall have my blessing whoever she wishes to be friends with, and I'm willing to be their friend as well. But I do not hope any of that to be involved in the fight among the forces of the realm." He finished his line and then stepped forward. When the Heavenly Mandate realm conferred the title of Crown Prince all those years ago, the Crown Prince disappeared for years right after that. The Crown Prince only appeared before the eyes of the mighty ones of the realm as of late. But a genius would attract attention wherever they went, and it would have been impossible for them to conceal the radiance about them. He then turned to look at the Crown Prince's back and added, "Unless you were not in Heavenly Mandate realm throughout the whole time. There were 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and there were 9 realms to the Supreme Path realms." She deemed that it was extremely possible that the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate dynasty had been sent away at a very young age, and he had only returned as of late. As such, the Crown Prince had a history that was known to no one in the Heavenly Mandate realm. "You are indeed perceptive and smart, goddess," the Crown Prince said while having his back turned against them. "He did leave all those years ago. Your talent would enable you to be a part of top-notch forces of other supreme realms without trouble. I take it." He then continued, "I've heard of one thing before as well. It was said that before the Crown Prince disappeared, quite a number of people in Heavenly Mandate dynasty disappeared as well. There were few who knew of something like that, but the top-notch forces of the realm took note of that nonetheless. There had been quite a number of people who speculated where the Crown Prince ended up, and they did their fair share of investigations into the matter as well. Brahma's pure sky knew a thing or two about the matter, which was why he was able to know something. From the current look of things, those people would have, as speculated by those forces, left with the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The Crown Prince stopped his footsteps and did not say anything else. He simply added, "I shall pay you a visit again, goddess. Please excuse me." He then took to the air and left. Gu Tianxing had almost ended up bringing a colossal end to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty all those years ago. Since then, the dynasty began their reconstruction, and after he was made the Crown Prince, a group of the most extraordinary people was selected from the royal members of the dynasty to be trained alongside him. A great amount of resources had been spent to foster a group of people of extraordinary caliber. Those people were then sent away with him. That matter had been overseen personally by the dynastic overlord, and only a handful of core members knew of those young people's whereabouts. Among the inner circle of the Heavenly Mandate realm, the plan was coined the Heavenly Awakening. At present, members of the Heavenly Awakening had returned to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The members were the strongest group of people gathered among the dynasties ruled under the Heavenly Mandate dynasty all those years ago. After those people of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty left, Yusheng turned around to look at Yi Futian and said, "They are powerful. I'm aware." Yi Futian nodded. He then frowned and said, "If they had only been strong individually, it would have still been impossible for them to stop that one punch of yours. But they were stronger at combining their ways, resonating with the Great Path and bringing a force that was far greater than the total sum of their power. It might have been the work of some immensely formidable secret method. Speaking of which, there had indeed been a group of people like that around the Crown Prince. Furthermore, he was able to speculate from what he said that it was extremely possible that those people returned after training in other realms, thus merging training methods of other top-notch forces with the inherent powers of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, enabling them to bring greater powers to bear. I'm afraid they are after the celestial gate of vast heaven. He turned her eyes to Yi Futian and said. Yi Futian nodded in response. At present, Gu Donglu returned to the celestial gate in a very overwhelming manner, causing many forces to be on the move. Gu Dongluo's potential was unparalleled after all, and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty intended to suppress such a situation. Brahma's pure sky was thinking the same thing. At present, there were many forces that had gotten rather close to Yi Futian, which meant that the Crown Prince's visit served as a reminder somewhat. That one-punch clash above the palace did not escalate into a full-blown battle, so it did not cause too much of a commotion. Only some who saw it from afar claimed that mighty ones from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty clashed with Yusheng, and both sides seemed to be of equal power. Furthermore, The atmosphere where both sides were ready to get at each other's throats was blatantly obvious. It seemed that it was inevitable that the Crown Prince and Yifu, both of whom were legendary figures, would stand against each other sooner or later. The mighty ones from the Violet Heavenly Palace arrived at Haotian City a day after the Crown Prince paid a visit to the palace. With top-notch people from both the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace getting to the city one after another, it seemed that dark clouds loomed above the city. It was obvious that both forces came for the celestial gate of vast heaven, intending to lean on them and force them to hand over Gu Donglu. Both top-notch forces did not meet when they arrived. However, the very next day, they seemed to have departed at the same time as if they have made an agreement prior, heading in the same direction, the place where the celestial gate of vast heaven was. The people of Haotian City were all prepared. They were countless cultivators gathered below the celestial gate. Everyone had been waiting for that moment to come. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace made their declarations before, after all, and they were naturally compelled to make good on their word. Celestial mist shrouded the place above the celestial gate of vast heaven, which exuded a mild pressure all over the place. It was as if they sensed the pressure coming from afar. The clan leader of the Jiang clan opened his eyes above the celestial gate, looking far away. He then flashed and appeared before a cultivator. That cultivator opened his eyes and looked at the clan leader, who then said, "They're here." "Indeed." Gu Donglu nodded. The clan leader then continued, "The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty is quite a schemer. He sent the Crown Prince away all those years ago and said the Crown Prince would have definitely been of formidable power, more so than what was demonstrated by those from the Violet Heavenly Palace. He will be the most powerful enemy of yours among those of your generation in the realm. Despite having become a holiness of nirvana, your plane is ultimately one that is brought about by some machinations of destiny, instead of something forged through your own training. You still lack somewhat, and your plane needs fortification. As such, I hope that you'll be able to stabilize your plane for a bit before you clash with the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. But then again, it seems like they have no intention of waiting," the clan leader then added. "With the Crown Prince arriving personally, Gu Donglu would have to fight whether he liked it or not. The upcoming battle would definitely be a lot more perilous than the one he fought with Wang Yanbing before. While Wang Yanbing was powerful and was trained in mystical ways, he eventually was just of the Wang clan. It would have been very difficult to compare him to the favorite son of the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty." "I understand." Gu Donglu rose and cast his gaze far away. The strongest of his enemies in the Heavenly Mandate realm also happened to be his sworn enemy. Stifling pressure loomed from far away outside the celestial gate of vast heaven. Countless looked up in the air outside the celestial gate, finding divine light sparkling above and lightning flashed about. It seemed to have overwhelmed the flighty celestial aura from the celestial gate. A terrifying aura was sensed, and it seemed to be something deliberate. Kaboom! Flashes of lightning rained down from above, as if doomsday was near, flashing in all directions. There were lightning bolts hitting straight into the crowd below, causing the minds of many to rattle. Everyone seemed to have been able to sense that shocking might. Thunderclouds rolled and rumbled in the sky, seemingly having darkened the place all over. A group of people appeared high in the air before descending slowly, hovering midair as they looked at the celestial gate of vast heaven before them. In yet another direction, dazzling divine lights sparkled above. It was as if a heavenly army have descended from the sky, moving alongside the mighty ones from the Violet Heavenly Palace. Towering might swept out at the celestial gate right away, shrouding the vast, seemingly endless area of the celestial gate. Yifu looked up at the sky and found two leading figures whom he met before. There was the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord and the other as a general from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Both of them were known to be second-in-command figures in their own respective forces. "So, the overseeing Palace Lord and the dynastic overlord are not here yet?" A voice was heard from within the celestial gate far away. Both the Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the dynastic overlord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had been injured by Gu Tianxing back at the Origin Mountains, and it was unknown if they had recovered. The palace lord sends his regards. The heavenly penalty palace lord replied. I'm indeed flattered. A cold response was heard. Gu Tianxing of the Gu clan of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven declared war in the realm all those years ago, causing many deaths. Many forces joined the Celestial Gate, and the Celestial Gate also agreed to cast the Gu clan out. At present, the sole remnant, Gu Donglu, remains alive. Why is the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven protecting him? The Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord said. There seemed to be lightning of divine punishment flashing about as he spoke. You all have had your fair share of blood on your hands in the slaughter all those years ago. With the feud of a generation being over, the matter should have been settled. Gu Tianxing sealed the training of his descendant so as not to get said descendant involved in the scuffle. It was too bad that you people from the Violet Heavenly Palace refused to let the matter slide and brought him away. That was what set the remnant thoughts of Gu Tianxing into motion. The voice from within the Celestial Gate sounded calm and serene. It was as if it was out of that world. Consider the matter settled? The general from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's pupils took a fearsome glow. Would the sole descendant of the Gu clan be willing to end it all just like that? If we were to leave him to his own devices, he would have probably grown into yet another Gu Tianxing, and he might stain his hands with the blood of countless people. Then, it seems like none of us will be able to convince the other. The voice from the Celestial Gate sounded somewhat more serious. In that case, may I know what brings you all here today? Pleasantries and small talk seemed to have no place in such a situation. All that was left was what to do next. We're here to advise you to take serious consideration of the gravity of the matter. The voice of that general sounded sharp as always, penetrating the space before him and making sure all from the Celestial Gate were able to hear him clearly. There is no need for that. I've made up my mind. If you have no other business, then please return. I'm afraid our heir will be ill-suited for all of you. A faint voice was heard, seemingly demanding the guests to leave. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven did not welcome those from the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, and they had no intention of concealing their displeasure. After the clan leader of the Jiang clan finished saying that, the air above seemed to have become more stifled. Devastating bolts of lightning continued to flash about. The boundless divine light was shot at the Celestial Gate. Those who stood outside were able to sense the heaviness in the air. It was as if a fight was about to break out at a moment's notice. At that moment, among the people who came to see what was happening, there were also members of other top-notch forces of the realm present. Those who had participated in the grand feast back at the Violet Heavenly Palace seemed to have all gathered there. There were even great monsters from the demon realm present. Their eyes were fixed at the air, wanting to see what would happen next, and how that scuffle would end. They were all curious if the ones from those two top-notch forces would truly dare to attack the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. If they were to fight right there and then, it would have been a super battle capable of shaking the entire Heavenly Mandate realm. No one would know how many mighty ones would perish in such a battle. We're here, after all, and there is no way we will let the trip be for nothing. His Majesty, the dynastic overlord, does not wish to declare war against the Celestial Gate, and we would be willing to let you consider the matter further in order to prevent a greater commotion. The general of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty then continued, It is said that Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun are the strongest among the younger generations of the Celestial Gate. We have quite a number of our younger generations here as well. As such, we would like to have sparring matches with top geniuses of the Celestial Gate, and we would like to find out just how capable Gu Donglu is. The Celestial Gate might consider changing its mind afterward. We of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven have no intention of doing so. The voice of the clan leader of Jiang clan was heard. He then continued, But, of course, if the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty intends to find out what the members of our younger generation are capable of, I do not want to let you down. Other than Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun, we do have quite a number of capable people. I wonder if the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, or the one with the supreme body of the Great Path from the Violet Heavenly Palace, would be interested in having a go. There are many capable ones at the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty other than the Crown Prince, And we may not need him to fight personally, that general said plainly. He then waved, and 9 mighty ones emerged. All 9 of them glittered with divine light, and all of them were of superb bearing, vaguely having the will of Renhuang coursing through their bodies, hinting that they were all exceptional people. What was even more astonishing was that the aura of all 9 of them seemed to be capable of melding into a single entity, conjuring a terrifying aura. Furthermore, they were surprisingly all of the same plane. All of them were holiness of nirvanas, and all of them possessed vastly formidable auras. Here are 9 of the members of the younger generations of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and they wish to see for themselves just how formidable the mystical ways are. The Celestial Gate is welcomed to deploy anyone to spar against them. Even Jiang Taichu and Gudong Lu would be welcomed if they're willing, the general said, causing everyone around him to look serious. None had expected those from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to claim to want the 9 to challenge Jiang Taichu and Gudong Lu. I've heard that Yusheng fought with their people outside the palace of Brahma's pure sky, no? A mighty one of the divine elephants came to Yifutian's side and asked in a subdued voice. Yeah, it was a group of 9 back then as well. 9 people acting as one, resonating with the great path, bringing powers far beyond what 9 people would be able to bring to bear. Furthermore, all 9 of them had a terrifying aura, and all of them were holiness of nirvanas. Worse still, I feel that the 9 here are far more powerful than the 9 who fought Yusheng back then. The ones before us now are of the same plane with the crown prince of the dynasty, and I'm afraid they're the most formidable sidekicks that the crown prince fostered. Yifutian elaborated in a low voice. Then it should be as you've speculated, every single top-notch one has a good number of people serving as aides throughout their growth. Gu Tianxing had many capable people serving him all those years ago. The 12 of the Celestial Gate posed a threat to the dynasty, and that general at the dynastic overlord side had been following and growing alongside the overlord throughout the years, eventually becoming the second in command today. If those people were to all be fostered for the sake of the crown prince, aiding him to reach the very top, then all 9 of them would be very powerful. That mighty one from the divine elephants continued. It is not just one of them being powerful, but every one of them is. If they are versed in synchronized tactics, that will make them all the more fearsome. It is possible that the crown prince spars with them often just to hone their powers. That mighty one was unable to help but recall those who were at Yifutian's side. Yusheng, who was known to be unparalleled in terms of raw strength, was about to join the divine elephants to train. Yi Wuchen had acquired the lineage of the Sword Emperor of Hanzhou and was sent to train in the art of Yanbing in the Wang clan as well. Other than those 2, there were also several others. All of them would become the most powerful aides by Yifutian's side in the future. Yifutian looked in the direction of the upcoming battlefield and looked rather serious. When Yusheng clashed with those from the dynasty back then, he was able to sense just how exceptional those people were. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty had a long history behind them, and it was a coalition of many dynastic forces. The best of the best among those countless forces were selected to be fostered specifically, so much so that they were even sent outside Heavenly Mandate realm to train. With so many resources being invested in them, there was no doubt that they were extremely powerful. As such, it seemed that the Celestial Gate of vast heaven would have a hard time dealing with them. A group of people emerged from the Celestial Gate and stood on the steps. All of them wore sharp, severe expressions as they eyed the 9 before them. Among them, there was Wang Yanbing, who had joined the ranks of the Celestial Gate not long ago. His eyes were extremely pointed as he gazed forward. Celestial light dazzled on his body. He willed, and a storm howled around him. Divine swords were conjured with celestial light shrouding them, making them look tremendously sharp. All of those divine weapons basked in celestial light before shooting out at the sky, heading straight for the 9 before him in an instant. The 9 from Heavenly Mandate dynasty stepped out at the same time, took only a single step, and terrifying golden screens appeared before them. The divine weapons blasted onto them and were all repelled, unable to punch through at all. The eyes of the 9 were cold, and the one at the center sparkled with golden shimmer, thinking of just how one person was going to fight all 9 of them. Wang Yanbing of the Celestial Gate. The Crown Prince cast his gaze forward and said plainly, He is in way over his head. The one at the center of the 9 had little renown in the dynasty and was no way near being famous. Few knew who he was, yet he knew that if he were to step out and fight in that battle at the Violet Heavenly Palace, he would have been able to shoot to fame with just a single battle, just like Yi Futian. That person was considered to be in the Crown Prince's shadow. He was most powerful among his subordinates. Wang Yanbing would have had a hard time just fighting that one man, let alone fighting all 9 of the group. As such, the Crown Prince deemed that Wang Yanbing would be in way over his head if he chose to fight alone. All 9 of them were fostered specifically to fight Gu Donglu instead of Wang Yanbing, after all. Divine arms continued to rain from the air, blasting hard at that golden screens of light, placing the area in a lockdown yet unable to shake the defending ones. Wang Yanbing took one step out. Celestial light circled about him, and his entire being was turned into a nigh indestructible divine weapon. Intense light burst, and he transformed into a sword, leading the charge with the thousands of divine arms behind him, enabling him to almost tear through space. The 9 from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty stepped out again. Solemn voices were heard all around them all of a sudden. That was the sound of the Great Path. The sounds had no form, and it reverberated throughout their surroundings, resonating with the Great Path in the sky. All 9 of them pooled their powers and conjured fierce, formidable will, making it seem as if it was the might of the heavens about to break through the limit of holiness of nirvanas. Wang Yanbing is about to lose. The very capable ones of the divine elephants muttered. That aura was indeed very powerful. Furthermore, it seemed that he heard of such powers before. A beam of divine light burst, making it seem like heavenly palm strikes shot forth. The crowd then saw Wang Yanbing's divine weapon form be blasted backward, causing the minds of countless to be rattled. Wang Yanbing was actually repelled with just a single hit. While it was true that Wang Yanbing lost to Gu Donglu a while ago, that was because of the lineage that Gu Donglu inherited. So it was completely normal for Wang Yanbing to lose despite using a sacrificial move. It was a showstopper before due to the crowd wanting to see just how capable Gu Donglu would have been. As such, Wang Yanbing was the true number 1 genius studying in the celestial gate of vast heaven. No one had anticipated him being unable to take that hit. Everyone wondered just how powerful that hit had been. Everyone in the crowd sensed the might of the Great Path in that instant earlier. That attack had truly been extremely formidable. It was as if it was out to break the limits of sainthood altogether. Countless at the celestial gate of vast heaven looked severe. Yet another formidable figure of frightening aura came down, the clan leader of the Jiang clan. He looked at the 9 below him with a severe expression. While he was not actually present, he saw that battle taking place nonetheless. His serious expression was not a result of seeing Wang Yanbing being defeated, but the kind of power that the 9 from before exhibited. The divine sound, the clan leader said as he looked down at the scene before him. The 9 looked up at him, and the general from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty did the same, saying, "I'm impressed. You're actually able to tell that this is the divine sound. What kind of power is the divine sound?" Many below began asking those around them, looking puzzled. They wondered if that was some kind of insane powers from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. But then again, none of them had heard of such a spell before. If the dynasty actually possessed such an ungodly skill, it should have been all over the place instead of being something no one knew. Most people had not even heard of it, and only a handful of very powerful beings of the older generations knew of the divine sound. The divine sound is not something from the Heavenly Mandate realm, but from some other extraordinary places from foreign realms. A very capable figure of the divine elephants elaborated to Yi Futian. The spell enables one to communicate with the Great Path using sounds, and if the tunes connect, it will then resonate with the Great Path. If another power of the same type were to be used for attacks, the power of said attack would be boosted tremendously with the emphasis on tremendously. It is said that the boosted power of divine sound is measured by the number of people resonating using the spell, with 9 being the very limit. With 9 resonating with each other, it means that attacks will have a chance of being boosted 9 times over. Yi Futian felt somewhat shocked hearing that. It was just as speculated by Qin He, the spell was from some foreign realm. The Crown Prince and a group of top-notch people from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had been training in the other supreme realms, and furthermore, they picked up top-notch skills along the way. In the world of cultivators, an advantage in numbers was usually more limited than imagined. In usual circumstances, attacks from 9 people working together would have had limited effects nonetheless. If there were to not be one among them capable of breaking through Wang Yanbing's defense, then Wang Yanbing would have been able to remain undefeated. If there were to be none of them being capable of withstanding his attacks, the outcome would have been the same as well. However, due to their attacks being amplified by divine sound, their attacks grew several times more powerful. Furthermore, with the limit of such amplification being 9 times over, it was nothing less of harrowing. Mystical ways would have had a hard time boosting attacks 9 times over. If there were one of those studying the mystical ways teaming up with others and using divine sound for amplification, boosting attacks by 9 times over, one could have only wondered just how powerful such attacks would have been. It would have been unimaginable. As such, it was hardly surprising why Wang Yanbing ended up losing, despite the fact that the amplification might have been less than 9 times over. The arts trained in by the 9 would be extremely difficult after all, so the requirements for them to pull off something like that would have been anything but easy. All from top-notch forces went about with elaborations, and the crowd quickly knew why the clan leader of the Jiang clan chose to emerge personally. None of them had expected top-notch skills from other supreme realms, after all. It seemed that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had been sending out the Crown Prince to train in other supreme realms a long time ago, just to set things up for the future. With that, the celestial gate of vast heaven became having to deal with enormous pressure from then on out. If all 9 of them were to become Renhangs in the future, then things would have taken a turn for the worse. Furthermore, if those people knew the divine sound, there was no reason to believe that the Crown Prince would have been otherwise. Those people might have joined the ranks of the same top-notch force, or they would not have been so many of them using the same skills. Personal ethics notwithstanding, imparting top-notch skills and spells to others without consent was a grave taboo throughout the world of cultivators, as it would have gravely offended a top-notch force, making an enemy out of them. The greatest possibility of having what was happening before them was that all 9 of them joined the same top-notch force. With that, it became apparent that the talent of those 9 was terrifying. The crowd wondered if the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had been going to such lengths just to get to Gu Donglu. The power of one would always be limited. The celestial gate of vast heaven intends to pin all hope on a single person, and I'm afraid that would be a hopeless move that would have doomed you. Don't you understand that, clan leader? The general then added, hand Gu Donglu over, and both the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace shall never touch on the matter again. Everything shall be returned to how it used to be, and all grudges shall be wiped clean. The clan leader stood on top of the steps, looking at the general and said, you are a Run Huang unlike any other from the dynasty yourself. Don't you understand the weight inherent in a pledge? The words rang heavily on the minds of all within earshot. Everyone was able to sense the solemnity and resolve behind what was said. The celestial gate of vast heaven had chosen to make their stance clear, and they were not about to back down. Furthermore, that upcoming storm was more than just a war between saints. In that case, we'd like to see how the hope of the celestial gate, Gu Donglu, fare in the fight. Let the world know if he is capable of shouldering such a responsibility, the general of Heavenly Mandate dynasty said. No one expected that the one to challenge Gu Donglu was someone else other than the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince remained standing among the mighty ones from the dynasty, just right beside the general, watching everything transpire in silence. It might have been such that he would not have needed to do anything himself. Gu Donglu then looked at the 9. Someone had elaborated to him telepathically regarding the origins and powers of the divine sound. With the divine sound being so ridiculously formidable, he wondered just how powerful the Juetian diagram would have made his powers. No one made such deductions before, and nothing would have come out of it as well. The answer could have only be found in combat, as the battlefield would have been the best place to test it all out. So the Crown Prince has no intention of fighting then? Many murmured amongst themselves. Everyone had anticipated that day to be the day where the showdown between the Crown Prince and Gu Donglu, the two topmost legendary figures among their generation, were to be held before. You said the might of one would always have its limits, so you'd have 9 challenging a single combatant then? Someone said. Everyone turned their eyes and saw a person emerging. It was none other than Yi Futian. The Crown Prince shot a glance at Yi Futian. The Crown Prince had reminded him before, and he found it to be quite a pity that Yi Futian insisted on getting himself into the mess. So this is how the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty issue its challenges? Yi Futian continued. How about letting 9 from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven challenge 1 from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty? Gu Donglu would naturally be allowed to choose another 8 to aid him. The general of the dynasty said as he glanced at Yi Futian, who was below. The general's eyes appeared rather cold. I take it that you're clear that with 9 unknown combatants from Heavenly Mandate Dynasty emerging, there is no way he could have asked 8 others to help him fight, Yi Futian replied plainly. Gu Donglu was a superstar known throughout the realm at present, with countless pairs of eyes locked onto him. It would have been absurd for him to get another 8 to help him just because there were 9 who emerged from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Doing so would have soiled his own name and status. Since the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty came all the way here to lean on the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, I do not see the need for such calculations. Wouldn't it be a lot simpler to just have the Crown Prince issue the challenge instead? Yi Futian continued sarcastically. Or is it to say that the Crown Prince is not confident of his odds in the battle? Who are you to stick your nose into the matter? Since when do the likes of you be qualified enough to meddle in the affairs of the top-notch forces of the realm? The Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord lowered his head and shot a look at Yi Futian with his purple eyes. The might of lightning was brought down as well. The ones from the Violet Heavenly Palace have had a hard time tolerating and behaving nicely towards him, who had dragged the face of the Violet Heavenly Palace through the dirt, in a grand event held by the palace itself. Yi Futian had emerged to slap them in the face previously, and they did not expect him to be doing the same thing again. I definitely am less than qualified to meddle with the affairs of top-notch forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm, but having 9 from the dynasty taking on my third brother is something I find personally difficult to stomach. Yi Futian continued. My third brother is of a status unlike any other at present, and he is not someone that anyone can simply challenge, as it'd reflect badly on him. Yi Futian went on further, saying, if the ones from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty insist on seeing what my third brother is capable of, the Crown Prince could issue a challenge on the spot, and only by doing so would it not soil my third brother's name. As for the strength of the divine sound, I'd be willing to entertain that just to see if you people are worthy of fighting my third brother. 2 countless pairs of eyes were on Yi Futian. That man, who shot to fame throughout Haotian City for having beaten Zhan Yuan, stated his intention to fight in his brother's stead. In truth, Yi Futian did not actually want to do so, but seeing how the 9 collaborated, he found that those from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven who were not his third brother would have a hard time dealing with this. Having possessed measures like the divine sound, and the fact that the group consisted of geniuses among geniuses, it would have been a difficult situation for the Celestial Gate to resolve unless they were trained in abilities similar to the divine sound. As for Gu Donglu, regardless if he were to win or lose in such a battle, he would gain something from it. As such, Yi Futian chose to emerge to clear some obstacles for his third brother. The Crown Prince intended to have Yi Futian's third brother fight while he kept his hands to himself, and Yi Futian insisted on making it hard for him. Yi Futian might not have bothered in the affairs of others, but that was his third brother being the center of things, and he deemed it compulsory to stand at the forefront. The Crown Prince spoke before the general could. How do you want to do this? Yi Futian looked at the Crown Prince and said, my plane naturally means that I'd be fighting unblemished saints. You have denied the power of one outside the palace before, Crown Prince, so I shall see for myself just how powerful the geniuses of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty are. I don't mind fighting 9 people all alone. Yi Futian's words attracted the attention of the crowd in an instant. Heavenly Mandate Dynasty brought a massive force to bear on that day, and it was evident just how formidable the divine sound was. Seeing how Wang Yambing was defeated by just a single attack, Yi Futian emerged, stating his bold intentions of fighting the 9 all on his own. Everyone wondered if he would have been able to defeat 9 from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty armed with the divine sound. The crowd naturally acknowledged Yi Futian's powers, as he had a shining record before. However, given how the forces from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were of such ferocity, it was evident that the ones who practiced the divine sound were anything but easy targets. All of them would have been top-notch combatants themselves. But then again, Yi Futian's emergence would be able to help Gu Donglu out to a certain extent, as doing so would make his third brother's situation easier. Even so, however, if Yi Futian were to be defeated, the outcome would be the same. The ones from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would have still challenged Gu Donglu with the divine sound, and the crown prince would not fight. No one incapable of beating the divine sound would have been qualified to challenge the crown prince. The pressure was one-sided. It was all on the celestial gate of vast heaven. Yi Futian stepped out and hovered, standing before the celestial gate. May the better combatant win. Yi Futian gestured respectfully at the mighty ones from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and said. All eyes were on him at the moment. The general's eyes were pointed. It was as if he was able to pierce through the ones he stared at. The crown prince, on the other hand, looked rather unfazed as he said, Brother Yi here is superbly talented and has formidable combat prowess. If he wants to fight 9 combatants all on his own, feel free to answer the challenge. 9 combatants emerged from behind him as soon as he finished. All of them were unblemished saints. The 9 looked at Yi Futian with unfettered expressions. All of them had been selected and sent away when they were young. They went through thick and thin throughout the years, and among the great many mighty ones out of all the pilgrimages, only 10s managed to reach the divine palace. None of the top-notch geniuses were deemed too extraordinary in the divine palace. Even the likes of the crown prince did not dare to call himself unmatched. The top-notch geniuses of the divine palace were far more powerful than the ones found in the Heavenly Mandate realm. They saw too many legendary figures, and all of them were geniuses capable of making their own name. While Yi Futian had indeed shot to fame after his battle back at the Violet Heavenly Palace, it was not enough to shake their minds one bit. Yi Futian sensed solemnity as soon as they emerged, with a faint hint of pressure about them all. It was the same feeling he had outside that palace when Yusheng fought the 9 back then. Their eyes were cold and unflinching. While they did not look arrogant at all, Yi Futian was able to sense extreme confidence from them. After being honed to a certain level, self-confidence was etched into one's bones. More so when 9 such mighty ones were fighting together at the same time. May the better one win. They arrived before Yi Futian and cupped their hands at him. Their tones of speech were faint, without the slightest hint of emotion in them. Boom! Holy light shrouded his body in an instant. The might of the deed of thorough comprehension burst, with the paths of the world melding into his being. A whirlpool of the great path was conjured in the vast space. Ancient symbols of the great path circled about him, resonating with the world around. Yi Futian's aura seemed to have burst by many times over in an instant. The reason why Yi Futian's combat prowess had been so formidable was that the power of the deed of thorough comprehension melded his will of the great path into a single entity. It was forged into a single path, allowing his powers to be amplified exponentially. As such, he was capable of easily overwhelming all who were of his plane. Of course, there was also something built upon the foundations of his plane. All top geniuses of great training had their own means of boosting their combat prowess, which meant that their combat capacity would be far more than what was provided by their own planes. All of them had powerful means of amplifying their powers. With that said, the might of one's combat capacity depended on whose measures proved more powerful. Among the amplification of powers, there was amplification through innate powers, amplification through various wills of the great path, amplification through methods and spells, amplification through matrices, and much more. No one would have bothered with learning powerful attack spells or skills otherwise. The divine sound was deemed terrifying because it was built upon the power of one's methods, resonating with the great path and then bringing about amplification several times over. The resulting burst of power would naturally be tremendously formidable. Elephant trumpeting was heard after the power of the deed of thorough comprehension was brought about. The will of the great path materialized in the form of shadows of divine elephants, tearing through the space. The pressure was such that Yi Futian's powers felt even more stifled. As he was fighting 9 mighty ones working in tandem with each other, he dared not let his guard down. He melded the deed of thorough comprehension in the ultimate skills of the divine elephants he learned. The 9 stepped forward at the same time. The sound of the great path was heard resonating and shaking the sky in an instant, bringing about drastic changes to their surroundings. The crowd sensed immense killing intent in an instant. The slaughtering way. The crowd looked at the sky. The 9 seemed to have the one at the center serving as the core, letting him take charge of the situation. The power of the great path resonated and eventually coalesced on him. "Coalesce," a voice said. That voice was the sound of the great path. Incredibly dazzling divine light burst in the air, coalescing into a huge brush. Slaughtering storms gathered around that brush, with one current after another melding into the construct. The Xianxia brush. The mighty ones below looked solemn as they witnessed the scene. It was the Xianxia brush, one of the killing ways of the heavenly mandate dynasty. The spell melded well with the slaughtering way, with a single brush stroke bringing down the seasons and crushing the landscape. Down! That mighty one performed hand seals, and under the work of the divine sound, the Xianxia brush was imbued with tremendous might of the slaughtering way. The killing storm throughout the sky caused many to feel stifled. The Xianxia brush drew in the sky and cut down from above Yi Futian, looking sharper than the blades of swords and colder than the tips of spears. At the very moment the brush swept down, boundless currents of the slaughtering way were brought down as well, tearing through space and killing everything in its path. Yi Futian sensed that towering killing force and took to the air, bursting with divine elephant stomping the sky, causing his immediate vicinity to tremble and his surroundings to rumble. Shadows of countless divine elephants ran at the brush that was being brought down, clashing with it. It whipped out raging currents in the air right away. The divine elephants and the killing currents crumbled at the same time. However, divine sound of the great path continued to be heard, resulting in that will of resonation becoming even more powerful. That Xianxia brush above Yi Futian looked as if it was something alive, shaking in the air and bringing down the might of the slaughtering way. It seemed as if mountains and rivers were collapsing, the space around them about to crumble. Yet another stroke was brought down, and the will of the slaughtering way was cranked to the extreme. A gash appeared in the air, causing shadows of divine elephants to be cut down one after another. The will of the Xianxia brush continued to be brought down on Yi Futian. The attack was made from a distance, and Yi Futian's divine elephant stomping the sky seemed to have little effect on pressuring his opponents. The force of that killing brush seemed to be able to tear down the terrifying might of his spell. Divine elephants continued to be shattered, and the Xianxia brush, which howled and shook in the air, continued its strokes. Every stroke was earth-shaking, capable of killing everything in its path. Some power, indeed. The crowd sensed the power of that divine sound of the great path and then looked at the Xianxia brush. There was only that devastating storm in the air, seemingly overpowering his divine elephant stomping the sky spell. It was as if the killing force of the brush was capable of tearing him apart right then and there. Furthermore, everyone believed that if the ones of the heavenly mandate dynasty were to get such a chance, they might actually land a killing blow. It was Yi Futian who went about asking for a fight instead of the heavenly mandate dynasty attack him first. If Yi Futian were to end up dead due to him being of inferior skill, then the divine elephants would not have been able to do anything about it. Yi Futian continued to take to the sky. The trumpeting of the elephants continued to shake the air, as if it was about to tear the sky apart. He then raised his fist and blasted at the slaughtering way coming down from above. The divine elephant void-splitting fist tore through space and crushed the incoming killing currents. The storm whipped out throughout the vast space caused the Renhuangs around to barricade the area with their powers. The storms that whipped out from the battlefield that they were in seemed to be able to kill anyone caught in it. The 9 mighty ones continued to step out, and the divine sound continued to be heard, the great path of which pained Yi Futian's ears somewhat. The leader pointed his finger at the Xianxia brush, causing it to course with the most powerful of killing currents all over it. The leading figure of those from the dynasty thrust his palm down. At that moment, the Xianxia brush was brought down together with the killing currents at Yifutian. Yifutian took to the sky and blasted with an extreme flash of the fist, clashing head-on with the Xianxia brush. The air around them trembled violently. However, the punch did not destroy the Xianxia brush but had instead simply tore the killing currents in a frenzy. The brush continued to burst with the divine light of the slaughtering way. When an ability is trained to the extreme, one will be invincible. The crowd felt shaken as they looked at the scene. That brush was indeed capable of cutting down an army. The leading mighty one of the nine continued to thrust his palm in the air. The Xianxia brush spun and headed straight for Yifutian's head. The killing storm coalesced into a terrifying whirlpool. The hearts of the crowd raced, as they found the brush was filled with the intention of cutting down Yifutian. The crown prince eyed the scene with an unfettered look. Every single one of the mighty ones who was a saint using the divine sound was a top fighter capable of leading a battle. As such, not even the likes of Wang Yanbing had been able to withstand a single attack. It was already an impressive feat on Yifutian's part, as he was able to hold out for that long. "Do you have a death wish?" A cold, unforgiving voice was heard within the divine sound of the great path at that moment. It came from that leading mighty one from the dynasty. He glared at Yifutian as his fingers pointed at the Xianxia brush. The plain, uncaring voice was very indicative of the underlying arrogance and confidence beneath. He actually asked if Yifutian had a death wish. If Yifutian were to continue to fight, that leading mighty one would have killed him. Yifutian turned his eyes at the one who talked to him. His eyes were cold. Yifutian saw how deep the eyes of his opponent were. That voice sounded so natural that there was not a single bit of arrogance heard. It was something that stemmed from his innate confidence and unbridled nature. At that moment, the light of the deed of thorough comprehension burst with greater brilliance, so much so that it seemed there was celestial light protecting him. It made the figure clad in white look even more holy. It was as if he was a god. Yifutian eyed his opponent unflinchingly and stepped out. He uttered a single line. "I do have a death wish indeed. Do you have a death wish?" "I do have a death wish indeed." The exchange between both men was filled with unbridled pride, and both showed absolute confidence in their own powers. Yifutian stated that he had a death wish, challenging the nine from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to kill him. The leading figure among the nine looked on with a cold expression, finding it unnecessary to hold back, given how his opponent asked for death. The nine burst with the same aura of the Great Path. The divine sound circled about them and resonated with the Great Path. Killing currents coalesced in a frenzy and rampaged about in their surroundings, with the might of the attack being brought to the extreme. The Xianxia brush burst with unparalleled killing light. The brush tore through the space as if it cut through the ages of the dynasty's reign. Everyone sensed the towering killing intent right above Yifutian's head. The brush was enlarged as if it was a divine brush of the heavens, every single stroke able to tear through the space and kill everything in its path. Many saints were among the crowd, watching the battle, and all of them sensed how formidable the killing currents were. At that moment, Yifutian, who was right below the brush, looked insignificant. However, that seemingly insignificant silhouette burst with a light of increasingly high intensity. Celestial light burst and shot through the heavens. There seemed to be a mystical aura filling the vast space, like a formless being emerging from behind him amidst the tremendous killing currents. It was as if it was a shadow, a celestial being. Furthermore, that being took the form of Yifutian, the celestial soul. The mighty ones were all shaken. They all looked intently at Yifutian in the air. That was his celestial soul form. He is unleashing the mystical ways. The hearts of the crowd shook, especially those from Haoyin City. The mystical ways were of unparalleled significance to those from Haoyin City, and that method, which had been previously lost, was even more so. Yifutian had used it before when he saved Wang Yanbing, but that was him saving someone. The crowd had yet to witness the true use of the celestial soul attraction. At present, the celestial soul attraction, a mystical way which had been lost for over 1,000 years, was to be used in the battlefield, bursting from Yifutian. Just how powerful was the spell? No one knew the answer to the question. Yet, everyone was eyeing Yifutian at that moment. The will of the Great Path throughout their surroundings seemed to have gotten even more powerful as the celestial soul attraction spell burst forth. The currents of the Great Path gushed into the spell in a frenzy. At that moment, Yifutian's silhouette seemed to no longer look insignificant. That silver-haired figure glittered with a divine glow, seemingly making him a true mystical being, and the shadows of the divine elephants around him were all shrouded in celestial light as well. Boom! Yifutian stepped out into the air. That step shook the air around him, with thousands of divine elephants stomping out throughout the air, pinning down the Great Path and tearing down the space around them. The force clashed with the incoming killing currents, causing the weather about them to change. The rampaging space looked even more chaotic, and it was not only in that very immediate area. The 9, who were all watching from a distance, sensed extremely formidable suppressive power, and all of them seemed to feel a tremendously overwhelming pressure somewhat. They frowned slightly, especially the one taking the lead. He sensed an intense threat from Yifutian at the moment. That feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. "How do you plan to kill me?" A raging voice was heard. Yifutian extended his hand as he took another step. All 9 of them felt their souls shaking at the moment. "The hell!" Their expressions changed drastically. They saw a tall, imposing celestial shadow appear right before them when they looked at Yifutian. It was a very weird feeling. There was nothing right before them, yet that tall, imposing shadow seemed to imprint itself on their souls right there and then. That beings might pound it on their spirit, causing their auras to lose focus and their synchronization of the divine sound to falter. The killing currents in the air were no longer as stable as before. It turned into a chaotic storm, whipping about without order. The Xianxia brush trembled slightly. However, that tremble differed from before, which made it seem as if the will of the Great Path that controlled the Xianxia brush was affected, causing it to lose stability. "What is happening?" some of the 9 asked telepathically. They felt as if their souls and spirits were no longer in their control. It was as if Yifutian was able to manipulate them from a distance, simply by extending his hand. That feeling made them extremely uncomfortable, so much so that it affected the divine sound that they were casting at the moment, which affected the control of the brush drastically. Yifutian was able to tell that he was right from how the power of the brush faltered. The power of celestial soul attraction was more than just being able to amplify one's combat capacity. It was also capable of enabling one to suppress their opponents. The divine sound needed 9 people working in tandem to be formidable. At the same time, the celestial soul attraction was something capable of breaking such synchronization, causing him to be able to suppress his opponents somewhat. Boom! Yifutian took yet another step. The sky trembled, and the killing currents were shattered in a frenzy. The Xianxia brush, which was being brought down, was repelled right away. That scene caused many mighty ones from the heavenly Mandate dynasty to change drastically. It was apparent that they, too, felt something was off. The resonance of the divine sound was breaking. With the resonance of the Great Path no longer in sync, the burst of power would lack somewhat. Yifutian seemed to be able to suppress the divine sound after using the celestial soul attraction. The crowd was unable to think much about the situation before seeing Yifutian shooting to the air, stepping through the sky with a single step. The divine elephant stomping the sky spell pinned the place down. That time it was directly on the 9 mighty ones, and it was more than just pinning down their bodies. The 9 felt as if their souls and spirits were being pinned down as well, so much so that they felt their souls were about to leave their bodies and be crushed. The situation was so severe that they seemed to be unable to breathe, feeling choked. A divine punch followed. The divine elephant void-splitting fist blasted onto them right away, pounding on the space where the 9 of them were. That one punch was infused with power from the celestial soul attraction. That one punch tore the skies apart and crushed their spirits. The 9, who had been standing together, were thrown in different directions immediately. Their formation was crushed and they grunted. 2 of them were even seen spitting up blood, looking ashen. "The hell?" Everyone's heart raced. The people of Haoyan City felt incredibly shocked deep down. So, this is the true power of celestial soul attraction, the spell that has been lost for 1,000 years? They thought to themselves. Yi Futian's celestial soul was invoked, and the tables were turned right away, pinning down even the divine sound. Furthermore, the mystical way seemed to have an extremely potent use. They speculated that they had not been able to feel anything due to not having faced Yi Futian directly. However, the 9 from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were greatly affected. They would not have collapsed instantly otherwise. Yi Futian's aura did not dissipate just yet. His celestial soul remained active after the 9 were repelled. Celestial light continued to circle around his body, and all other might of the great path was suppressed, with him at the very center. He lifted his foot and took another step right away. Boom! Elephant trumpeting spread all over the sky, stampeding through the space. Those 9 were being subjected to attacks by the divine elephant stomping the sky spell, and one divine elephant after another trampled them. Boom! 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 The mighty ones were sent flying yet again. They spat up blood. Their inner circulation was thrown into chaos. Their spirits were shaken, and their auras were dropping sharply. Despite being geniuses of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, without the boost from the divine sound formation, they did not stand a chance against Yi Futian's divine elephant stomping the sky. The stampede alone was more than enough to keep them pinned down. That leader from before was the only one capable of summoning the Xianxia brush and continued attacking with it. The killing currents cut down the shadows of divine elephants charging about, but then again, his spirit remained shaken, and his aura trembled unstably. At that moment, he felt his body stiffen up all of a sudden. A figure was seen walking towards him. Yi Futian extended his hand and grabbed at the sky. That celestial soul figure came down in an instant, and his soul felt trapped. While he knew that it was just a feeling, it was something incredibly unbearable. It was as if there was actually a formless hand grabbing him. "How do you plan on killing me?" Yi Futian asked. That mighty one from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked at him with a twisted face. He had been the one asking if Yi Futian had a death wish. Yet, it was him being thrust to the brink of death at the moment. "Do you have a death wish?" Yi Futian asked instead, and that mighty one blanched. Boom! Another step was taken, which stepped on his soul right away, causing his entire body to shudder. His will was cranked to the extreme as he tried to shake off that feeling. Yet, Yi Futian simply took another step and said, "Answer me." Blood spilled from the corner of that mighty one's mouth. His face continued to look pale. He was unable to move and did not dare to move. It was entirely possible for Yi Futian to actually kill him right there and then if the former wanted to. Boom! Yi Futian took another step, seeing as how he had yet to answer. He was at the critical point of collapse, and his mind was shaking. Countless looked up at that scene, and their minds were rattled. Those mighty ones from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were being trampled on. He had asked if Yi Futian has had a death wish. At that moment, Yi Futian returned the question to him. They deemed that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was at an inconvenient position to do anything now. It would reflect very badly on them if they were to do so. The trumpeting of elephants shook the sky as they trumpeted in a frenzy. As Yi Futian continued to bring the spell down on his body, again and again, that mighty one felt as if his inner organs were about to be crushed and his soul about to split. He was truly being pushed to the extreme. Dejection was seen in his eyes as he finally relented and said, "No, I don't." He felt his entire body relax right after he said so. However, that was just his body. His mind and soul remained pained. Boom! Yi Futian took one final step and sent his body flying. Yi Futian then swept his gaze over all of the mighty ones from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty before finally eyeing the Crown Prince, saying, "Except for the divine sound, none of them could handle one cultivator. So tell me, is the power of one adequate?" None of them had been able to fight alone. After the 9 mighty ones' resonance of divine sound was broken by Yi Futian, none had been able to endure a single one of Yi Futian's strike alone, and all of them were trampled. Other than those special geniuses, Not even the ones usually lauded as the most powerful would have been qualified enough to fight him when he was combining mystical ways with the divine elephant stomping the sky. That one battle enabled others to learn new things about Yi Futian's powers. They learned just how shockingly powerful it would be when ultimate skills of the divine elephants, divine elephant stomping the sky and divine elephant void-splitting fist, were used in conjunction with celestial soul attraction. So that is the celestial soul attraction, which has been lost for a millennium? Some of the older generations from Haotian City looked at Yi Futian with a solemn expression. Not only was he able to inherit the mystical way, but he had also been able to use it perfectly, letting all in Haotian City see how powerful that lost mystical way was. It was indeed fortunate on their part to be able to bear witness to that moment. Despite not being of the celestial gate of vast heaven, he nonetheless fought on behalf of the celestial gate on that day. He had also been willing to teach that mystical way to others, and that made many anticipate what was in store for him in the future. Many wondered if the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would be able to do anything to stop him and Gu Donglu if they were to reign supreme at the pinnacle of the realm. The one of supreme body of the great path of the Violet Heavenly Palace had already lost, and that happened before Yi Futian used mystical ways. A battle would not have been all that much of an issue to him now. Many wondered who would be able to take on Yi Futian. The man learned 2 ultimate skills, and he would only get stronger from then on out. The possibilities were limitless. The crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked at Yi Futian. He talked about the limitations of the power of one when he visited Qin He at the palace, and then had 9 mighty ones by his side repel Yu Sheng. At that moment, Yi Futian defeated 9 single-handedly and proceeded to ask him how the power of one fared. The times they lived in were indeed interesting. He never expected to meet Gu Donglu, who met Gu Tianxing and inherited the creational powers that Gu Tianxing gathered. He then met Yi Futian, who was able to reign supreme somewhere. He never expected to see the brothers become so unbelievably capable. However, he deemed that to be interesting. The higher one climbed, the colder it felt. Being an undisputed champion was sure to be boring. The ones from Violet Heavenly Palace looked at Yi Futian and felt restless. It was not only Zhan Yuan who was vexed, as that man who shot to fame at Zhan Yuan's expense continued to prove just how powerful he was. It was as if he was some unstoppable tidal wave. He reminded all in the Heavenly Mandate realm to remember his name through one extraordinary feat after another. He was fighting to be at the top of the great path of the realm. Zhan Yuan knew very well that so long as he remained incapable of defeating Yi Futian, he would remain second class. Everyone who saw them both would always be reminded of that one battle. But then again, seeing that mystical way at work, Zhan Yuan came to wonder just how long it would take him to defeat Yi Futian and wash away all that disgrace. The power of one. A voice was heard saying. The crowd turned around and looked at the crown prince, who then looked at Yi Futian and replied, "Before you get to the top, there will eventually be a limit, and you will still be weak." 2 divine light dazzled all over his body as he stepped out right after he finished speaking, looking extremely brilliant. Holy light seemed to shoot from his eyes. It made him look rather harrowing and intense. His entire being emanated an overwhelming bearing. It was as if he was born to be a supreme being. The crowd shuddered somewhat as they stared at that scene. The crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was finally about to make a move. The crown prince extended his palm as he walked out. Boundless killing currents filled the sky. The slaughtering way howled, and again, a Xianxia brush appeared, falling right into his palm. The might from it was just as powerful as it had been when the 9 worked together using the divine sound. He was a holiness of nirvana, and being at such a plane meant that his power was 10 times more powerful than that of an unblemished saint. Furthermore, due to his superb powers, one could only imagine just how powerful his Xianxia brush was. The brush commanded the great path of his surroundings as it remained in his hand. It was as if he was able to cut open the space with only a single stroke. Yi Futian stood his ground as his robe billowed behind him. The killing currents howled, and their surroundings were terrifying. Even if the mystical way were to be brought about at that moment, it would still end up being pinned down by the will of slaughter. That was a gap brought about by the difference in plane. Furthermore, the one who stood opposite Yi Futian was the crown prince. He was born to be a supreme being. Even those of his plane would wonder if there was anybody in the realm capable of suppressing and dominating the crown prince of heavenly mandate realm. At that moment, there was yet another figure at the celestial gate whose robes billowed. His white attire was white like snow. The scholar dressed in white stepped out as wind blew on him. He walked forward and said, "Allow me, little brother." Gu Donglu understood that the upcoming fight was his. The grudges of bygone years meant that he and the crown prince would be sworn enemies. This battle was inevitable. It had always been inevitable. It was not only he who understood that. Everyone understood that his father died at the hands of the previous crown prince of the heavenly mandate realm. That man was the brother of the current crown prince. The Gu clan perished because of the heavenly mandate dynasty, leaving Gu Donglu as the sole survivor. At the same time, however, Gu Tianxing alone took out almost half of the mighty ones of the heavenly mandate dynasty. The previous dynastic overlord and crown prince were both slain by him. The enmity between both parties could not have been any deeper. As it stood right now, one was the sole survivor of the Gu clan, who inherited everything that Gu Tianxing had spent years setting up. The other was the new crown prince, whom the dynastic overlord claimed was born to reign supreme. One of them was fated to die at the hand of the other. Such was the fate of both parties. There were 9 who challenged Gu Donglu while the crown prince stayed on the side, keeping his hands to himself, putting both the celestial gate of vast heaven and him on the defensive. Yi Futian took care of that battle for him and smoothened things out for his brother. As such, the upcoming battle was now Gu Donglio's. The clan leader of the Jiang clan looked at him from behind, saying nothing. It was known to all that the battle was bound to happen sooner or later. However, the clan leader did not wish for the battle to come so soon. Gu Donglu had been training in isolation after inheriting the lineage, rising through the planes continuously to become a holiness of nirvana. However, it was due precisely to having inherited too much that his plane remained unstable, and it was impossible for him to have finished processing all that he had inherited. The creational lineage in him was not something he could have processed in a short period of time. In fact, it would have been difficult for him to process it all, even if he had years or even decades to do so. If the lineage that Gu Donglu inherited was a kind of treasure trove, then he needed to spend more time in such a trove, digging bit by bit to unearth those hidden treasures. He needed time more than anything else. The more time he had, the stronger he would get. On the contrary, things were rather different in the case of the crown prince. He had been building a solid foundation throughout his years of training, and every single step he had taken so far was unshakable. The decades spent in training allowed him to polish his powers so that they gleamed with perfection, enabling him to use his powers perfectly. The later the battle was to be fought, the more advantages Gu Donglu would gain. However, those of the heavenly mandate dynasty were in a hurry to wage the war that had to be waged. They did not want to wait, and they, too, wanted to see just how much had Gu Tianxing passed down to Gu Donglu. As such, they showed up en masse just to lean on the celestial gate. Since those of the heavenly mandate dynasty were already there, it was a given that those from the celestial gate needed to do it. It was a battle that Gu Donglu had to fight. Even if he were to lose, the clan leader was sure that Gu Donglu would be able to bear the loss. He would not have been able to shoulder such hopes otherwise. But then again, the clan leader did not wish to see him lose the fight. As such, his eyes were still filled with hope as he looked at the figure who emerged. He hoped to see the legends of those two, that of Gu Tianxing and Gu Jiangnan, both of whom were of extreme renown back in the day, be reborn in Gu Donglu. Furthermore, by the time Gu Donglu was done processing all that he had inherited, he would become even more powerful than either of his predecessors. Yi Futian nodded slightly after seeing his third brother emerge. He then headed sideways to make way for his third brother. That was a battle that belonged to his third brother. It was a fated battle. Regardless if his third brother were to end up winning or losing the fight, he believed that his third brother would inherit the will of those who came before and would continue to walk towards the pinnacle of the realm. Gu Donglu was seen walking out and coming to stand before the crown prince. The two, who were the most talked about figures of the realm at present, stood on opposing sides. Both were sworn enemies, and the clash between the two attracted all the attention of the heavenly mandate realm. That upcoming battle was one for the books. Their renown was less due to how powerful they actually were and more to the feud between them, as well as the missions that each of them shouldered. The vast space was dead silent. Nobody spoke, and countless watched the two stand against each other without saying anything. Even the great figures of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were doing the same. All of them had their eyes on the battlefield, as the upcoming battle was extremely significant. The one who inherited all from Gu Tianxing was to fight against the one born to become a supreme being. A formless gale whipped up all around them. It contained the aura of the Great Path. The space became extremely stifled in an instant, making many saints feel very, very uncomfortable. Those two holiness of nirvanas would possibly be the two most powerful ones below the Renhuangs of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Yi Tianyu of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the crown prince of the dynasty, said. His name was Yi Tianyu. Wan Yanbing was named after the mystical way he practiced, while Yi Tianyu was named after Tianyu, Heavenly Mandate. The will of the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was clear as day. Gu Donglu of the Gu clan. Gu Donglu replied calmly. Both parties announced their names as if it was but a regular sparring match between both men. There was not a single hint of the enmity between them, yet that made it all the more serious. Their surroundings raged, and a gale blew violently. Storms of the Great Path whipped about, and an incredibly dazzling divine picture of Heavenly Mandate appeared. The diagram consumed the Great Path of their surroundings. Currents of the Great Path surged into the diagram in a frenzy, causing it to continue turning and changing. It was as if it was capable of all manner of transformations. The life spirit of that descendant of the main lineage of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had finally taken its ultimate form, the divine picture of Heavenly Mandate. It had once been lauded as the most powerful of life spirits in all of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Yet at that moment, a life spirit of unparalleled power appeared behind Gu Donglu, who stood opposite Yi Tianyu. It was a diagram. It spun about like a grand matrix of the heavens, seemingly embodying the Taoist yin and yang, as well as the 9 symbols and celestial light at work. That was the Juetian diagram. It was something that Gu Tianxing passed down to Gu Donglu, enabling Gu Donglio's life spirit to awaken and evolve until it merged with the Juetian diagram. Many wondered which was the strongest life spirit in the realm. They wondered who among the two most renowned descendants of great figures was the strongest genius of the realm. The storm whipped up across the sky, and the divine picture of Heavenly Mandate rose to the air, consuming the will of the Great Path all over the place and multiplying in a frenzy. Boundless killing currents shot at Gu Donglu right away. Yet, he simply shot a glance at the currents and pointed forward. The symbol of Lin appeared, and the huge ancient symbol stood tall in the sky, shrouding the killing currents right away, preventing the currents from moving. However, the killing currents did not seem to have an end to them, causing the symbol to tremble. It looked as if it was about to crumble. What was even more terrifying was that as the divine picture of Heavenly Mandate multiplied, a Xianxia brush gave manifested right away and dropped straight down. Yi Tianyu pointed into the air at the brush. The brush drew one stroke and crushed that symbol of Lin, which was already about to crumble. The Xianxia brush felt like a divine brush of the Great Path, weighing thousands of pounds, could pin down landscapes and tear through space. Boundless killing currents cut down, intending to destroy the space where Gu Donglu was right then and there. Celestial light glittered on the Juetian diagram. A huge beam of celestial light shot to the air, and an incredibly huge symbol of Bing circled about the screen of light. The symbol clashed with the brush and burst with extremely brilliant celestial light. Yi Tianyu remained unfazed and kept his eyes forward. The divine picture of Heavenly Mandate continued to multiply in the air. One brush after another materialized, one after another. Many brushes were seen right above Gu Donglio's head at the same time. Every single brush contained extremely potent killing current. The brush reigning supreme through the eras. Yi Tianyu muttered this, and his voice sounded like divine sound of the Great Path. The brushes in the sky resonated, and they all swiped in the sky at the same time. Every single brush tore through the sky as if someone was trying to bring the sky down with the brushes. The Xianxia brushes moved in a disorderly and unpredictable manner. It was as if they were simply left to do their own thing without control, yet the messy strokes seemed as if they were out to cut the sky to pieces. Such was the power of the brush reigning supreme through the eras. Crack! A snappy cracking noise was heard, and the screen of light was no more. The terrifying strokes lashed out at Gu Donglu, intending to destroy the place where he was. So, that is the true power of the Xianxia brush. The minds of all who saw it were rattled. The Xianxia performed far better at the hands of Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate dynasty, than how it had been when the Nine used the divine sound. It was as if the power of the move was fused with the Great Path, and the Great Path seemed to be about to break when cut. The clan leader of the Jiang clan watched the fight quietly at the Celestial Gate. It was just as he expected. That crown prince was already at the pinnacle when it came to proficiency with offensive arts. His innate talents and his years spent in training in secret made his attacks unshakable, showcasing his master-grade proficiency as soon as he made a move. The dynastic overlord of Heavenly Mandate dynasty lauded the crown prince to be one born to reign supreme, and he did not do so with mere intent to boast. It would have reflected very badly on him if things turned out differently, after all. While the battle had just begun, what Yi Tianyu showcased without breaking a sweat looked extremely surreal. Gu Donglu was then seen performing hand seals, causing the Juetian diagram to unleash towering celestial light, circling around him, and there seemed to be a true mystical being right behind him. Holy light shrouded his entire body, and as he continued to perform the seals, one mystical shadow after another emerged from the Juetian diagram at the same time. All of those shadows unleashed impregnable will. It was as if they were manifestations of divine weapons. The ancient symbol of Bing circled around him, causing the surrounding air to shake. The shadows took to the sky in a mere instant, transforming into divine weapons and blasted at the incoming Xianxia brushes in the air. The Xianxia brushes were then right above Gu Donglio's head, and the boundless divine weapons blasted at them. Devastating storm of slaughter raged right above his head at that moment, radiating terrifying divine light. The Xianxia brushes and the divine weapons continued to crumble, destroyed, and dissipated in that terrifying clash. Both parties were formidable. The crowd looked at the two geniuses, finding that their life spirits alone were more than enough to overwhelm an untold number of mighty ones. It was even thought that only a handful of saints would have been able to withstand such attacks from their life spirits. The attacks of Yi Tianyu, the crown prince, were fended off, yet he hardly looked fettered. He flashed and came to the air above, his back against the divine picture of Heavenly Mandate. It was as if his body fused directly with his life spirit. He extended his hand, and the divine picture of Heavenly Mandate spun, consuming boundless slaughtering way. It was as if there was boundless slaughtering lightning falling down onto his extended hand. A Xianxia brush, which seemed to have existed for several millennia, fell into his hand. He took hold of the brush. Boom! A bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Yi Tianyu disappeared with the brush at the same time. There seemed to be a huge gash in the sky. Gu Donglu sensed an intense looming danger. The mystical shadows gathered, and with his palms closed, the divine weapons howled as they tore through the space. Thousands of killing currents rained down in an instant. It was as if thousands of beams of divine light rained down. The scene was utterly harrowing. It was as if it was able to tear the sky down in an instant. The explosiveness of the move was nothing short of terrifying, causing the hearts of those who witnessed the scene to shake violently. Crack! Countless divine weapons crumbled, and a brush was seen swiped down right before Gu Donglu, with Yi Tianyu seen on the other end of the brush. The Juetian diagram burst with towering celestial light in an instant, and a stifled rumble was heard in the air. Gu Donglio's body was thrown below, and boundless killing currents burst through his Juetian diagram as if they were to tear it apart. Yi Tianyu lowered his head to look at Gu Donglu, who was thrown behind, and said, "I wonder just how capable Gu Tianxing and Gu Jiangnan had been all those years ago. It is a pity that they are no longer in this era. Everyone was able to tell from his words just how arrogant that Crown Prince was, behaving as if even if both of them were in the same era as he was, he would have been able to overwhelm them all the same. Gu Donglu looked up in the sky. He, too, knew what he lacked when compared to Yi Tianyu. He had yet to be able to finish processing all the powers he had been bestowed with, and he did not have time to train the most powerful of attacks available. At that moment, he was simply able to consolidate all the bits that he had acquired and has broken through the plane of holiness of nirvana with them. In truth, the clan leader's concern had been valid. His plane was still unstable. If that fight were to be postponed, he would have had gained a greater advantage. But then again, what was to come would have come all the same. Even if he had yet to process everything that he gained at the Origin Mountains, that battle was still one he could not afford to lose. It had little to do with the significance of the outcome of the battle and more to do with him being unable to bring himself to face his predecessors if he were to lose that battle. The celestial light on the Juetian diagram became even more dazzling. The mystical shadow behind Gu Donglu grew even more glittering. He unleashed his will, shrouding the Juetian diagram, which shuddered. In that instant, there seemed to be many demonic beasts appearing on the diagram, arriving as they were summoned. Thousands of demonic beasts howled as the Juetian diagram continued to be at work. Demonic auras filled the sky as the demonic beasts danced and raged. Gu Donglu inherited the laws of origin, and there were untold numbers of wills of demon emperors throughout the vast Origin Mountains that ended up consumed by him. After all, the howling demons signified their rage, and there seemed to be a feral grace to Gu Donglio's face. He looked up and shot a glance at the sky. Thousands of demonic beasts howled as they tore through the sky, heading straight for Yi Tianyu. The falling killing currents were destroyed in a frenzy. Yi Tianyu held onto the Xianxia brush. He looked as if he was going to be overwhelmed by the demonic beasts. The Xianxia brush in Yi Tianyu's hands swiped at the sky again, and the incoming demonic beasts crumbled right away under the might of his Xianxia brush. However, the demonic beasts seemed to charge without end, heading straight for the Crown Prince and burying him in that space. The divine picture of heavenly mandate continued to shift, transforming into a Kuanping, which then merged with the Crown Prince's body. He took the form of a Kuanping while, at the same time, the light of Kuanping burst from with the divine picture of heavenly mandate. He then spread his wings and attacked as if he commanded the divine might of Kuanping. The art of heavenly mandate, many muttered deep down as they watched the scene before them. That was the ultimate move created by the founder of the dynasty, and that spell had once been known as the number spell in all of the heavenly mandate realm, which was said to be invincible in the heavenly mandate realm. He had once used the ability in the battle back in the Violet Heavenly Palace, and at present the art of heavenly mandate was seen being used again. A loud cry was heard as if a true Kuanping had arrived at the scene. The being then spread its wings open, blocking the sky, then swooped down. Shadows of Kuanping burst from the diagram at the same time, cutting down at the sky in a furious slaughter, destroying countless shadows of demonic beasts. The Kuanping form of Yi Tianyu tore through the demonic beasts. The rain of divine golden light cut through the demonic beasts while still holding onto the Xianxia brush with its claw. Gu Donglio's aura faltered. That was a major attack from a true Kuanping. Everything that Yi Tianyu had picked up was a very formidable attack. However, Gu Donglio's expression remained steely. The name of his diagram, Juetian, was taken from the fact that it was the pinnacle of the mystical ways, with its power reigning supreme over all mystical ways. He continued to step out in the air. The Juetian diagram continued to work and shine boundless divine light onto his body, which resonated with him. Boundless mystical shadows appeared at the same time around his body. The aura all about him coursed within him as well. The light of the 9 symbols glittered as they merged within his body. Gu Donglu truly resonated with the Juetian diagram at that point. Despite the fact that he had yet to train in the top attacks, his teacher once said that overwhelming might triumphed over all techniques. When one's spiritual power resonated with pure force and everything reached the very peak, where one discarded all unrelated thoughts and left all skills and techniques behind, one would have been able to bring the greatest of attacks to bear. He stepped out and tore through the air, arriving right before that huge creature that tore through the demonic beasts. He extended his finger, which contained immeasurable power, and clashed with the incoming Xianxia brush. The space around both of them exploded in a frenzy. Yi Tianyu brought the wings of the Kunping down upon Gu Donglu. The light of the 9 symbols glowed extremely brilliantly. They burst with the brightest of rays at the same time, which blinded all who saw it. The light caused the wings of the Kunping to slow. It was like a will of strength unlike any other that resonated with his surroundings. That one finger was to destroy everything in its path. Gu Donglu, at that moment, looked as if he was some celestial being. Boom! A stifled rumble was heard, and the spectators saw Itani, the crown prince, be flung far above, forced away by the might from one finger of Gu Donglu. One finger against the Xianxia brush. The hearts of all continued to race. That was confidence and recklessness unlike any other. The great divine diagrams faced off against each other and brought terrifying powers to bear, bringing about massive explosions between them. A devastating storm of the great path whipped up between both men, making the scene look extremely harrowing. They're fighting up close and personal? The hearts of the spectators raced. At that moment, the battlefield that both of them were on was indeed dark and gloomy. The air was filled with killing intent. Both forces clashed head-on. Gu Donglu took on the Xianxia brush with a single finger, and his body was under extreme pressure. The Xianxia brush of the crown prince continued to be shrouded with boundless killing currents. However, Gu Donglio's finger was shrouded by boundless celestial light of the weapons. It was as if his body alone had awakened and fused with all the mystical beings and demons there were. The divine picture of heavenly mandate and the Juetian diagram continued to be at work. Both constructs continued to shift and resonated with the heavenly path. Yi Tianyu's expression was as pointed as it could have been, as his eyes remained fixed on Gu Donglu below. His robes and his hair billowed as he looked at the other man. He coldly uttered, "Do you know the true meaning of heavenly mandate?" Gu Donglu remained looking at him without responding. It is, as the term implies, heavenly mandate, the will and way of the heavens. It is thus a mandate, an order, from the heavens, Yi Tianyu elaborated. His voice sounded overbearing. His surroundings resonated with him as he fused the power of divine sound with his voice. Killing currents rained down in a frenzy as he spoke, drowning the sky below. Countless shadows of Kunping dove down, tearing through space. Huge, golden ancient bells dropped one after another. It was as if they were Runhuang bells of the Great Path, heading straight for Gu Donglu. The power of all those attacks resonated at the same time as they headed for their target. Heavenly mandate, a mandate from the heavens. A will of heaven that destroyed everything in its path. The Juetian diagram continued to spin around Gu Donglu. Boundless celestial light burst and thousands of mystical beings and demons roared, charging at that power as they resisted it. Clashes at such close distances made all who saw it feel tingles all over. It was as if that space was about to be completely destroyed. Overbearing celestial light from the Juetian diagram spun and surged at Gu Donglu, who, at the moment, looked like a true mystical being. The spinning Juetian diagrams centered around him. The will of thousands of mystical and demonic beings merged within his body, consuming the way of all under providence. The light of the 9 symbols burst on his body, which then spun around him. At that moment, Gu Donglu had completely merged with his life spirit. The might of the life spirit was that of his own. An overbearing shadow of a mystical being appeared above his body. The shadow was huge and connected with his life spirit as if the shadow itself was a manifestation of the life spirit. The light of the 9 symbols burst on the shadow, which pointed forward and brought the weapons charging, destroying the killing currents. The symbol of Lin resonated with his surroundings, while the symbol of Do destroyed all bells of Renhuang. The 9 symbols fused into a single being and burst from the shadows, resulting in mystical and demonic beings howling. That power actually managed to resist the attacks from Yi Tianyu. That scene caused the hearts of spectators to race. This is formidable, indeed. When Gu Donglu fought with Wang Yambing back then, Wang Yambing hadn't been able to so much as leave a dent on Gu Donglu. Wang Yanbing was defeated despite using an ultimate sacrificial attack. The hearts of many from Haotian City raced. Despite being lauded as the #1 saint in Haotian City, it was apparent that Wang Yanbing was leagues below both Gu Donglu and the Crown Prince. Both of them were truly the most formidable and the greatest there was, and they would come to represent the pinnacle of two of the most powerful of lineages. They would reign supreme among human cultivators of their generation in all of the heavenly mandate realm, making them truly beings at the pinnacle of eternal greatness. They were so formidable that there probably would not be any from the demon realm capable of taking them on. There were many mighty ones from the demon realm present on that day, and they were just as frightened by the fight taking place before them. Talents of human cultivators made them envious, as they possessed the ability to create spells of such levels, bringing their might to the very extreme. Yi Tianyu sensed the power of Gu Donglu. The space around the Crown Prince raged as well. He had to admit that Gu Donglu was indeed a legendary genius like none other created by Gu Tianxing, seeing how his own attacks still remained incapable of defeating Gu Donglu. Heavenly Mandate, Godly Advent, Yi Tianyu said solemnly. That was the ultimate killing move of the art of Heavenly Mandate, Godly Advent. The hearts of countless raced. They were surprised at how Yi Tianyu had even finished training in a move of such a high level. It was no surprise when the Heavenly Mandate dynasty dared to come all the way there and why Yi Tianyu was so boastfully confident. Towering divine light burst from Yi Tianyu's body after the line was heard, which blinded all who saw it. The divine sound throughout the vast space was heard all over the place, resonating with the Great Path. Boundless will of the Great Path rained down on Yi Tianyu's body. The divine picture of the Heavenly Mandate absorbed the powers of his surroundings, which then surged into his body. Yi Tianyu seemed to have clad himself in a nigh indestructible body, which radiated extremely dazzling divine light. Every single beam seemed to be able to pierce through the space, destroying all who were of his plane. He no longer seemed to be himself at that moment. Countless saints below cast saintly light for defense, resisting the beams of divine light with their own might. The light from Yi Tianyu was enough to reach and injure them. Even those who were holiness of nirvanas felt the same way. At that moment, Yi Tianyu looked like a heavenly god. That is really something. Everyone below struggled to look up at Yi Tianyu while under the protection of divine light. At that moment, Yi Tianyu simply looked too dazzling. It was too much for the world to handle. He was so frightening that even the Renhuangs were shocked. They recalled the history of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. As a coalition of absolute imperials in the Heavenly Mandate realm of old, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was lauded as the divine dynasty, with the ruling class claiming to be gods of the realm, ruling over the dynastic forces. All cultivators of the vast realm needed to pay tribute and worship them. Their ancestors created arts so terrifying that they were known to be godly arts, the divine art of Heavenly Mandate, with the ultimate move being Heavenly Mandate Godly Advent. It was a move so formidable that all within the Heavenly Mandate realm needed to bow and worship before it as if it was an advent of a god. When such powers were unleashed, many were unable to help but recall the glory of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. It was difficult to imagine just how powerful Gu Tianxing had been all those years ago before he became capable of killing even the previous dynastic overlord and ended up being injured by the current one. At present, the legendary Crown Prince seemed to be about to inherit the will of his ancestors and bring about a renaissance to the dynasty. He was still a saint, and yet, he already completed learning the art of Heavenly Mandate. The world lauded Zhan Yuan from the Violet Heavenly Palace to be the one with the supreme body of the Great Path. However, from the looks of things, it seemed that the Crown Prince was the one who had an unmatched constitution instead. He seemed to be a godly manifestation of the Heavenly Mandate itself, which was probably why the dynastic overlord claimed the prince was one born to reign supreme. He was indeed one who was destined to be a cut above the rest. But then again, the Heavenly Mandate realm had another who claimed that he possessed the godly body of the Heavenly Path. The clan leader of the Jiang clan locked his eyes onto the Crown Prince as well. He came to understand somewhat why the dynastic overlord wanted to send the prince away to train elsewhere in secret. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty suffered a heavy blow all those years ago, and it was within reason that they worried that if there were to be yet another legendary figure emerging, causing yet another war between the top-notch forces, that the dynasty would end up in ruin. It was just like how Gu Tianxing's actions of fostering Gu Donglu brought about the current state of affairs seen now. The clan leader had to admit that Yi Tianyu was indeed a legendary figure. The crown prince came on that day just for Gu Donglu. He wondered if Gu Donglu would have been able to stop the crown prince on his own. The ones in the crowd began to have doubts and began to be concerned on behalf of Gu Donglu. He was, after all, a member of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and it was Haotian City that the battle was taking place in. There were naturally more people hoping that Gu Donglu would win. Gu Tianxing brought a great many glories to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. After all. However, Yi Tianyu was simply too dazzling of a figure at the moment, causing many to have doubts if Gu Donglu would have been able to stop him. Gu Donglu was actually just as brilliant. The mystical and demonic beings of the diagram of Great Path circled about him. The 9 symbols resonated, and his mystical soul became a true mystical being, which was extremely shocking to those who witnessed it. It seemed as if the battle was no longer a battle fought between mortals, but one fought between gods. Many in the world learned of the Juetian diagram in that war all those years ago, thinking that Gu Tianxing was unmatched. Today, I shall rectify that with the art of heavenly mandate, the crown prince said. He was out to prove the superiority of the dynasty with a rich history behind it, as well as that of the art of the heavenly mandate and the divine picture of the heavenly mandate. Gu Donglu looked up at him. The light emanating from both beings continued to clash between them. Devastating aura of the Great Path raged all over the place. Boom! Yi Tianyu was seen descending like a god at a speed faster than lightning. The Great Path around him collapsed, and everything was shattered. The killing rays rained down as he charged at Gu Donglu like a god. The Kuanping spread its wings, and he brought down the Xianxia brush straight onto Gu Donglu. Boundless aura of the Great Path in the sky coursed below as he moved. His divine light destroyed everything in his path. Nothing was deemed capable of stopping the brush. Gu Donglu performed seals, and the Juetian diagram spun in a frenzy. The mystical shadow was fused with the power of mystical and demonic beings, which then blitzed in the sky. The light of the 9 symbols transformed into celestial light of the Great Path, circling about in the air and clashing with the figure coming down. Boom! The devastating storm swept through the place, destroying everything in its path. If there were to be anyone below Renhuang caught in its wake, there was no way they could have survived. The Xianxia brush and the ancient symbols clashed and blasted on that one figure. The symbols circling around the shadow seemed to have cracked, and the shadow trembled, causing Gu Donglu to tremble as well. His handsome face looked rather twisted at that moment. Both of them were shrouded in blinding light, and they looked extremely divine. Yi Tianyu's long hair wore a golden sheen. It was as if every single strand was transformed into golden swords dancing in the air in divine light. His eyes were incredibly pointed as he stared at Gu Donglu. The Xianxia brush in the crown prince's hand was thrust forward bit by bit. It was as if Gu Donglu would crumble altogether if he were to even flinch. Many truly felt stifled at the moment. They locked their eyes on that scene in the midair, finding that Gu Donglio's expression was turning increasingly strained. Yet his eyes remained filled with resolve. At that moment, Gu Donglu recalled the voice of his grandfather. The true meaning of a mystical being was to have their soul and spirit meld with the world, to meld with the Great Path, and to meld with everything. He looked at Yi Tianyu with eyes that remained crystal clear. A shadow seemed to have left his body, merging with the Juetian diagram and the ancient symbols, and within that towering, imposing shadow. His body seemed to have completely overlapped with that shadow. It had entered a surreal state of being as if he was a mystical being himself. Yi Tianyu seemed to have sensed that aura. His blade-like eyebrows frowned, and a beam of very high-intensity light blasted, blinding the eyes of all who saw it. The devastating storm raged about in their surroundings. When everyone came to see everything clearly, Both Gu Donglu and Yi Tianyu were separated. The auras of both men were faltering. They were both soaked in blood. The mystical shadow crumbled while the godly form shattered. In the silent space, warriors were watching those two figures, who were shaken back in the void sky at the same time. The violent airflow over the sky dome gradually dissipated, and it soon completely vanished. There was no sound in the void air at all. The silence was somehow a little terrifying. Both seemed to be injured, but how were their injuries? And even at this moment, they were still staring at each other. The strongest inheritors in the heavenly mandate realm seemed to have both been severely injured in this battle. Was the heavenly mandate divine advent skill still unable to suppress Gu Donglu? Warriors thought to themselves. This was the inheritance that Gu Tianxing gave to Gu Donglu. Within just a few months, he had skipped many levels and entered the Nirvana plane. After entering the Nirvana plane, he did not lose in the battle against the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Yi Tianyu. People of Haoyan City were exhilarated, and they looked quite agitated. They were not sure about this battle, especially when the Heavenly Mandate Divine skill was released. When the Heavenly Mandate Divine Advent skill befell, they all thought that Gu Donglu would be defeated. Even though Gu Donglu had the super inheritance, he owned it for a very short time. Yi Tianyu had cultivated in seclusion for many years until now he returned as a Nirvana saint with a very stable condition. And his cultivation method also once was the strongest inheritance in the heavenly mandate realm, so no one would think that Gu Donglu had any real advantage in this battle. Gu Donglu did not lose in this battle, which was enough. He still had time. After Gu Donglu stabilized his status and fully digested the power of Gu Tianxing's inheritance, he would keep transforming and become more powerful. At that time, he would be more confident and more likely to defeat Yi Tianyu. Between these two destined opponents, Gu Donglu seemed no longer to be the only one with a disadvantage. Many people looked toward the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. In this battle, Yi Tianji, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, came to fight in person, using the strongest Heavenly Mandate Divine skill, but he still failed to beat Gu Donglu. Nobody knew how the Violet Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would solve what had happened today. At least, they had failed to lower the morale of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Even though Wang Yambing was defeated, Yi Futian had a triumphant victory and solely vanquished 9 opponents. And Gu Donglu was not defeated, either. As for the Violet Heavenly Palace, their strongest figure, the supreme form of Great Path Zhan Yuan, had been lost to Yi Futian once, so perhaps the next battle would also be in vain. You are brave to let your soul enter the path. At this moment, Yi Tianyu finally said after the two of them were separated from each other. He looked at Gu Donglu and said, "It seems that what Gu Tianxing has done is meaningful." After these words, he turned and walked away. He did not continue the fight with Gu Donglu. When he turned around, his face looked slightly pale, but his gaze remained firm, and his long hair was blowing in the wind. In this battle, he was wounded. Gu Donglio's last blow collided with him head-on. Both were badly injured. Gu Donglu saw him turn around, so he turned and left, too, with no words. Any words would be meaningless. Although during this battle he didn't defeat him, he believed that the next time when they met again, he would become stronger. However, he also acknowledged Yi Tianyu's strength. He was the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. He was born to be the Supreme. If he had been easy to defeat, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would not have been which it was. At this time, the blood in his body was boiling, and his life force was fluctuating. Gu Donglio's injury was not slight, either. If he continued to fight, he was not sure if he would win, and Yi Tianyu had no absolute confidence, either. This battle had to stop here. After all, the collision of the last strike, even for themselves, was not controllable. If they fought again, no one knew what the end would be. After they returned, the space became quiet again. Warriors of Haoyan City looked toward those powerful figures. They were the ones who would decide how everything would turn out. The Lord of the Heavenly Penalty Palace and the Divine General of the Heavenly Mandates Dynasty did not speak. They stood there quietly, but an extremely depressing atmosphere formed between the sky and the earth, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Heaven and earth once again fell into a dead silence, but it was even weirder this time. The previous silence was due to the end of the battle between the two peak figures. Then what was it this time? No one said anything. Those big figures didn't speak, so everyone else also had to shut up. At this moment, Gu Donglu passed by the two lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The Lord of Jiang clan nodded at him, and then he looked up at the void sky in the distance and said, "Since you two have arrived, why do you hide?" Many warriors trembled when they heard what the Lord of Jiang said. Arrived? And they were two people. Just for a moment, a thought came to people's minds and made their hearts tremble. Who else besides those two giants could attract the attention of the two lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and watch the fight in the dark? At this moment, the oppressive atmosphere became stronger. It was as if the source was here. Many people's hearts thumped fast. They looked up at the sky, which seemed to have turned into a world of thunder. In the endless thunder, there seemed to be a thunder shrine, inside of which a figure was standing with his hands behind his back. He had a distinguished bearing. He was the Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Countless people looked up at the sky. Did he turn the vast and endless world into a world of thunder? With a single thought, the world was turned into that of doomsday. The other person was standing in another location. He was like a deity, with his whole body fully bright, and his majesty incomparable. He was like the king of all beings. He was hailed as the most powerful person in the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. These two supreme powers came at the same time. They had been quelled by Gu Tianxing in the Origin Mountains and got some injuries. Now it seemed that they had recovered very well and could directly come to Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Forceful life forces rushed into the clouds from the Celestial Gate, and countless beams of immortal light were released, shrouding the void sky. The Lord of the Jiang clan looked up at the two in the sky and said, "What is your matter?" "We are here to ask for a person," the Violet Heavenly Palace Lord said. "I am afraid that Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven does not have the person you want," the Lord of Jiang responded. In the past, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had betrayed Gu clan. So why should you let the descendant of Gu clan return now? Since we have even come here in person, please hand him over to us. We don't want to fight against the Celestial Gate again, the Violet Heavenly Palace Lord said. There was a sense of threat in his calm voice. Moreover, he also said that the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had betrayed the Gu clan in the past, which was devious. He was trying to alienate the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven from Gu Donglu. Even though Gu Donglu did not believe their statement, if they repeated it many times, it would still leave a crack in his heart. "You seem unwilling to come. Why are you still here? Please go back," said the Lord of the Jiang clan. Boom! Over the sky, the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate dynasty took a step forward and pressed downward with infinite and supreme majesty. Behind him, many Renhuang-level warriors also stepped out. With just one step, they made the sky tremble, and countless people in the lower sky felt a real sense of death. Many people trembled slightly. Was the Heavenly Mandate dynasty ready to start a war? "What if I will take him away anyway?" the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate dynasty said arrogantly, his voice shrouding the endless void sky. Many people stared at him, and the sense of killing emitting from his body made the world feel that he might really start a war here. Not only that, but after Yi Tianyu retreated, he actually left from behind the crowd under several Renhuang figures' escort. Did everyone guess it wrong? People's hearts beat faster. Did they send Yi Tianyu away in advance in order to prepare for the war? Boom! The light of thunder engulfed the void sky and kept radiating out, covering the whole Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven under the glare of thunder. "The Violet Heavenly Palace will not see a second Gu Tianxing emerge," said the Heavenly Palace Lord. These two supreme-level figures both launched an attack in person. The destructive laws of thunder continued falling down. The Renhuang figures behind him followed, and at the same time stomped down, crushing the sky dome. "Let's go," someone said. Warriors below felt something unusual. Were they going to start a war? Once the war began, not to mention themselves, the entire city would be affected, and even disasters would befall all cities around. People started to panic, and many were preparing to evacuate. Everyone had emitted a sense of war. The Lord of Jiang clan looked up above the void sky, then fell his gaze on the Lord of Hua clan and the warriors behind him. He said, "In the war of that time we chose our own interest, so we compromised on some things. Today, after almost 100 years, it's time we take these things back." In that battle, the Gu clan was exterminated. They betrayed Gu clan, which led to the Gu clan's destruction. What about today? Would they repeat history, hand over Gu Donglu, and sacrifice this last descendant of Gu clan, who was also the most promising and talented figure of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? "Disciples of the Celestial Gate, who wants to fight?" The Lord of the Jiang clan shouted, his voice spreading across the Celestial Gate. In the Immortal Gate, celestial light was blooming. Dazzling Runhuang celestial matrices were launched, and countless warriors stepped into the void sky. "I want to fight! I want to fight!" Voices came from everywhere in the space. A horrifying aura was formed in the entire Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. "Disciples of the Celestial Gate will never stop fighting until the last one of us dies," the Lord of the Jiang clan continued. At that time, only Gu Donglu survived. Now, they would not stop fighting until there was only one last person left. "We want to fight." At this moment, below Celestial Gate, a group of warriors rose up. They were the Wang clan who had just wanted to set foot in the Celestial Gate. "I want to fight." In the distance, gradually more figures rose up and shouted. Gradually, countless warriors of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven surrounded warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. The power of the whole city shared the same belief. An invisible force was formed. The faith of the whole city overwhelmed the world. Even the two giants, the Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, felt the pressure. Power of the whole city. Yifutian stood among the crowd, and he was slightly touched by this scene. This battle had historical roots for the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, but it was also a battle for the third brother. A weak faith was the reason for every defeat. Today, although Gu Donglu was not the ruler of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, he could be called the hope of Haotian City. The forces of Haotian City, large or small, had all stepped out one after another. At that moment, people began to understand why the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was said to be the Celestial Gate of Haotian City. Perhaps it was because the words of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven Gate Lord triggered people. At that time, the Gu clan died for the Celestial Gate and fought until only Gu Donglu was left. Now, they were in the same situation. Only when there was one man could they cease the war. This reminded people of Haotian City how glorious the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was in the era of Gu Tianxing, and how prosperous the Haotian City was at that time. No matter where they went, they all were proud to be a member of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. If the Celestial Gate collapsed, then there would be no Haotian City in the world. Haotian City would be ruled by the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. From then on, they would become vassals, and the forces would not have the status as they had today, nor would they have the opportunity to enter the core of the Celestial Gate. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was an imperial alliance where they would not be allowed to be in charge. Of course, it might also be because of Gu Donglio's fight, from which they saw his determination and hope for the future. Perhaps he was really a character who could change the times, reviving the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and letting Haotian City return to the top of Heavenly Mandate Realm. Moreover, this time, it seemed that not only Gu Donglu but Gu Donglio's younger brother Yifutian was also extraordinary. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace Lord frowned slightly. The faith of all beings could be very powerful. When all people had one faith, they could produce a superpower which resonated with the Great Law. There will shrouded the boundless void sky and could even see the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Crown Prince Yi Tianyu, who was preparing to leave. Seeing many warriors around Yi Tianyu, forces of Haotian City deployed troops occupying their nearby locations and didn't show obvious intention to target them. However, as long as the war started, they would definitely do something to Yi Tianyu. Since the two major forces of the Heavenly Mandate Realm were coming to attack the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, this storm would be a real war. Silence permeated the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and the repressive atmosphere shrouded everyone's heart. Those external top forces stood in different places and watched everything happening. If the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace wanted to forcibly attack the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, they would suffer heavy losses, too. Even if the two forces were really able to exterminate the Celestial Gate, they would also have to lose a lot of vitality. What's more, there was a celestial matrix inside the Celestial Gate, which was the main battlefield of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. This war probably would not happen. Do you really want to protect him, even at the expense of the Celestial Gate's destruction? The Heavenly Mandate Dynastic Overlord asked. His voice was cold, and he stood in the upper sky like a god, as if he might hit the Celestial Gate at any time. Do you need me to repeat it again? The Celestial Gate will stop fighting only after there is only one person left. The Lord of the Jiang clan responded. What's more, are you sure you can destroy the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? Even if the Celestial Gate collapses, perhaps then it will be your turn to decline. I only need Gu Donglu. The voice of the Violet Heavenly Palace Lord contained thunder, trembling in the eardrums of every warrior. How about I give Gu Donglu to you, and you leave the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the supreme form of the Great Path of Violet Heavenly Palace here? The Lord of Hua Clan also said, just one person. How could they hand over this person? Could the dynastic overlord hand over the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty? Could the Violet Heavenly Palace hand over Zhan Yuan, their supreme form of Great Path? Do you want to fight or not? Asked the head of the Wang clan, seeing that they were silent. The dynastic overlord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty glanced at him, and then said coldly, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven did not keep their promise in the past, and took the descendant of the Gu clan back to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. You should always remember what you have done. Immediately after these words, the overwhelming life force of sky and earth quickly dissipated, and when the divine light dispersed, the figure in the void sky stepped away. At the same time, the light of thunder also dispersed, and the Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace also left. The two giants disappeared directly. At this moment, the entire city of Haoyan seemed to relax, and everyone's heart settled down. Finally, they were not ready to go to war. They were also afraid, fearing they would repeat everything of that year and weaken the strength of the Heavenly Dynasty. Their vitality would be greatly hurt, and at that time and other forces would benefit from it. At that time, the battle made the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty fall from its peak, but it was still slightly stronger than other forces over the years. However, if it experienced such a war again, the Heavenly Mandates could not afford it. In fact, today, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace came to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven for a gamble. The previous battle and the appearance of the dynastic overlord and the palace lord, in the end, were all parts of the game. Once the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven lost, the consequence would be disastrous. However, it was clear that during this game, Gu Donglu and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven both showed strong determination, which led to the withdrawal of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Heavenly Palace from Haoyan City. Their bodies flickered in the air, and the warriors of both sides retreated like tides and soon disappeared into the void sky. This grand storm also came to an end. However, perhaps today was just the beginning. Later, the undercurrent of conflict would surge in the Heavenly Mandate realm. At least the clash between the two sides had intensified, and the battle between Gu Donglu and Yi Tianyu officially announced the direct confrontation of the two peak forces. No one knew exactly when this storm would completely break out, but everyone knew its final result would directly affect the political geography of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Was this the change of Heavenly Mandate predicted by that demon prophet? But the people of the Celestial Gate were still there. Warriors in Haoyan City looked up toward the ladder. The Lord of Jiang Clan stepped forward, saluting the world as he said, there was an agreement between Jiang Clan, Hua Clan, and Gu Clan during the battle at that time. The Gu Clan was facing extermination, and I promised Gu Tianqing that if there was a chance in the future, I would make the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven prosper again at all costs. Gu Tianqing was able to leave alone at that time, but for the safety of the Celestial Gate, he made his own choice. Now, I have also made my choice and I will never regret it. People of the Celestial City who are unwilling to intervene, I respect your decision. For those of you who are willing to fight with the Celestial Gate, when the Celestial Gate returns to its peak, we will alter the order and determine how to inherit the Celestial Gate's mystical ways. The Lord of Jiang Clan said loudly. All the people of Haoyan City were able to hear his voice. Many people were deeply touched. Today would be a turning point for the Celestial Gate. Whether it would be destruction or rebirth was unknown. I see many people from forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm are still here. If you are willing to come to visit the Celestial Gate as friends, welcome. The Lord of Jiang Clan continued. These warriors just cupped hands and bid farewell. Nobody went to the Celestial Gate. The situation of opposition had been formed, and some of their behavior could easily cause misunderstandings, not to mention entering the Celestial Gate. They didn't want to be involved. Only Yi Futian and his party walked towards the Celestial Gate with no fear. The Divine Elephant Clan was his background, but he was not a warrior from the Divine Elephant Clan. Therefore, he did not represent the stand of the Divine Elephant Clan. However, if the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heaven Palace wanted to lay a hand on him, they had to consider the Divine Elephant Clan's position. Thank you, sir. Yi Futian walked to the Lord of the Jiang Clan and saluted. His thank you was on behalf of his third brother. If the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had not been determined, they would never let go of the third brother. The top giants showed up on the scene just to persuade the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven to hand him over. If the Celestial Gate had quivered, third brother would not have been safe. My young friend Yi defeated the 9 strongest warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. I should be the one to thank you first, the Lord of Jiang Clan said with a smile. He was also happy that Gu Donglu could have such a brother. This young man had extraordinary talents and could, one day, definitely stand at the top. Let's go to the Celestial Gate, the Lord of Jiang Clan said, and the whole group started heading toward the Celestial Gate. Yi Futian and Gu Donglu walked together. After today, you will still have to be careful, the Lord of the Jiang Clan reminded him. Although the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty did not dare to do anything to Yi Futian openly, the Heavenly Mandate realm was too big. It had too many powerful people, and they might use some special approaches. I understand, Yi Futian said and nodded. During this time, Yi, you can cultivate in the Celestial Gate, the Lord of Jiang Clan said. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and did not refuse. His cultivation of the mystical way also needed to stabilize for a while. I see that your relationship with Qin He of Brahma's Pure Sky seems unusual. If you can get shelter from the Brahma's Pure Sky Lord, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace will probably not dare touch you. The Lord of Hua Clan beside them said. The Lord of the Jiang Clan had told him that Gu Donglu didn't want to marry, so he wouldn't force him, but now many people were spreading rumors about Yi Futian and Qin He. If they had feelings for each other and got together, it would be helpful for Yi Futian and Gu Donglu. Previously, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty also had this idea and wanted to seek marriage with the Brahma's Pure Sky. It was not an unspeakable thing, just icing on the cake. Xia Qingyuan beside them heard those words and was stunned. The sparkle in her eyes changed. She sighed secretly to herself. He was a person born to be extraordinary, destined to leave other people behind. When they were in Emperor Xia's realm, she was able to help him. But now, she could only act as a sidekick. There would always be better people around him, either herself or Qin He. In the future, there might be even better women around him. Maybe she shouldn't have had any thoughts in the first place. Some people were destined to be missed. Qin He and I are just friends. We are not like the rumors say. Yi Futian smiled and said, if so, just let it be. But Qin He, as the first maiden of Brahma's Pure Sky, must be very outstanding in all aspects. The Lord of Hua Clan whispered. Yi Futian said nothing. His relationship with Qin He was too distant, and he had no such thoughts. The crowd gradually dispersed and soon people all left. Xia Qingyuan walked alone toward the direction of the Cloud Sea. Yi Futian was talking with Gu Donglu. He noticed Xia Qingyuan walk towards that side, stop on the edge of a mountain peak above the Celestial Gate, and stand there quietly, watching the sea of clouds. What happened? Yifutian asked. I want to go back to the Emperor Xia's realm, Xiaxing said softly. Okay, Yifutian said with a smile, nodding. Xiaxing looked up at Yifutian. This bastard. Are you planning to leave now? How do you plan to go back? Yifutian said with a smile while Xiaxing stared at him coldly. Xiaxing froze. Suddenly, she realized her problem. How could she go back? Could she go back with her plane as it was? Here was the Heaven Mandate Realm, one of the 9 supreme Renhuang realms, and it was even difficult to return to the Crimson Dragon Realm by herself. Seeing the smile on Yifutian's face, Xiaxing stared at him fiercely. Yifutian smiled and shrugged, saying, I don't know how far away it is from Emperor Xia's realm, but I suggest your highness should stay here. Yifutian patted Xiaxing shoulder, then walked away. Seeing him leave, Xiaxing said coldly, Yifutian, you bastard. Is this the first time your highness has realized it? Yifutian said carelessly and left. Seeing the receding figure, Xiaxing didn't know if she should laugh or cry. Xiaxing cursed Yifutian quietly in her heart, but Yifutian, who turned around and left, also had a bitter smile on his face. Over these years, Xiaxing had been accompanying him since they were Emperor Xia's realm, and she had helped him a lot. She had gradually changed from the quarrelsome princess to what she was now. Recently, Xiaxing no longer quarreled with him and just stayed quietly beside him. How could he not understand her feelings? But in most situations, he could just act silly. He seemed careless, which gave Xiaxing some hope, but in fact, he just had no idea what to do. He didn't know what to deal with the relationship between him and Xiaxing. It was impossible that he didn't have feelings for her at all. The cold and proud princess had sacrificed a lot for him, and he knew it. But before all, he came to the Supreme Path Realm to find Jeyu. He was very clear, and Xiaxing knew it too. So, in fact, both of them had never thought about other things before. Even though Xiaxing had feelings for him, she would just bury it in her heart. But recently, he asked people of Brahma's pure sky about Jeyu twice, and the answers he got made him a little bit unwilling to face reality, and even want to escape from it. He and Xiaxing both knew that all they were doing might be nothing but his illusion. Jeyu was no longer alive. Until then, something had changed in Xiaxing heart. However, it was a bit difficult for him to completely forget Jeyu and stay with Xiaxing. Perhaps the relationship between them was still a bit distant. Unlike her, Jeyu had been with Yifutian since they were both young. They had spent the most beautiful years of their lifetime together, and everything between them was natural but also unforgettable. However, if he just told Xiaxing to leave, it would be a bit too cruel, so he could only act silly, perhaps, to give both sides more time. Above the celestial gate of vast heaven, the celestial mist was everywhere. This was the real celestial land, and the whole celestial gate was shrouded in the immortal air. Yifutian would temporarily stay in the celestial gate for cultivation. Yushang went to the Dragon God clan. Yiwuchen went to the Wang clan to cultivate in mystical ways. The Sword Saint also cultivated the demonic sword over the celestial gate. Xiaxing chose to cultivate alone in the Sea of Clouds. Now, for Xiaxing, she had no option but to make herself stronger. The hazy Sea of Clouds was like a paradise on earth. A black and white lotus appeared over Xiaxing body, being refined, blooming and fading, as if it was undergoing reincarnation again and again. There were 2 distinct life forces flowing around her body, which were 2 kinds of wills that were even totally incompatible. One was the wills of life, for living forever. One was the wills of death, for terminating life. But now, life and death, these 2 opposite forces, appeared in her body at the same time, permeating the space. During the storm in the Origin Mountains at that time, she experienced a catastrophic disaster and almost lost her life. Yifutian took her into the abyss and guarded her so she could survive in that horrible situation. But then she was blessed by the misfortune. From the dangerous situation, she understood the will of death, which was the opposite of the will of life. There was great horror between life and death. Now she understood the wills of life and the will of death, these 2 paths, which she thought might refine her cultivation. In front of another cliff in the celestial gate of vast heaven, There was also a place full of clouds and mists. Yifutian was sitting there quietly and seemed to have entered a state of self-oblivion. There seemed to be a faint sparkle blooming from his body, making his perception extremely powerful. It made his thoughts blend into the world. His soul was roaring, into the sea of clouds that suspended in the air, into the white clouds that flew above the sky, into the omnipresent wind between the sky and the earth. Everything was so clear. It was as if he didn't need to use his eyes but was able to see this world more clearly and more real. He had a faint feeling of detachment, as if he had detached from all forms of existence, detached from everything. It was as if his life would be sublimated. The so-called mystical way was used when the cultivator's thought merged into the sky and the earth and resonated with them, thus emanating the celestial power. Behind Yifutian, a figure of spiritual soul showed up. It perceived the great path wills of the sky and earth. His perception spread toward the distance, and his celestial spirit seemed to be able to see extremely distant places and continuously extended outward. Yifutian felt like his soul had left his body, and his whole person was in nothingness, but now he seemed to be able to see more clearly about all the laws in the world. He could resonate with the world with the change of just one thought. His figure of nothingness lingered between the sky and the earth, continually drifting away, and even came out of the celestial gate. At this moment, Yifutian seemed to perceive something. In the nothingness, the soul shadow looked up at the sky, where there seemed to be a similar life force. He looked curiously over there, but the next moment, his body of nothingness trembled violently, and Yifutian's heart also thumped hard with it. He could actually perceive the existence of another figure of nothingness as if it was right in front of him. If that had been all, he would not have been surprised, but he couldn't be more familiar with that face of the figure. His heart shook violently. It was as if he had been hit by something. He released his thoughts madly, and in the nothingness, he looked at that gorgeous figure, his eyes moist. Jeyu, Yifutian murmured. Jeyu. She was still alive. Birum. In the nothingness, the illusory soul disappeared instantly as if it had never shown up. Jeyu, Yifutian shouted, his eyes suddenly wide open. He stood up and ran to the place where she had stood. However, there was only endless nothingness. Nothing was there, not to mention a figure like Jeyu. It is impossible, Yifutian yelled in his heart. He could not have been wrong. It was absolutely impossible. Jeyu left in the form of a spiritual soul, so was she still alive in the form of soul today? However, since she was alive and had already come, why should she leave again? Jeyu, he called. Yifutian's eyes became extremely sharp. It was as if he could see through the nothingness. He started to run and chased in one direction. Was it a dream or his fantasy? He didn't believe that he would not be able to distinguish between reality and illusion when he had reached such a high cultivation level. Unless it was a very powerful illusion attack, he could not have hallucinations. So, it was most likely that it was really Jeyu. Jeyu. She was still alive. Must be alive. Friend Yi. At this time, someone in the celestial gate saw Yifutian and called him. However, Yifutian went straight into the distance as if he hadn't seen him. What's going on? The people of the celestial gate asked each other, looking at Yifutian in confusion. He seems to be chasing after something. Did anything happen? They wondered. Yifutian ran forward aimlessly. There had been no trace of Jeyu at all, but he just went ahead according to his feelings. In the state of the celestial soul, his perception was unprecedentedly powerful, and that feeling was also so terrifyingly keen that his eyes could even capture bodiless beings. Soon, Yifutian stepped out of the celestial gate of vast heaven and continued moving in one direction. His speed was very fast and he didn't stop at all. After a while, Yifutian looked ahead, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Had he been wrong this time? He was too confident, but even in the Saint Plane, could he suffer from illusions? Maybe his perception was no longer as keen as before? Or was it because he missed her too much? Yifutian took a few steps forward and drifted down slowly without continuing chasing. After he arrived here, that kind of feeling seemed to have disappeared. He looked toward the palace in front of him. There were still people outside at this moment. They saw Yifutian and saluted. We are glad to meet Mr. Yi. Glad to meet you too, goddesses, Yifutian said and nodded slightly. Have the goddesses of the Brahma's pure sky not returned yet? It had been a while since the battle, but Brahma's pure sky's people were still here. So he had run to where Brahma's pure sky was stationed. Before, he had also lived here, so he guessed that he might have had a hallucination, and perhaps that kind of familiar feeling was because of this palace. He had lived here for a long time. Not yet. Sister Qin has been waiting for Mr. Yi, a lady said. Yifutian pointed at himself and said, Is Miss Qin still here? I haven't bid farewell to Mr. Yi yet, so of course I am still waiting. A gentle voice came. A stunning lady came near with a smile. It was Qin He. That day, Mr. Yi directly entered the celestial gate of vast heaven and didn't say goodbye, so I had to wait here for you. Now, finally, Mr. Yi comes out of the celestial gate, so I should bid farewell to you now, Qin He said. Her voice was extremely gentle, just like a spring breeze. Besides, her words did not go beyond courtesy. But she also showed her concern for Yifutian at the same time. Even Yifutian had to say that she was a bit dangerous. Enough to enrapture every top figure. I didn't say goodbye that day. It's my fault, Yifutian said. I should apologize to Goddess. Never mind. If you are interested, please come to Brahma's pure sky one day and have a cup of tea with me, Qin He said, smiling. Yifutian nodded slightly and said, Absolutely. Okay then, I should leave now. I will see you out, Yifutian said. Thanks for your kindness, but I am afraid Mr. Yi must have a lot of things to do. I can leave with the people of my sect, Qin He said. Her voice was still gentle. Goddess Qin, take care of yourself. Yifutian didn't say much, but just cupped his hand and said, Please. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You take care too, Qin He said. Yifutian nodded, turned around, and left. After he left, Qin He returned to the palace and came in front of someone. The person in front of her was also an unusual lady. As Qin He, the first maiden of Brahma's pure sky, appeared in front of her, Qin He looked quite timid and just stood there without speaking. Let's return to Brahma's pure sky, the woman said. Everyone nodded and answered. Soon this large group of people left by air. The land of the demon realm was vast and boundless. In the vast demon realm, the Origin Mountains was the birthplace of the demon realm. In addition to the demon metropolis, there were several other bustling areas in the demon realm. For example, the Celestial Dragon 8 Demon City, including Purple Gold Dragon City, Azure Dragon City, Black Dragon City, Fire Dragon City, and Frost Dragon City, and other three form an extremely prosperous district in the demon realm. 8 dragon kings ruled the 8 dragon cities. However, all the warriors in the demon realm knew that the ancestral land of the Dragon God clan was not the Celestial Dragon 8 Demon City, but the Dragon Abyss in their center. The Dragon Abyss was an incredibly vast area where many islands were floating in the air. Amid the floating islands, there was an endless abyss. Here you could often see real dragons looming. The endless mountains and islands of Dragon Abyss were also called the Dragon God Mountain. Here was the true holy land of the dragon race, and those mountains were shaped like dragons. In this vast area of the Dragon Abyss, one could also see real adult dragons teaching young dragons to cultivate and travel through the mountains and abyss. At this time, in this area, 2 figures were walking in the air. One of them had horns on his head, wore a dragon robe over his body, and had a very strong demonic aura. Apparently, he transformed from a true dragon. The man next to him was burly and dressed in a black robe, with a majestic and cold temperament all over him. Dragon Emperor Grandpa, who is this human? At this time, 100-meter-long dragon circled up in the void sky and came in front of 2 of them. The dragon's beard was long, but the dragon's face looked quite immature. Obviously, this dragon was young in the dragon family. He was looking at Yushang, wondering who this man was. He is called Yushang. He is here for cultivation, the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan said with a smile. Yifutian said that he would send Yushang to the Dragon God clan for cultivation, and he agreed. If that guy was not willing to teach, he would teach Yushang the power of dragon deity by himself. Since the prophet predicted that the heavenly mandate realm would change, he had to make some preparations in advance. "Where is Dragon Emperor Grandpa taking him for cultivation?" the young dragon asked curiously. "Kids don't need to care about such things. Go cultivate," the old dragon said with a smile. He kept heading forward with Yushang. The young dragon wobbled and circled down, somewhat depressed. There were very few humans here. These two figures kept moving forward, and after they came to a place, they even went all the way down to the bottom of the Dragon God Mountain area. Yushang was a little confused, and when he looked down, he seemed to perceive a terrifying life force from it. "Here, this area is the forbidden place of our dragon clan," the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan said to Yushang. Yushang was even more puzzled. Since it was a forbidden area, why did he bring him here? Could it be that the person who the Dragon God clan wanted to teach him stayed here in the forbidden area? With confusion, Yushang went deep into the abyss with him. Yushang's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared down. In the abyss, he felt an extremely intimidating demonic will. It was as if it was everywhere in this land of the abyss. They went down deep into a place that looked like hellish space of the demonic law. It was like the underground of the dragon abyss, with many mountains inserted into this district upside down, which seemed to be the extension of the mountains above. Over these countless mountains there were infinite chains. Each chain was made by divine weapons, reflecting extremely bright light. The infinite chains seemed all leading to one place. They stopped, and the big figure of the Dragon God clan raised his head and looked in one direction. Yushang also looked toward that side and saw a huge body curling behind the upside-down peaks. The twisted body was so huge that it wrapped more than 10 peaks. The scene was very shocking. Its skull was immensely large, and even its eyes were larger than human bodies. The dragon's scales on it were black, with a terrifying dark sheen. "A demon dragon," Yushang murmured, staring at the front. It was definitely a giant-level demon dragon. What was even more shocking was that its huge body seemed to be wrapped with infinite chains. It was as if the endless chains on the peaks were all just used to lock its body. "I haven't come to see you for a long time," the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan, who came with Yushang, spoke to the locked demon dragon. The demon dragon's huge eyes stared at him. His body circled upward, and he didn't say anything. He had been here for over 300 years. It didn't matter whether or not anyone came to visit him. Of course, 300 years was not too far away for him. "You must be bored of cultivating here for hundreds of years. I met a human cultivator outside who cultivated in the demonic path, so I brought him here and asked if you would accept him as a disciple and teach him." The powerful figure of the Dragon God clan continued to speak, but the demon dragon seemed to have no interest. He took a glance at Yushang, and then looked at the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan and said, "I have no interest in teaching disciples." His voice was extremely deep. It had a slight sense of depression, which was quite horrifying. Yushang stood there and could clearly feel a suffocating oppression. He didn't know what crime the demon dragon had committed to keeping him locked here. "I know," the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan continued, "but he is a little different. It seems he was maybe destined to meet you. You can take a look at him first." "Why is he different?" the demon dragon said coldly, and his voice still had no fluctuation. "It's hard to tell, but maybe you would be interested. Just take a look, and if you don't have any interest, I will take him away," said the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan again. The demon dragon ignored him and just looked at him quietly. "I will get out first, and if you are not interested, you just let Yushang go out by himself, and I will take him away," the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan continued. After these words, he rose into the air and left. Yushang showed a strange look. Didn't he worry if the demon dragon would hurt him? What exactly happened between the demon dragon and the Dragon God clan? In their dialogue, there seemed to be no anger at all, and they both looked very calm. When the dragon saw him leaving, his huge eyes glanced over Yushang. Was it because his previous master was a human cultivator that he sent a human to follow him for cultivation? However, he was never interested in teaching anyone to cultivate. He only admired stronger power. "Go away," the demon dragon said to Yushang. No matter how talented this human was, he would not be interested. Yusheng frowned when he heard what he said, a bit unhappy. The character of this demon dragon was a bit weird. I should leave then. He didn't say much and just rose straight up, about to leave. Since he didn't show any interest, Yusheng was not interested in him either. He didn't need others to teach him to cultivate. He could do it alone. The demon dragon also noticed Yusheng's dissatisfaction, and a look of contempt flashed across his huge eyes. He was just of the Saint plane. How dare he show discontent? His sharp claw swept through the air, and suddenly, a rumbling sound came out. Yusheng immediately felt extremely strong pressure. He saw a huge demonic claw smashing down at him, crushing the void sky. The dark claw seemed to be transformed from a giant dragon claw, and the power was terrifying. Not everyone is qualified to cultivate in demonic power. An indifferent and domineering voice spat out from the mouth of the demon dragon. Over Yusheng's body, the demonic power roared and rumbled, and a gust of mighty demonic life force swept out. He stepped in the void sky, and the dark golden light circled around his body. Demon statues appeared behind him, and all the demons rushed out. A huge demon palm print blasted out and went straight toward that huge demonic claw. With a loud noise, the claw and the palm print collapsed at the same time. The scene made the dragon show a different color in his eyes. Although he deliberately controlled his power and wanted to give Yusheng a lesson, warning Yusheng that no one was qualified to cultivate in the demonic law, he thought it was still enough to crush Yusheng based on his plane. However, Yusheng blocked it. The dragon's huge eyes stared at Yusheng, and he felt somewhat familiar with the demonic airflow around Yusheng. Boom! The huge body moved forward, and the chains made clanging sounds. His huge claw smashed down toward Yusheng as if the might of heavenly law befell. Yusheng just felt suffocated and fixed his eyes on the claw approaching from the sky. This time, the demon dragon did not control his power. One could imagine how terrifying it was. The demonic might over Yusheng's body snarled and roared, and many demon shadows appeared. But the smashing claw was like a devil's claw, and the gap of their planes was too large to overcome. Yusheng could not even escape and was directly smashed down. He growled wildly, and his big eyes just stared at the other side. How dare you resist, kid? The demon dragon spoke coldly. His huge body approached, his eyes fixed on Yusheng. His claws exerted strength slightly. Yusheng was frantically struggling, but it was of no use. The claws were still exerting pressure. It was as if he wanted to crush Yusheng's body. Yusheng stared at him coldly, the demonic might in his body reaching its max. He was on the brink of dying, so he had to use up every ounce of his strength. But even so, it was still useless. Boom! A peerless demonic shadow appeared and used a pair of cold eyes, sweeping toward the other side. When Demon Dragon saw the demonic shadow, he was stunned first, and then his huge body shivered violently. Boom! As the dragon's body trembled more and more violently, the whole abyss seemed to be shivering. He let his claw loose, and when the shivering dragon saw Yusheng's chilly gaze, he lowered his extremely proud head and kneeled down as if in worship. Boom! The countless upside-down peaks of the abyss were still shaking. Outside of the abyss, the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan frowned. He looked around and saw the mountains of the Dragon Abyss were trembling. Many warriors of the Dragon clan rose up and watched this scene in shock. This was what happened. Roar! The dragon's snarl rang through the sky and the earth. Many young dragons in the Dragon Abyss were shocked and dropped to the ground, and many adult giant dragons were also trembling and groveling. The whole bottomless Dragon Abyss seemed to be trembling at this moment. The sound of dragons snarling kept coming from the Dragon Abyss. Many Dragon Clan warriors headed toward the direction at the same time. The mountains were still trembling, and the dragons snarling lingered around the world for a very long time. This sound seemed to come from the forbidden area of the Dragon God clan. It was rumored that a dragon that had sinned was imprisoned in the forbidden area of the Dragon God clan. This dragon sinner was extremely talented, and at his time, he even had the opportunity to become the head of the Dragon God clan. His strength was extremely intimidating. According to the elders of the Dragon God clan, his strength might not be less than the head of the Dragon God clan. As for what crime he committed, adult dragons all knew a little bit. After all, a true dragon had a long life, and the adult dragons had lived for many years, so they naturally understood what happened in the past. Some young dragons also had heard some rumors from their elders. It was said that he used to be the mount for a big figure at that time. When the serious accident happened in the Divine Prefecture, and he was directly detained in the forbidden area and had not been able to go outside until now. However, after hundreds of years of imprisonment, the sound of his dragon snarling came from the forbidden area. How could the Dragon God clan not be trembling? Outside the forbidden area, the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan, who came with Xianxia, was standing there, his eyes looking down, full of confusion. What happened? Many huge demon dragons heard the sound and came from the sky, all looking over. The echo of the dragon snarling gradually dissipated, and many huge eyes were looking at the forbidden abyss. However, at this moment, a voice came from the silent forbidden area, saying, "Starting today, I will start to guide his cultivation here. Don't disturb me." The sound coming from the abyss resonated in the void sky, which made many of dragon warriors tremble. Who would be guided by him in cultivation? They didn't know what happened. Good. The powerful figure of the dragon clan, who came with Xianxia, nodded. Did this guy finally agree to accept disciples after being silent for more than 300 years? It was a good thing. It seemed that Xianxia indeed had potential. Otherwise, that guy would not have had such a strong reaction. Or maybe, from Xianxia he might have seen a trace of that person. The powerful figure did not have much contact with that person and was not very familiar with him. Still, when he saw Xianxia's aggressive demonic attack and outstanding talent, he thought Xianxia might be related to the demon dragon, so he brought him here. Now, it seemed that his judgment was correct. Nobody is allowed to stay here. You shall not approach the forbidden land. He looked up and shouted at warriors of the Dragon God clan. Immediately, warriors of the Dragon God clan circled upward, and their huge eyes still stared down. They soon left with unhappy expressions. They were driven away before they figured out what happened. But since this spot was a forbidden area, they didn't dare to break in at will. It was said that that elder dragon who was locked there was extremely ferocious. They dared not provoke him. After the warriors had left, the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan took a deep look down, and then his body flickered and he also left. Xianxia was good at using demonic power, and the person the old dragon followed at that time should have also been proficient in human demonic cultivation methods. And, since he had brought Xianxia here, he could also teach him the power of dragon deity. He didn't need to worry about everything here. In the future, there would inevitably be one more top figure in the heavenly mandate realm. Things that would happen in this young generation must be exciting. After he left, the demonic cloud over the forbidden ground kept rolling and restored its former silence. Beneath the rolling demonic cloud, no one knew what had happened deep in the abyss, and they would never know that the fierce demon dragon of the Dragon God clan was kneeling on the ground and worshipping a weak human cultivator. Time flew, and Xianxia had stayed in the forbidden dragon abyss of the Dragon God clan and cultivated for a while. Wuxia was cultivating in mystical ways in the Wang family of Vast Heaven City, while Futian and Xiaxia cultivated above the celestial gate of Vast Heaven. During this time, the heavenly mandate realm seemed extraordinarily calm, but there was also a rising undercurrent beneath the seemingly calm surface. Soon, year 10030 of the Divine Prefecture calendar had arrived. It had been 2 years since Futian and others came to the heavenly mandate realm. In the past 2 years, it seemed like a lot of things had happened. It was like a dream. During this period, another major event happened in the Vast Heaven dynasty. It was said that when warriors of the Vast Heaven went to their ancestors' mausoleum to worship, they discovered some secrets left by their ancestors. However, the details were not clear, and further information was blocked by the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Probably only insiders knew something. However, according to the rumors from the outside world, this time, the discovery from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty might be extraordinary and might even greatly improve the strength of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Now, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had deployed its imperial warriors in sequence to the land of imperial ancestors' mausoleum. This had made many people aware of the opportunity, and many top powers also wanted to pry for more information. After all, if the Heavenly Mandate dynasty became stronger, it would directly affect the situation in the Heavenly Mandate realm and also affect themselves. The celestial gate of vast heaven should be the most disturbing one. After all, in such a sensitive period, if the Heavenly Mandate dynasty became stronger, it would be a disaster for the celestial gate of vast heaven. Many people were paying attention to the updates of the celestial gate of vast heaven, but the celestial gate of vast heaven was as calm as before, without any response. However, something seemed to be going on in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. On this day, many warriors appeared in front of the palace hall of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. They seemed to be waiting for something. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty crown Prince Xianxia was also there. If other people of the Heavenly Mandate realm saw this scene, they would be very suspicious. In the Heavenly Mandate realm, who was worthy of waiting for the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty? Perhaps there were not many people. After a while, a dazzling beam of divine light descended over the void sky, and a ray of light shone down from above. The next moment, a group of figures appeared out of nowhere at the front of the main hall of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was heavily guarded, but now, none of the warriors stood up. It was as if they had already known these people would come. All the people in this group looked extremely outstanding, especially those in the front row. They were also very young. Although their life forces were very strong, they would not be grown-ups for a long time. Seeing them show up, a smile cracked across Xianxia's face. He walked ahead, and all the warriors behind him followed. "I haven't seen you all for a long time, and you still look great," Xianxia said with a smile. The people behind him were all big figures of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and many of them were even Renhuang-level warriors, but they dared not neglect at this moment because they all knew where these people came from. "Brother E is the same. You are awesome," another person said with a smile. "Thank you all for crossing the realm and coming here, brothers," Xianxia said. It was clear that these people did not belong to the Heavenly Mandate realm but were from other realms, but, of course, they were also from one of the 9 supreme realms. "I heard that Brother E was born in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the supreme power of the Heavenly Mandate realm, and used to be the king of Heaven Mandate realm. I've been wishing to visit you, and now I have the chance. Please forgive us if we have disturbed you," another person said with a laugh. They used to cultivate in the same sect, which was an instruction simply for academics, but in fact they were from different forces. Undoubtedly, even in the entire 9 supreme realm, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, which Xianxia belonged to, was also one of the top forces. Of course not. This time we Heavenly Mandate dynasty had a discovery in our imperial ancestors' mausoleum, so I invited all of you to come see if it might help our cultivation, Xianxia said with a smile. As they talked, they walked forward. In front of the hall palace, armored sergeants were lined up on both sides, and the atmosphere looked extremely solemn. It seemed that although Xianxia was extremely arrogant, he was not an unsociable person with no connection with others. Obviously, he made many friends when cultivating outside. "Let's go and meet His Majesty first," someone suggested. Since they had come here, they must first visit Xianxia's father, the Lord of Heavenly Dynasty. It was basic courtesy. "Father has been already waiting for you," Xianxia said with a smile. He kept walking with them. They stepped onto the royal staircase and came to a towering temple below. There, they saw a figure standing on the staircase with his hands behind his back, smiling and looking at them, saying, "Welcome to our Heavenly Dynasty, my young friends." They stopped, all of them saluting the Lord of the Dynasty. They said, "We are here to salute you, Your Majesty. You are all my son's brothers, so no need to be excessively polite. Please take a seat," the dynastic overlord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty said with a smile. There was another important reason that he sent Xianxia away, which was to let him associate with the best people. One would be more motivated to make progress only if he was surrounded by outstanding people. What happened in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty soon spread out and was known to the people of the Heavenly Mandate realm. It didn't take long for the world to finally know where Xianxia had been sent to cultivate. At the same time, people were also amazed by the decision of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. They even let outsiders enter the imperial ancestors' mausoleum, which was the ancestral land of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. What on earth did the Heavenly Mandate dynasty discover there? They were even willing to share it with outsiders. Just when the news of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had not been fully digested, another supreme force in the Heavenly Mandate realm, Brahma's Pure Sky, also had important news. Brahma's Pure Sky showed the intention to invite warriors of the Heavenly Mandate realm to go visit them, and they had even invited the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Some people had speculated that the Brahma's Pure Sky intended to find a spiritual partner for Xianxia, the first maiden. The news caused an earthquake to the Heavenly Mandate realm. What happened recently? So much sensational news came out one after another. When did Brahma's Pure Sky take the initiative to look for spiritual partners for saintesses? Never. The saintesses of the Brahma's Pure were holy and unparalleled, and none of the goddesses of the nine skies were married. The first maiden Xianxia would become a goddess of nine skies in the future and even one of Brahma's Pure Sky's successor. But now the Brahma's Pure Sky was looking for a spiritual partner for her. Were they crazy? Could it be that Brahma's Pure Sky wanted to arrange a political marriage? If Brahma's Pure Sky had been the celestial gate of vast heaven and had been facing a crisis, people might not be surprised. But now it seemed that Brahma's Pure Sky had not encountered any difficulties yet. So why did they do this? Unless the world guessed wrong. But if it was wrong, what was the reason for Brahma's Pure Sky to do so? Everything was so abnormal. The celestial gate of vast heaven naturally also got news from outside. Now, the undercurrent was rising in the Heavenly Mandate realm, and all the information was very sensitive. What happened to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Brahma's Pure Sky today were significant events that might affect the political geography of the Heavenly Mandate realm, so they could not ignore it. On the misty mountain peak, Yifutian sat there, with many people around him. Gu Donglu also came to his side. "Brother," Gu Donglu walked to Yifutian and said, "Third brother, you must have heard about the thing of Brahma's Pure Sky, right? Just now, Brahma's Pure Sky sent someone to invite you to go there," Gu Donglu said. Yifutian looked at Gu Donglu and asked, "Brother, has Lord Jiang said why Brahma's Pure Sky did this?" Before, the Brahma's Pure Sky invited the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and now he was invited too. Gu Donglu shook his head and said, "Lord Jiang said that since the Empress established the Brahma's Pure Sky, there has been no precedent for a saintess to seek marriage. This time, no one knows the reason, and the only possible explanation is that the Empress is worried about the big change in Heavenly Mandate realm and wants to seek an alliance through marriage to solidify Brahma's Pure Sky's position in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Maybe they want to survive in the changing Heavenly Mandate realm." Yifutian frowned slightly. Every move of the top forces now touched people's hearts. Brahma's Pure Sky's abnormal behavior was very confusing. "I feel like it's for you." At this time, a voice came from beside him. Yifutian turned his eyes and saw Xia Qingyuan looking toward him. "Me?" Yifutian asked. Before, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty showed their attitude in seeking marriage, but the Brahma's Pure Sky ignored it. Later, you and Xianxia spent a lot of time together. Perhaps the first maiden has fallen in love with you and wants to find an excuse to marry. They want to see what you think," Xia Qingyuan said coldly. Yifutian looked at her with a strange look in his eyes. Xia Qingyuan saw him staring at her and asked, "What were you looking at?" "Your Highness may be right," Yifutian whispered. Xia Qingyuan blinked and looked at him. Extremely shameless. People next to them were also stunned. This guy was really cheeky. However, Yifutian was thinking of something else. One couldn't say that Xianxia had fallen in love with him. They just spent a short time together. At best, she had begun to like him. It was too rash to say love. After all, they had all reached the saint plane after many years of cultivation, and they were no longer in adolescence. Their states of mind wouldn't change easily, and it was not so easy to like someone. However, he still felt that there was something behind it. For example, after that battle of Violet Heavenly Palace, although he defeated Zhang Yuan, he was not the most eye-catching person in the Heavenly Mandate realm. The Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate dynasty had also been there. Why did Xianxia treat him differently? Xianxia made contact with him, and he still didn't know the reason. He had stayed in the same palace with her. If this was Qin He's style of doing things, then when Wang Yanbing and Yi Tianyu visited, why had she received them outside the palace? This meant that maybe it was not Qin He's original intention. So what was the purpose of Qin He getting in contact with him? Xia Qingyuan indeed made him wonder if this incident would be related to him again. There was no logic in this guess. It was a very nuanced intuition. He faintly felt that things around the Brahma's pure sky were like mist. Third brother, do you plan to go this time? Yi Futian asked Gu Donglu. Let's go to the Colloquy Palace first, Gu Donglu said. Yi Futian nodded, and they walked in one direction. When they came to the Colloquy Palace, many warriors of the Celestial Gate were already here. 2 elders of the Jiang clan and Hua clan were in charge of this matter. The elder of the Hua clan fell his gaze on Gu Donglu and Yi Futian. He said, Yi, has Donglu already told you? Yes. Yi Futian nodded and replied. This time, the Brahma's pure sky sent an invitation. We were hoping that Donglu could marry the saintess of Brahma's pure sky, or marry a goddess in the future, but Donglu said he had a wife, so we gave up the idea. Besides, he'd better not go out now, the elder of Hua clan said. Now, Gu Donglio's identity was very sensitive, and he was worried that he would be assassinated. Although the probability was very low, they should always be careful. The saintess of Brahma's pure sky, Qin He, is known to have an unusual relationship with Yi. Before, you also lived together in one palace. Now, the Brahma's pure sky is probably choosing a spiritual partner for her. What do you think of Qin He Yi? The elder of Hua clan continued. If the relationship between Yi Futian and Qin He could be taken a step further, it would definitely be beneficial. Yi Futian was a little speechless. He could understand the idea of the Celestial Gate. If he could be paired with Qin He, it would be of great benefit for the Celestial Gate. However, it would be impossible to be with Qin He. Sir, Qin He and I are just friends. It's not what you might have thought, Yi Futian said. The elder nodded slightly and said, but even so, we have to do something. In any case, Qin He cannot be with Yi Tianyu. Everyone understood this. If the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate dynasty married the first maiden of Brahma's pure sky, it would be a disaster for the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. Therefore, this situation could never happen. Gu Donglu can't go this time, but Jiang Taichu, Hua Qingyun, and Yi, you have to take the trip, the elder of Jiang clan said at this time. Even if Yi Futian could not be with Qin He, they had to stop Yi Tianyu. Therefore, they must take a trip to the Brahma's pure sky. Okay. Yi Futian nodded slightly and agreed without hesitation. He also wanted to see what the Brahma's pure sky's intention was and whether or not it was related to him as he had intuitively felt. Thank you all for your effort, he said. They all nodded, and the elder said, this matter should not be delayed. You should convene people and depart as soon as possible. You can go back and get ready now. They answered. All of them exited the Colloquy Palace and went back to prepare. After a while, from above the Celestial Gate of vast heaven, a beam of celestial light rushed straight into the sky, and a group of people rose up and headed into the distance. Their destination was the Brahma's pure sky. Brahma's pure sky was located in the northern part of the Heavenly Mandate realm, far from the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. One would even pass the territory of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty going between two places. But obviously, those from the Celestial Gate of vast heaven would avoid people of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? Now, there were powerful warriors everywhere in the Brahma Sky City. This city was the main city of Brahma's Pure Sky District, which was under the direct control of Brahma's Pure Sky. What happened in the city could hardly be hidden from them. What kind of figure was the Brahma's Pure Sky Empress? Her mind could connect with the 3,000 realms. The main city under the eyes of Brahma Sky City was within the coverage of her mind. No one ever had the thought about what to do here, and no one could lie to the Empress's ears. Therefore, in this main city, everyone must obey the rules of Brahma's Pure Sky. Recently, top figures from all sides of the Heavenly Mandate realm had come here. During this time, Brahma Sky City was bustling. At this moment, in a restaurant in Brahma Sky City, A group of unusual people had come and rented the whole restaurant. Others could only watch from a distance, showing their admiration. This group of people all had superb temperaments. They sat in the restaurant and chatted. Cultivators standing around them in different locations were all Renhuang level. They hid in different corners and closely supervised anything happening in this restaurant. The heavenly mandate dynasty crown Prince Tianyu was in this restaurant. His companions were his brothers. They are from the divine palace. People in the distance looked at them and talked with each other, excited. Now that the information about Tianyu's cultivation had been made public, it was no longer a secret where these people came from. They all came from other supreme realms, and they were all extraordinary figures. In that direction, a melody of the ancient zither came. It had strong penetrating power and flew into people's ears, making them fully enter the mood of the zither music, which was an extremely beautiful scene. The restaurant was very quiet at this moment. People tasted the wine and listened to the tunes, quite relaxed and content. The man who played the zither was handsome. He had an outstanding bearing. When he played the zither with two hands, he had an indescribable chic aura about him. The melody of the zither gradually shifted from soothing to intense, as if depicting a scene on the battlefield where there were countless metallic weapons and iron horses, and soldiers who had the spirit to conquer thousands of miles of sky. His potent spirit rushed into the sky as if he wanted to compete with heaven to see who was taller. The melody made people in the distance feel their blood boiling, agitated. He had not released his music magic yet, but his performance alone still had such a strong influence. For a long time, the music became peaceful again until it stopped. The music ended, and everyone in the restaurant seemed to wake up from the enchantment. One of them laughed and said, "Good, brother, your mastery of music has gotten the pith of Uncle Master's skills. Few people in the divine palace can compare with you." A person smiled and praised. Everyone nodded. "No wonder you are the heir of the divine music palace. Among my contemporaries in the heavenly mandate realm, no one is comparable to you," Tianyu also commented. The young man looked calm and didn't show emotions. He put his hands down, looked up at Tianyu, said, "However, someone has unraveled my divine sound skill. Is the man who cracked the divine sound skill proficient in music?" A young man asked. Tianyu shook his head. "The man has excellent talent, but he has not shown any musical accomplishments before. The reason why he could crack the divine sound skill was because of his restraint in cultivation methods. The celestial gate of vast heaven has extraordinary mystical ways. If you had been present, it had not been cracked. A person ignorant of music could break the divine sound skill. He indeed has something unusual. I never expected that there would be someone in the heavenly mandate realm who could compete with you, elder brother. He must be extremely extraordinary," the young man continued. There were direct disciples and ordinary disciples of two types in the divine palace. These people were all direct disciples of the divine palace, whose names could be engraved on the stele of divine palace disciples, which recorded these disciples' life histories. Every one of them must be super talented. Otherwise, they would be demoted to ordinary disciples. And these people were all direct disciples. Among these direct disciples, Tianyu was also an outstanding one, standing at the top of the ranks. Not many people could compare with him. In Brahma Sky City, more and more warriors had arrived. Yi Futian and his companions from the celestial gate of vast heaven had also reached and found a place to stay in Brahma Sky City. This time, except for Gu Donglu, the talented figures of the young generation in the celestial gate of vast heaven were almost all here. Jiang Taichu of the Jiang clan, Hua Qingyun of the Hua clan, and Wang Yambing of the Wang, these three most prestigious warriors of the celestial gate of vast heaven, set foot in Brahma Sky City. In addition to them, there was also Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen, and others. Yushang was cultivating in the Dragon God clan of the Demon Realm, so he couldn't come with them. However, this time there were also many top figures from the Demon Realm. The heavenly mandate realm would change, so now both humans and demon beasts had allowed the entrance of the other side and started to communicate with each other. Last time, human cultivators had entered the origin mountains of the Demon Realm, and since then, the demon cultivators of the top forces also had set foot in the human cultivation world from time to time. They must ascertain what level of strength human cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm had. After Yi Futian arrived, warriors of the Dragon God clan came to visit. Yi Futian met them in person, and he also wanted to know how Yushang's cultivation was going in the Dragon God clan. Yi Futian is here to salute you, sir, he said. The head of the Dragon God clan was a dragon emperor with very unusual temperament. When he stood there, he looked tall and majestic. Next to him was the most talented figure of this generation in the Dragon God clan, Long Chun. Long Chun was an overbearing divine dragon of Nirvana Plane, and he was a mutant of the Royal Purple Gold Dragon clan, the direct bloodline of the Dragon God clan. This kind of mutant was extremely rare in the Dragon God clan, and only one case could appear every generation. Besides, a new mutant would show up only after the mutant of the previous generation passed away. This situation was extremely weird, and some people speculated that the mutation was too powerful and was envied by heaven, so only one case would be allowed to happen every generation. Long Chun was a mutant that had shown up many years. He didn't go to the Violet Heavenly Palace last time, but this time, he officially came into the public eye and represented the Dragon God clan. Many years ago, the Dragon God royal family was called the Purple Gold Dragon royal family, but later, a top figure of the Dragon God clan mutated due to his cultivation. Mutation happened in the Dragon God royal family, and that mutated figure vanquished all warriors of the Dragon God clan in his peak period and defeated the old king. Soon, he was conferred as the new king of the Dragon God clan. This mutation was an evolution of bloodline. Since then, whenever a new mutant showed up in the Dragon Divine clan, he would be considered as the successor of the king of Dragon God clan, and such a mutant was called the Purple Blood Divine Dragon in the Dragon God clan. Long Chun was such a purple blood divine dragon. One could imagine how prestigious he was. Not long ago, the Dragon God clan brought back a human cultivator who woke up the demon dragon. He had been silent for many years and caused the demon dragon to roar so loudly that the sky trembled, and the dragon abyss shook. Since then, the demon dragon began to advise the human in cultivation. In this regard, warriors of the Dragon God clan speculated that the demon dragon might have encountered a very rare talent of demonic laws who was beyond his expectations, causing such a strong response. Yushang, the rising star in the Violet Heavenly Palace, was likely to be underestimated. At that time, Yi Fuqian claimed that Yushang's strength was unparalleled, but all the people present at that time were top figures in the heavenly mandate realm. Although they acknowledged the power of Yushang, no one really thought that Yushang's power was invincible. The roar of the demon dragon shook the Dragon God clan. Everything that happened in the heavenly mandate realm recently gave the Dragon God clan the hunch that the future would change. After Long Chun completed his cultivation, he also officially stepped out of the Dragon God clan and came to the human cultivation world. At this time, Long Chun was looking at Yi Futian and Jiang Taichu. He had heard of Jiang Taichu when he was in the Dragon God clan a long time ago, but Yi Futian had only gained fame recently and was a bit hit in the heavenly mandate realm now. This human cultivator had been given very high praise, and many people even thought that he would become one of the giants in the heavenly mandate realm if he didn't die. You're welcome. Beside him, the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon God clan said to Yi Futian, I am here today to tell you news about Yushang. He is now cultivating in the Dragon Abyss, the ancestral land of the Dragon God clan, and is being guided by a big figure of our Dragon God clan. You don't need to worry about him. Yes. Yi Futian nodded and said, Since the Dragon God clan took him there in person, I have nothing to worry about. He let Yushang go because he knew that as long as the Dragon God clan had the intention to help Yushang with his domineering skills, would definitely attract their attention. Now the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon God clan came here in person to inform him, which meant the Dragon God clan warrior who was teaching Yushang must be an important person with special status in the Dragon God clan. However, warriors of the Dragon God clan would not tell Yi Futian that the demon dragon had committed crimes and was imprisoned in the forbidden area of the Dragon God clan. He had not been executed because the Dragon God clan showed mercy, and so far, he was still a taboo to society. He could only be kept imprisoned in the Dragon Abyss, and perhaps he would be there forever. "This is Long Chun of our Dragon God clan," the Dragon Emperor introduced. Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun had been guessing the identity of the young man, but they were still slightly shocked when they heard his name. Was this the legendary Purple Blood royal family successor? It had been hundreds of years since the death of that Purple Blood Dragon Emperor. The Purple Blood royal family was the hereditary royal family of the Dragon God clan. They were above all other dragons of the Dragon God clan and were born to be kings. Wang Yambing delivered his voice to Yi Futian to explain the origin of the Purple Blood royal family. Yi Futian also felt slightly surprised. Now, the top figures that had hidden in the heavenly mandate realm were all coming out. "I am Yi Futian said, slightly cupping his hands toward Long Yen. "I have heard about you for a long time," Long Chen said, slightly bowing his head to Yi Futian. Long Chen looked tall and extremely burly. Although he had been in the Dragon God clan, he still knew something about the changes in the heavenly mandate realm, especially with what had happened in the Origin Mountains. If the head had not dissuaded him for fear that something in the Origin Mountains might affect his safety, he would have been there. For the Dragon God clan, the safety of Long Chun was the first priority. He owned the rare generational inheritance and was born to be the Dragon King. So the Dragon God clan didn't dare to take it lightly. In the Demon Realm, the status of Long Chun and Jun of the Demon Sky Court was basically similar to the status of Crown Prince Yi Tianyu of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Gu Donglu of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. "I am flattered," Yi Futian replied. With regard to Plane, Long Chun was of Nirvana Saint Plane, and Yi Futian should address him as an elder. "Let's go in and sit down," a warrior of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven suggested. "No need. We just came here to tell you news about Yu Shang, and we should leave now," the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon God clan said, and then bid farewell. Warriors of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven did not ask them to stay and saw them out. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was willing to make friends with the Dragon God clan, but now the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was at the center of the storm, so the Dragon God clan might not be glad to be directly involved in it. They were willing to teach Yu Shang, but it was completely different from the issue with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and Yi Futian knew this clearly. What was more, at that time in the Origin Mountains, Gu Tianxing wanted to create a new king for the Demon Realm. But perhaps Long Chun was not convinced, so they could even be potential rivals. Brahma's Pure Sky requests to visit. Someone came to report after Long Chun left, which made the people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven quite surprised. "Please let them in," warriors of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven said. Soon, a group of gorgeous figures came in. This time, the visitors from the Brahma's Pure Sky were all young and beautiful ladies, with no Runhuang figures. And the person who led the group was Genie Saintess of Brahma's Pure Sky, whom Yi Futian had seen before. "Genie is here to salute elders of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven." The Genie Saintess slightly bowed and said, "What brings Saintess here today?" asked a Renhuang figure of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Genie came to inform elders that after 7 days, the Brahma's Pure Sky Saintess Qin he will lead all saintesses to set up the Xiantian Matrix in the Xiantian Pavilion of Brahma Sky City, and welcome a challenge from warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, Genie said. People of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven showed surprise. Would the Brahma's Pure Sky's first maiden Qin he show up in person? And this time she would directly test all cultivators' strengths. Qin he would lead all the saintesses of the Brahma's Pure Sky to arrange a battle matrix. "Okay, I see," the Runhuang of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven said, nodding slightly. Saintess Genie looked up toward them, her eyes fixed on Yi Futian. She said softly, "Mister, you must go this time." Yi Futian froze, and his eyes revealed a strange look. Everyone turned around and looked at him. In fact, Saintess Genie did not need to remind him because he would have gone anyway. But her special request sounded very meaningful. "You can rest assured that I will be there," Yi Futian said and nodded. "Thank you. Then, I can go back and report my task," Genie said and nodded with a smile. Then she requested to leave and went away. After she left, everyone looked at Yi Futian. "It seems you felt right," Xia Qingyuan said. Apparently, she was referring to what they talked about last time. This event was probably because of Yi Futian. Now, the saintess genie of Brahma's pure sky requested Yi Futian in person. Obviously, there must be a deeper meaning. Yi Futian looked at Xianxia and said, "Although it feels right, it is not as simple as you think." Now, he had no idea what was hidden behind this thing. He felt as though he were in a mist. If it was understood on the surface, this time, the Brahma's pure sky might want to choose a spiritual partner for Qin He. Qin He admired Yi Futian, but in fact, was it really so? Maybe not. Soon, top forces had all received the invitation from the saintesses of Brahma's pure sky. Suddenly, countless people in Brahma Sky City were discussing this matter. This time, the saintess Qin He of Brahma's pure sky personally led cultivators of Brahma's pure sky to challenge cultivators of all forces from the heavenly mandate realm. If so, everyone could then see what levels those young cultivators of the top forces were at. Since Qin He, the saintess of Brahma's pure sky, would be the one to lead people to arrange the Shentian matrix, it was obviously impossible for one single person to enter and challenge them. Qin He, as the first maiden, was prominent and extremely powerful. If she was in charge of the matrix, who could break it? This time, obviously, she meant to test the overall strength of young generations of the top forces. After the news spread, all the warriors in the Brahma Sky City headed toward the same place, Shentian Pavilion. Shentian Pavilion was the cultivation place of goddess Shentian, one of the 9 sky goddesses of Brahma's pure sky in the Brahma Sky City. Court. The Shentian goddess of the first generation was conferred with the time here, and since then, Shentian Pavilion had also become the place where Shentian goddess convened disciples. Shentian Pavilion was located in the core of Brahma Sky City, with a staircase tens of thousands of feet long that stretched into the sky. Above the stairs of Shentian Pavilion, one could see the endless area of Brahma Sky City with one glance. At this time, many restaurants below the Shentian Pavilion were full. Numerous people had arrived beforehand and made the place extremely busy. Everyone had chosen their seat and waited to see this battle in Brahma Sky City. It was a sensation here in Brahma Sky City. Here, in a restaurant with a good view, people who occupied the top floor were all important people. They raised their eyes and looked at the Shentian Pavilion towering into the distance where figures of the Brahma's pure sky goddesses could be roughly seen. They seemed to have just arrived. Although they lived in the Brahma Sky City, it was usually almost impossible to see warriors of the Brahma's pure sky fighting with others. In this city, who dared to fight against Brahma's pure sky? The first goddess of Brahma's pure sky, Qin He, was well known in the heavenly mandate realm for her stunning beauty, but no one dared to ignore her strength. Now she would be in charge of the battle. How graceful her demeanor would be. Moreover, the people she would confront were also top warriors of the heavenly mandate realm. Many people were even wondering if the battle had been arranged by the Empress or Qin He herself. No one knew the answer. Maybe both. If Qin He wanted to choose a spiritual partner for herself in this way, she would test the candidate's real strength. In the world of cultivation, fighting was undoubtedly the best test method. Today, more and more people in Brahma Sky City came to believe that Brahma's pure sky might be serious this time, and they were probably really choosing a cultivating partner for Qin He. It is said that this time it is not only the top forces of the heavenly mandate realm that have arrived, but also top forces in the demon realm. Who do you think will break through the Shentian matrix and come to the Shentian Pavilion to meet Qin He goddess? Someone asked in the restaurant. They should all have a chance, someone said. Hearing his words, suddenly, many people looked at the speaker, sneering, their eyes full of contempt. The young man saw people's eyes and knew he had said something wrong. His face was burning a little, and he looked toward the elder figures at the same table. His elder also gave him a stare and said, "If Brahma's pure sky wants to choose a spiritual partner for Saintess Qin He, many people will go all out for this battle. Do you know how powerful Goddess Qin He is, and how powerful the goddesses below the throne of the 9 skies are? They are jointly in charge of this large matrix, and it may even happen that no one of this generation in the heavenly mandate realm can crack it. But the people who came this time are also top figures. It shouldn't be very hard for them, right?" The young man murmured. He seemed afraid of being laughed at, so he lowered his voice a bit. "It depends on how well they can cooperate. They are going to face the Brahma's pure skies Shentian matrix in charge of many saintesses. At present, no one knows how powerful it will be, but don't forget what skills the Brahma's pure sky excels at, the elder continued. The spiritual soul attack, the young man replied. The peerless empress of Brahman's pure sky could read minds all over the 3,000 realms. The Brahma's pure sky's attack power was also absolutely incredible nowadays. Her Majesty hasn't engaged in any combat for so many years. The world now only knows about her dazzling and unparalleled beauty but has forgotten how majestic Her Majesty was at that time, the elder said with emotion. Many people thought of the rumors of the past, feeling emotional. Not long ago, in the celestial gate of vast heaven, those warriors of Divine Palace from outside used the extremely powerful way of sonic wave, the divine sound. However, it was said that He Goddess's cultivation of the great Brahma heavenly voice was also the top one below the Runhuang figures of Brahma's pure sky. The great Brahma heavenly voice, many people murmured. The Brahma pure sky was not specialized in sound wave attacks, and the great Brahma voice actually was the power to attack one's spiritual soul and disturb one's mind. In cooperation with the divine sword of cleansing, the great Brahma voice was almost invincible in killing spiritual souls. It was recognized as the strongest attack skill against spiritual souls in the heavenly mandate realm. And now, all the goddesses were at the Shentian large matrix together, of which the power might be inestimable. People would only know it when they saw it for themselves. Brahma's pure sky is also good at the way of music? At this time, a voice said. Although it was not very loud, it seemed to have a strange power, and many people could hear it clearly. They followed the voice and saw a group of figures coming from the void sky. Every one of them had an extraordinary temperament, and even though the people who followed behind didn't release any life force, people all felt an invisible pressure from their glances. These people were all of Renhuang levels. They are all warriors of the heavenly mandate dynasty, people thought to themselves and felt stirred. The person who took the head must be heavenly mandate dynasty crown prince Tianyu, and the people around him should be his brothers. Each one of them was a top-level figure. It was rumored recently that some excavations had been completed in the ancestors' mausoleum of the heavenly mandate dynasty, and perhaps these people had become stronger. The great Brahma, heavenly voice of Brahma's pure sky, is indeed the art of music and aims to attack spiritual spirits. It is not a pure music cultivation method, Tianyu said. His brother came out of the Divine Sound Palace and was a direct disciple of the Palace Lord. His accomplishment in the way of sound was the best below Runhuang figures in the Divine Palace. As for in the heavenly mandate realm, his ability in music should be unmatched. The young man nodded and smiled, saying, "If so, I am looking forward to it even more. I also want to see what the proud lady who refused my brother looks like." A young man with a slightly mature look said with a smile. He was personable and was the most senior person from the Divine Palace. Even Tianyu would address him as his elder brother. "Brother, don't expose my scars," Tianyu said and shook his head with a bitter smile. People around him saw this and looked surprised. It was said that the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty was an extremely proud person, but now it seemed that the rumors were not completely true. Of course, perhaps only when he was in front of figures as outstanding as him, such as brothers of the same sect, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate would be so humble. If he was facing outsiders, maybe it would be impossible. But there are many sisters in the Divine Palace who admire you, and all of them are very talented and stunning women. But in the Divine Palace, you never thought about having a spiritual partner and just focused on cultivation. Now, you are back in the heavenly mandate realm and have to participate in this. Probably, this is your family's mission. His brother smiled and said. Tianyu didn't say anything. If it had not been for the family mission, he would have lived more freely. However, now the grudges of 2 generations had fallen on him, and he would naturally do his best to bring the heavenly mandate dynasty to an unprecedented height. This was his mission, and he would put his all into it. After doing all this, maybe he would pursue the supreme heavenly way as he wanted. The path was long and arduous, and he had a long way to go. At this time, there was the sound of the wind blowing coming from the void sky. Everyone looked up and saw light shining. Divine birds came down. The divine light of golden raven, the glory of golden pung bird, and the aura of phoenix shone at the same time. How glaring the sky and the earth was! Everyone saw this scene and immediately understood that warriors of the demon sky court from the demon realm had arrived. "The life force is so strong," said a young man next to Etienne as he looked up to the void sky. All the divine birds in the group were of Saint Plane with extremely strong life forces. "You should have all heard of the cultivators of the demon sky court of the heavenly mandate realm," Etienne said. Everyone nodded. They all knew about the top forces in the 9 supreme realms. "It seems that this time, we will have a chance to see the most outstanding people in the heavenly mandate realm," someone said with a smile, expectant. Although they came from the divine palace and were all top figures, they were not invincible, just like the top warriors of the heavenly mandate realm, and they might not be stronger than them. Now, since they had the opportunity to cross the realms and compete with other top figures, they were also looking forward to this chance. In the void sky, warriors of the demon sky court glanced down with sharp eyes. In the heavenly mandate realm, the demon sky court was the top demon alliance and could be said to be the powerful force with most people and the only one. Even the heavenly mandate dynasty couldn't compete with them from this perspective. "The Dragon God clan," someone said. In the distance, another group of people was approaching. They instantly attracted the eyes of warriors of the demon sky court, including June's. June's eyes fell on one of them, Long Chan of the Dragon God clan, the warrior who had shared fame with him in the demon world. After that, the Divine Elephant clan, the Purple Gold Rat clan, the Ingzhan Mountain, and other forces had gradually all arrived. Suddenly, the area around the Xianxia pavilion was like a gathering of all top figures. June, Longchen, and the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynast have all arrived. "Only Donglu is not here," people commented. Below the Xianxia pavilion, countless people were looking up toward the warriors who appeared from different directions. The best warriors of both the human race and the demon race in the heavenly mandate realm had all arrived except for Gu Donglu, who was tied with Etienne. It was said that he would not show up. "The celestial gate of vast heaven has arrived," a voice said. Countless pairs of eyes looked toward one direction, where Yifutian and his party showed up. At the forefront, Yifutian, Jiang Taichu, Hua Qingyun, and Wang Yanbing, all of them, looked peerless. This lineup was terrifying. The lineup this time is even more terrifying than last time during the Violet Heavenly Palace's event. Many people whispered, their hearts full of anticipation. Who could break through the Shentian matrix led by Qin He, the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky? Etienne looked toward the direction of the celestial gate of vast heaven and whispered, "They are here." "They?" People of the divine palace asked, looking over there. Then they saw Jiang Taichu, Yifutian, and others. Their temperament was indeed extraordinary. "The white-haired man broke the divine sound skill," Etienne said. Suddenly, all of their gazes fell on Yifutian, especially the best disciple of the divine sound palace next to Etienne, who was staring at him with a pair of sharp eyes. "I would like to see what his ability is like, but let brother break the matrix first," the young man said calmly. The purpose for them to come here today was not only to see the top figures of the heavenly mandate realm, but also to help Etienne. Yifutian naturally had also seen Etienne and others, but he just took a glance at them and looked away. He did not expect that the charm of the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky would be so great that the lineup of warriors who came this time was even better than that in the Violet Heavenly Palace. Of course, so many events that happened recently might also make the situation in Heavenly Mandate Realm a little bit more intense, which was why cultivators of many forces in the Heavenly Mandate Realm had become more sensitive. At this time, many people looked up toward the direction of Shentian Pavilion and saw goddesses in long dresses descending from the sky and landing on different steps. They were all stunning beauties. Over the sky dome, there were constantly figures descending. They were like fairies first coming to the world of immortals, and they stood on the steps in different locations and looked tranquil. At the highest place, a peerless goddess slowly fell with breathtaking beauty. She was the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky, Qin He. Qin He directly landed on the peak of Shentian Pavilion. She sat on the ground, waving her hands, and an ancient zither appeared in front of her. Is it the great Brahma heavenly voice? People thought and felt unsettled. People had heard about this ultimate skill of Brahma's pure sky, but people's impressions of Qin He from Brahma Sky City had always been of the first goddess No for her great beauty, and they had almost neglected her strength. However, the great Brahma voice was the music of killing. Nobody knew what things would be like if the killing power erupted in Qin He's hands. How many goddesses are there? Someone asked in a low voice and secretly counted the goddesses of Brahma's pure sky, who appeared on the stairs of Xianxia Pavilion. All the 81 goddesses have arrived, someone said. People had made it clear that on the Xianxia Pavilion stairs, there were 81 goddesses. In the Brahma's pure sky, there were 9 Juqian sacred ladies, and under their thrones they were respectively 9 goddesses. This meant that the 81 goddesses were all the saintesses in Brahma's pure sky. Such a lineup was terrifying. Of course, the goddesses with titles did not necessarily have high planes. In Brahma's pure sky, there were many cultivators whose cultivation levels were higher than that of the saintesses. Therefore, they could not be called the strongest figures of Brahma's pure sky. But, at this moment, many more figures walked down from the Xianxia Pavilion. They were other cultivators from the Brahma's pure sky. They descended and showed up around the goddesses, enlarging the array. Seeing the scene, many people showed a different look. How many cultivators had the Brahma's pure sky deployed this time? However, even though hundreds of Saint Plain cultivators had shown up at the same time, when they scattered on the magnificent stairs of Xianxia Pavilion of tens of thousands of feet, they were spread apart and could barely occupy every position. At this time, over the Xianxia Pavilion, there was a Runhuang warrior of the Brahma's pure sky. She looked down toward the crowd and said, "Today, Qin He will lead all cultivators of the Brahma's pure sky to challenge warriors of all forces in the heavenly mandate realm. People from all forces can join the battle this time. There is no limit on the number of people, and we will adjust the number of warriors on our side who participate in battles according to the situation. Anyone who gets hurt will be replaced. One more thing, the killing force in the matrix is not controllable. Therefore, for those who have not cultivated enough, please be cautious and do not enter the battlefield casually. Those who can reach Xianxia Pavilion will be considered as having cracked the matrix. Today, let's see who can take the lead to enter Xianxia Pavilion first." Her voice spread through the void sky, and everyone could hear it clearly. She waved her hand at everyone and said, "Please." After these words, she retreated to the Xianxia Pavilion and left the place for Qin He and the other goddesses. At this moment, on the Xianxia Pavilion stairs, Qin He was sitting there alone, looking peerless. She put her slim fingers on the strings as she gazed down. She didn't look to see the people below her. It was as if the bustling and noisy world below had nothing to do with her. At this time, Qin He gave people a feeling of loneliness. It was as if she was the only one in the world. In addition, Qin He didn't seem to have the kind of sweetness and gentleness that she usually had. Instead, her temperament was cold. Her long skirt fluttered slightly, and there seemed to be an aura of killing between the sky and the earth. Even though the crowd was far from her, they could clearly feel the changes in Qin He's temperament. Now, she was a completely different person. Cultivating in music? The young man of Divine Music Palace next to Tianyu looked up at her in the void sky and whispered, "She is so beautiful." Indeed, if Tianyu could marry her, it would surely be a good story, the elder brother said with a smile. Even in the Divine Palace, Qin He's appearance could be considered peerless. Although cultivators of their levels were free from sexuality, they still admired beauty. Who did not like beautiful things? Someone has started to move. At this moment, they looked in one direction and saw a group of figures walking down the stairs. Their leader looked unusual and was dressed in luxurious clothes. They were very eye-catching, but their faces were quite unsightly. They were warriors of the Purple Gold Rat Clan. Unexpectedly, the Demon Clan took action first. The rats are so eager to challenge the Matrix. Do they want to improve their later generation's facial genes? Stop dreaming, some human cultivators in the surroundings said jokingly. In the eyes of human cultivators, the purple golden rats didn't deserve Qin He. If they had some thoughts, they were absolutely delusional. This was probably the reason why the purple golden rats had been working hard. Even though they had become the top forces in the demon realm, the world was still prejudiced against them. In the world's eye, the rats were low-level demon beasts. Perhaps it would be difficult to change this stereotype with just one generation. It required the efforts of several generations. One day, when they stood at the real peak of the demon realm, the world could do nothing but admire them. Warriors of the purple golden rat clan came to the bottom of the stairs. They looked up and said, cupping their hands, "We'd like to seek your advice." 32 warriors, people whispered. The purple golden rat clan sent 32 warriors into the battle. After they said it, the radiant purple gold divine light shone all over their bodies, extremely sharp. It was as if golden air flows were emanating from them. At the same time, he began to play the piano with both hands above the void sky. The moment the music sounded, a sense of killing shrouded the stairs, making people feel extremely cold. Many goddesses started attacking at the same time, and the holy light over their bodies shone and bloomed. For a moment, the aura seemed to be integrated into the music of the zither. The great law between the sky and earth started flowing, and soon people found that the world in front of them had changed. On those stairs, there were countless phantoms. It was as if the stairs, tens of thousands of feet tall, was full of figures of the goddesses of the Saint Brahma sky. These figures seemed to be transformed from the goddesses' wills. At this moment, they all moved with the sound of the zither, as if led by He. For a time, the super matrix began to run on the stairs. Birum. 32 dazzling beams of purple gold lights rushed into the sky, reaching the max limit of speed. They could directly penetrate the great law. Bang bang. Phantoms in the void sky directly shattered into pieces. The 32 beams of bright purple gold light rushed above the sky and were indestructible. It was as if they had created some kind of resonance, and the blooming divine glow directly penetrated the great path. "It's so fast." People looked at the beams of divine light and remarked, but it was even hard for them to see things clearly. In an extremely short time, nobody knew how many phantoms had been destroyed. This scene had led many people to reevaluate the strength of the purple gold rats. Although the purple gold rats looked extremely ugly, they were indeed very powerful now. However, the aura of the goddesses became more and more bright, and the rhythm became more and more urgent, penetrating the void sky and directly going into the eardrums of those purple golden rat warriors. They seemed to be in a trance. It was as if they were in an endless mirage, and the phantoms couldn't be dispelled. They want to break this matrix directly, but the purple gold rat clan doesn't have the strength to do it. Huang Qingyun, amid the crowd of the celestial gate of vast heaven, whispered. Yifutian also agreed with him. How could the matrix of the 81 goddesses be so easy to break through? Unless they had the absolute strength over He, they would be passive if they broke into the field directly like this. Warriors of the purple gold rat clan seemed to be too hasty. Maybe it was because they were eager to prove themselves. The great Brahma voice lingered between the sky and the earth. Even the spiritual souls of people who were not on the battlefield seemed to be strongly disturbed. It was as if the scenes before them had become unreal, and countless goddesses were dancing in front of their eyes. The warriors of the purple gold rats had also realized it. Although they were extremely fast, as they moved up, their wills became a little shaken, their spirits became unstable, and the great Brahma voice entered their eardrums like crazy. The sound also brought illusions and external wills into their minds. Boom! Extremely dazzling purple gold light erupted from the purple gold rats standing at the center, and their speed suddenly skyrocketed, penetrating numerous phantoms directly. Now, they could only continue breaking through the matrix, but at the next moment, they found countless phantoms of goddesses holding divine swords at the same time show up, and the glory above the divine swords directly threatened their spiritual spirits. "Be careful," the purple golden rat in the middle said, but it was too late before he said it. The great Brahma voice became more emphatic and powerful, contained an extremely powerful killing mood. At the same time, in their minds, countless divine swords dropped down, like otherworldly weapons that annihilated everything. With this sword out, their souls were pierced through, and the sword seemed to be able to ignore their physical defenses and directly cut their spiritual souls. Several vulnerable purple-gold rats let out shrieks. It was as if their souls had been penetrated by tens of thousands of spirits and cut into segments. They spat out blood, and their bodies fell down from the air. The light emitting from their bodies instantly dimmed down, and the aura disappeared. Huaf, warriors of the purple-gold clan kept spitting out blood and fell one after another from the sky. They could not bear such an attack. Seeing this scene, everyone sighed. They, who wanted to move first, attracted the world's attention, but now they had failed and became typical negative examples. Today, in this situation, in which Brahma's pure sky had arranged such a large matrix, it was definitely not easy to break it easily. At this moment, their embarrassment was now the same as their sense of fulfillment had been when they entered the matrix in the spotlight. Boom! As the last warrior of the purple-golden rat clan was knocked to the ground, the powerful killing will gradually dissipated. The phantoms disappeared, and everything returned to peace. However, the peerless goddess at the top of the Xianxia pavilion stairs was still surrounded by a cold, murderous life force. He looked down at the ancient zither in front of her and moved her slender fingers away from it. In the previous battle, it seemed that her zither played a role in leading the willpowers of the goddesses to launch the terrifying spiritual attacks. The vast and boundless space was extremely quiet. People looked down again and saw that the warriors of the purple-gold rat clan, whose bodies had been crushed, stood upright and looked up at the stairs. The defense of the purple-gold rats was actually very strong, but their spiritual souls still couldn't bear the great attacks of the great Brahma voice and the divine sword of cleansing. The body of the leader of the purple-golden rat clan shone brightly. Purple-gold light emitted from his eyes as if he was unwilling to give up and still wanted to have another try. A sound of something breaking the air came, and the body of the purple-gold rat leader disappeared. He turned into a beam of purple-gold light rushing directly toward the stairs, leaving an extremely bright light beam in the void sky. It was as if it was about to go straight up the sky. Xianxia's long hair was fluttering in the air above the stairs. Her cold and beautiful eyes glanced at the divine light in the lower sky, and then she suddenly struck the strings with her hand. The forceful sound of zither erupted. Almost at the same moment, the goddesses released their wills, which resonated with the music of the zither. An illusory divine light penetrated the void sky, like a sword of emptiness, pure and flawless. It chopped down over the rat's body and stopped the purple-gold divine light in the void sky. The figure of the divine light appeared, which continued breaking through the void sky. The rat was trying to cross the stairs with his own strength. He was still playing the zither with her head lowered and ignored him. Behind her body, a statue of the divine goddess showed up. This goddess seemed to have many arms, each holding a sword at the same time. Countless elusive figures were appearing above the head of the purple-golden rat. In the great Brahma heavenly voice, the light of the divine sword was shining, purifying everything in the world. Boom! The nirvana-plane purple-golden rat stopped again, trembling, and tens of thousands of swords penetrated his spiritual soul. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and as a beam of light fell, his body again fell into the lower sky. His legs were bent, and he was half kneeling on the ground, blood oozing out from his mouth. It was obviously not easy to forcibly go through the Xianxia matrix alone. Even Xianxia's ability was not less than that of the rat. Besides, even though the rat had been injured by the shock, Xianxia's zither sound did not stop, and the great Brahma voice continued. The Xianxia matrix turned translucent, and countless phantoms of goddesses appeared and filled the stairs tens of thousands of feet long. Those who looked up from below the stairs could no longer see where Xianxia was. "Time to retreat," said the demon emperor of the purple-gold rat clan. The forcible attack this time was a complete failure. They couldn't shake the Xianxia matrix in the slightest bit. "He seems to be a little different than before," Yifutian murmured and looked at the dissipating figures in the distance. He was full of killing will while playing the zither, She was completely different from the Qin He Yifutian was familiar with. Was it because she was fighting on the battlefield, or was it because of the change of her state of mood? She is indeed a bit different, said Jiang Taichu next to him. Besides, it is useless to rely on a large number of people to crack the Xiantian matrix. Such a strategy is not even as efficient as having a single top figure challenge it. Yifutian nodded slightly. He had also realized this. Earlier, the warriors of the Purple Gold clan broke into the matrix, but, in fact, they all fought alone. In the large-scale attack of the Great Brahma Voice and the Divine Sword of Cleansing, all of them received attacks of the same level. Therefore, people with the lowest plane were injured first. The only solution is to let the whole team have the same level of attacking ability. In this way, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty will be the most promising one to break the matrix among all the top forces. Hua Qingyuan said in a low voice. Yifutian and others were silent. What Hua Qingyuan said was not unreasonable. Previously, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had performed the combined attack of 9 warriors, which had amazing killing power in cooperation with the Divine Sound skill. Now, many of Yi Tianyu's brothers had also arrived, and the effect of their combined attack would undoubtedly be far stronger than that of warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. They would become the strongest force to fight together. Speaking of breaking the matrix, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was the most promising. Everyone present was not ordinary, so they could all tell. At this moment, another figure stepped forward. He came out by himself. It was Long Chun of the Dragon God clan. Long Chun knew that their Dragon God clan was not good at combining attacks. They were afraid that they would be defeated one by one in the matrix, so it was better for him to try it alone and directly break into the Xiantian matrix. Long Chun is ready to attack, people murmured. Both human cultivators and warriors of the demon realm were very concerned when they saw Long Chun come out. This top figure of the Dragon God clan was equivalent to Yi Tianyu in the demon realm, but the world was not clear about how strong he really was. At most, one purple blood divine dragon could appear in one generation in the Dragon God clan, and in this era the dragon was Long Chun. Dressed in a dragon robe, Long Chun stood there with an imposing bearing, like a towering mountain. He looked up at the stairs and then took a step forward, walking directly toward the stairs. The moment he stepped on the stairs, he seemed to be surrounded by countless phantoms, and the great Brahma voice flowed directly into his eardrums, making his mind confused. But then from his body, a horrifying bloody roar burst out. Suddenly, the void sky turned into the color of appalling blood. He didn't look at anyone, nor did he see where they were. But the terrifying glow of blood just engulfed the stairs of tens of thousands of feet as if it had covered every corner of the world. Is this the power of the purple blood dragon? People exclaimed, their hearts beating fast. They even felt that their own blood vessels also had a mysterious reaction and also were roaring and rumbling. Long Chen's blood force was indeed horrifying, which might be the strongest one below Renhuang level that no one could compare with. Even warriors of the Divine Palace beside Yi Tianyu showed a surprised look. Someone said, "The purple blood divine dragon of the Heavenly Mandate realm indeed deserves the fame inherited from his ancestors. Is he the legendary mutant of purple blood royal family in the Dragon Clan?" Long Chun stood on the stairs, his spiritual soul trembling the space. His eyes turned the color of blood, and he raised his hand and clawed toward the void sky. Suddenly, countless blood-colored Real dragons appeared and circled around the world. Those exploding gusts of blood force at this moment all turned into bloody true dragons. The blood in the goddess's veins was also roaring and tumbling, as if this monstrous blood sea devoured everyone. "Be careful!" a voice sounded in all the goddess's ears. Long Chun was standing on the stairs, and a horrifying dragon shadow showed up over his body, roaring against the sky. The void air was shaking violently. He raised his fist and punched directly into the void space. "The power of the dragon god," people said, hearts beating hard when the fist strike came out. This was the first time for most people to see Long Chun attack. It was so intimidating that he could be considered appalling. The punch blasted out, and those bloody dragons roared and dashed toward those ladies. Many ladies in the Xiantian matrix let out groans. The blood in their bodies seemed to be out of their control, and their delicate bodies were about to break and collapse. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions came out, and many ladies have shaken away. The ladies behind them, who had not fought yet, immediately replaced them. But they also felt their blood surging and roaring. Long Chen's attack was extremely overbearing. The zither music became more intense. Wind and clouds danced in the vast void sky. Many divine swords of cleansing showed up, piercing into the sky and thrusting toward Long Chen. The sound of the dragon roaring trembled the sky. Long Chen's dragon soul seemed to directly depart from his body and turn into a purple-blood divine dragon. The gigantic dragon encircled his human body. The horrifying divine sword of cleansing arrived and tried to cut through his spiritual soul. But the defense power of that purple blood dragon was also amazingly strong. The blood light directly entangled the sword and competed with it. Boom! Long Chen took a step forward, forcibly approaching the goddesses. Each time he took a step, the void sky trembled. The blood in goddesses' bodies kept growling, and the sound of dragon rumbling shattered the void sky. Every step and every growl of the dragon contained the power of the dragon god, which was extremely overbearing. Tianyu watched Long Chen breaking into the matrix and felt stirred. There was another top figure. It seemed that the current generation of the demon realm was not inferior to human cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm at all. However, at this moment, with the great Brahma heavenly voice, countless figures were attacking toward Long Chen. Although he was still marching forward, he was also badly affected. Another trembling sound of the dragon growling came and shook the world. Long Chen directly transformed into a divine dragon and merged into the dragon soul. He rose up and forcibly cut open many attacks from the divine sword. He didn't raise her head and was still playing the zither. The wills of many goddesses resonated. Behind her, the holy figure showed up again, like a goddess with 3 heads and 6 arms, glaring at the lower sky. Countless divine swords of nothingness dropped down and chopped toward the body of the dragon. The divine dragon let out trembling dragon roars and flew all the way up. The goddess drew many palm prints using her 6 arms at the same time, and the countless divine swords merged into one and chopped down. Boom! The dragon's body stopped, and the palm print of the goddess remained in the void air. The finger of the palm once again pointed down, and another divine sword fell again, penetrating directly from the head of the dragon to its body, disregarding its defense. A loud roar came out, and many more ladies were injured by the shock. But as another sword fell down, the divine dragon could no longer bear the attack and retreated to the lower sky. The divine dragon turned back to Long Chen. He looked up at the divine lady, who was playing the zither in the void sky, and sighed. It seems that it is impossible for a single person alone to break Goddess's matrix. After saying those words, he turned around and left. Despite his failure, the strength reflected in his performance was still shocking. Long Chen's failure also made people realize that it was impossible to rely on a single person to break the Xianxia matrix. From this perspective, it seemed that there weren't many top forces in the vast heavenly mandate realm who could break the matrix. Perhaps now, the most promising team was the heavenly mandate dynasty. For other forces, it might be almost impossible. After Long Chen, the divine elephant cultivators tried to break the matrix. Many of the huge beasts reverted to their original forms and trampled on people's spiritual souls. This was a horrifying sight to see, and many of the goddesses were wounded and forced to flee. But in the end, the divine elephants were still defeated. Many of them were using the divine elephant stomping the sky technique, but they still could not block the Xianxia matrix. However, they had managed to seriously threaten the Xianxia matrix of Brahma's pure sky and had created an incredibly strong breaking force. When they stampeded, they could break almost anything. Afterward, Yingzhou Mountain tried as well, but they were defeated. They did not even do as well as the divine elephants had. In terms of team combat ability of the demonic beasts, the divine elephants were in the top 2. The only ones who could resist them were the Sky Demon Court, who had had many powerful fighters and thus had great individual combat ability. Even the dragon gods were not as good as them. After all, the dragon's gods could not launch a simultaneous attack like the divine elephant stomping the sky technique, and thus they were not as good at team combat. The Sky Demon Court are the only ones who have not tried yet. Up in the vast sky, countless people were watching the top forces that had appeared in every direction. Among the top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Sky Demon Court was the only one who had not tried to break the Matrix yet. All of the other forces had tried and failed. This made the people watching the battle look very somber. Sure enough, it was incredibly difficult to break through the Matrix that was led by Qin He. Now, the Sky Demon Court was the only demonic clan that still had a chance to do so. It seemed like things would turn out just as expected. Among all the top human powers, only the Heavenly Mandate dynasty could threaten the Matrix. If Qin He wanted to find a cultivation partner, it would be quite appropriate for her to make her decision based on this Matrix that she was in charge of. Now, it all depended on who could lead the other cultivators to break the Matrix. At that moment, another group of figures stepped out. They were the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Under Zhan Yuan's leadership, they stepped to the bottom of the stairs. Thunder boomed all over his body, and brilliant lightning cracked. The people around him were all flashing with the power of thunder will. Suddenly, storm clouds rolled over the place where they were standing, making it all look very gloomy. The Violet Heavenly Palace seemed to have been holding their breath ever since the feasts in the Origin Mountains and the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhan Yuan had once been hailed for his supreme body of the Great Path, but ever since his defeat, he had felt more and more like he did not even exist, especially among all the great figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Gu Donglu were such powerful heroes that it made it so that everyone seemed to forget about the man with the supreme body of the Great Path. But Zhan Yuan had been holding his breath all along, and so had the Violet Heavenly Palace. Qin He had formed the Shentian Matrix, and no one had been able to break it. If the Violet Heavenly Palace could, then they could finally take that breath. Thunder boomed up in the sky, and the clouds covered the sun, forming a terrible, apocalyptic matrix. All of the thunder will of the cultivators in front of Zhan Yuan seemed to flow into him. Zhan Yuan led the matrix, gathering all of the thunder of the heavens and the earth into himself. Zhan Yuan led the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace in their assault upon the matrix. Endless thunder suffused Zhan Yuan's body. There was no doubt that he had gathered up the most power here. All kinds of will were there for him to use, and he was an avatar of a god of thunder. Thunder boomed as the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace stepped up to form their matrix. At the moment their attack fell, endless apocalyptic lightning swept down, containing the power to destroy one's very soul. It was able to destroy divine sword light that was shooting towards them. This force seemed like it would be able to destroy the Shentian Matrix. The devastating lightning was like a catastrophe of the Great Path. It destroyed everything it touched, including the images of all the goddesses. Zhan Yuan was in his thunder form. He floated up the stairs without stopping, and everywhere he passed, everything was destroyed utterly. All of the lightning of the Great Path is gathered together in his form, and he is using his supreme body of the Great Path to wield it. Everyone thought to themselves, trembling. This attack that the Violet Heavenly Palace had launched was incredibly powerful. It seemed like Zhan Yuan was trying to prove himself once again. The catastrophe swords shot out towards the endless phantoms, and a groan came from within the matrix as someone was seriously wounded. Qin He looked down at Zhan Yuan. Was he trying to wash the Violet Heavenly Palace's shame by defeating her? She strummed a chord, and countless notes filled the air. They resonated with the Great Path. Within the Shentian Matrix, everyone's wills joined together. The music seemed to change, becoming more powerful and energetic, as well as harsher. She looked down at her instrument and began to play faster and faster. The music of Brahma's pure sky transformed into a formless storm of notes that covered all of the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhan Yuan was at the center of all their power. He might be able to block it, but what about the others? Countless images of divine maidens appeared in the minds of all the cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace. They all saw a sword as well, a sword that was completely heedless of all their thunder. The powerful music abruptly stopped, But at that moment, the harsh feeling grew even stronger. He placed her delicate hands on the strings and rested them there. She looked down and plucked the strings. Suddenly, a harsh sound burst forth from her instrument. Cough, cough, cough. The cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace all coughed up blood at the same time, as if the total combination of all their techniques was still very weak. At that moment, Zhan Yuan went pale. His aura grew weaker. He was looking down at him, and she did not stop. He ran her fingers over the strings, and Zhan Yuan felt countless swords cut into his soul and pierce his body. He felt like he was at the edge of death. Blood ran from the corners of his mouth. The sound of thunder still emitted from his body, but a look of deep pain was in his eyes. But all he saw looking back at him was a pair of cold eyes. At that moment, he seemed to understand that he had been trying to use this chance to prove himself, but he also had a lot riding on this battle. He turned and walked back down. Everyone watched him. They could feel a faint sense of sadness coming off of his supreme body of the Great Path. Ever since that battle where he had fallen from grace, it seemed like he had never had a chance to climb back up. Your legend could be shattered in a single battle, but to rebuild it, you needed to prove yourself time and time again. The Violet Heavenly Palace's matrix had been defeated, and 10,000 Divine Mountain did not seem to want to participate. Other than the Sky Demon Court, the only forces left were the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. And many people would say that, in truth, this had always been a battle between the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had always wanted to form a marriage alliance with Brahma's pure sky, and it was said that he was interested in Yi Futian. But from what they had seen today, it seemed like the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would have a much better chance of breaking the matrix than the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The vast area around Her Excellency Xianxia seemed extremely quiet. The people of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty did not move, and it appeared that the people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were not planning on moving either. What do you think? Hua Qingyun asked Yi Futian. They had no intention of forming a marriage alliance. He may have been very good-looking, but if Yi Futian and her became cultivation partners, they would lack the required emotional connection, and so it would be rather dull. This would affect his cultivation. He knew the news that had come from the outside world. Thus, he had asked Yi Futian to play the main role in today's events. If they wanted a marriage alliance, Yi Futian would be the best person to offer up. The elder of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven clearly wanted this, but Yi Futian had said that he and he were just friends. But now, they had to stop the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty no matter what. At the very least, they absolutely could not allow them to form a marriage alliance with Brahma's pure sky. It was better to leave this problem to Yi Futian. Hua Qingyuan did not want to deal with it. Yi Futian shrugged. I have no opinion. They would wait and see what the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty did. Over on the other side where the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was, Tianyu and the others were watching the people from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The youth beside Tianyu said, Brother, it seems that they are waiting for us. What is the difference between waiting and being powerless? Said someone beside him. Tianyu laughed. No one thought that the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would be able to break the matrix, but from what they could see, their matrix had no weaknesses. They had a chance to break the Xiantian matrix. Thus, they could not take this too lightly. They wanted to be the ones to do it, and so they must use their thunder techniques to break the Xiantian matrix. Brothers, shall we teach the goddesses of Brahma's pure sky a lesson together? Tianyu finally said to the people around him. We have been waiting for you to say that. Good. Everyone else nodded as well. Tianyu looked behind him and said, He of Brahma's pure sky is leading the matrix herself, so we must give this our all. Come with me, and we will break the matrix. Yes, Your Highness, they all answered. 2 of them had been trained in the Divine Palace. The rest were all common disciples, but they were still extremely talented. As the group of them strode forward with such might, everyone watching felt like the Xiantian matrix was about to be broken. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's matrix was too powerful. The people from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty walked to the foot of the stairs. Tianjiao called up to He far above him. I am Tianjiao. here with my brothers to test the strength of the goddess's matrix." After he said this, the musician beside him knelt down. A Guqin spirit flashed to life, and its power joined with his own in an instant. Divine light covered him. He was sitting at the very top, and he was sitting at the very bottom. This young man was named Yen Sui, and he was the most outstanding disciple of the Divine Music Palace. He had been trained in divine sounds by the Palace Lord, and his learning ran incredibly deep. He was in the top 10 of all the disciples under the Renhuang of the Divine Palace. "Divine sounds are the best way of teaching Brahma's pure sky a lesson," said Yen Sui with a slight smile. He looked up at He in the sky. His expression was relaxed. It was as if there was no pressure. Previously, all of the people had been unable to withstand the rhythmic sorcery attacks as they tried to break the matrix. Now that he was on the battlefield, he would turn his opponent's attacks into nothing. He looked down at him. Her music rang out with astonishing sharpness. It seemed like the air grew cold and foreboding in an instant. Everyone around them who heard the music seemed to be able to sense He's state of mind. Could it be that she had not wished to engage in this confrontation at all? But no one had time to think about that. Yen Sui's music rang out at the same time, and Yin Tianyu and the others stepped up into the air. Divine light suddenly flashed from them. They began to sing, and it sounded like the song of the Great Path. Their voices resonated with the worldly Great Path. Their music was directly integrated into the Guqin music. In a flash, all of the cultivators could feel two powerful forces of rhythmic sorcery come into being at the same time. A formless light curtain completely covered the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty as they started to fly up the stairs. Yen Sui floated up from where he was sitting on the ground as he plucked at his Guqin strings, following behind the rest of them. The cultivators in front of him formed up into several different huge matrices, each one with 9 people. But all of these matrices together formed a single whole, and they were all controlled by Yen Sui. Yin Tianyu was in the foremost one. His body was shining with divine light as if he was the invincible spearhead of the whole formation. The music of Brahma's pure sky fell upon them, trying to influence their wills, but the rhythmic sorcery that was bursting forth from Yen Sui's divine sounds clashed with it in midair. One could not see any physical forces colliding, but at that moment, a suffocating pressure fell upon the Xianxia matrix. As this invisible clash happened, a great deal of will of the Great Path was shattered into nothingness. Brahma's pure sky is unable to seize the upper hand. Below the stairway, all of the cultivators in the vast area were paying close attention to the battle. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was the force with the greatest hope of breaking the power of the matrix. And just as expected, the divine sounds were well suited to the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm, and they resonated with them as they clashed invisibly with the music of Brahma's pure sky. Everyone looked towards Yin Tianyu and saw that all around him, the will of the Great Path was being destroyed. The music resonated with the Great Path and coalesced upon Yin Tianyu's body, pushing his aura, which was already extremely strong, to the limit. It seemed like he would become strong enough to smash the Great Path itself. An endless, violent airflow erupted from him and swept up the long stairway. One only had to look at the airflow to feel its power. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was clearly far stronger than the Violet Heavenly Palace. The sharp music of the Great Path rang out, and a brush appeared in Yin Tianyu's hand. It was the Xianxia brush. Not only that, but the resonating of the Great Path also made many other Xianxia brushed appear in the air around them. Each one contained incredibly strong killing power. Yin Tianyu looked up into the sky and said, "The goddesses have offended us." As he said this, they pointed up at them with the Xianxia brush. In a flash, the endless killing airflow swept up towards the Xianxia matrix, covering the entire staircase as it went. He had naturally known that this would be a difficult battle. The Xianxia matrix was extremely strong, but the power of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's matrix was astonishing as well. Thus, she had to put her all into this. Her face turned solemn, and she plucked the strings of her Guqin. In a flash, the powerful spiritual will that had gathered together within her spread out through the matrix, as if she were pouring it into it. In the Xianxia matrix, there was a goddess forming the matrix in each direction, as well as all the cultivators under their command. There were 9 goddesses under the Empress of Brahma's pure sky, and they were divided into 9 different bloodlines. Each bloodline was skilled at different things, and thus the powers that they could wield were different. A massive collision rocked the Xianxia matrix. Tianyu was walking through the air with a terrible purpose. The music still played as the image of a goddess appeared behind Qin He. Invisible swords shot through the air, trying to break the matrix of the cultivators of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Yen Sui looked up at Qin He and smiled coldly. He plucked his strings, and the music resonated with the great path. All of the cultivators of the heavenly mandate dynasty seemed to join together, and terrible divine light bloomed from Tianyu. At that moment, a brilliant golden Kuanping bird appeared in a swirl of music, covering all the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm. It seemed that they had transformed into it. Countless swords shot towards them, but they could not break through their defenses. Their defenses were no longer merely of flesh and blood, as their wills had merged and had all been integrated into Tianyu. Under the Kuanping's curtain of light, Tianyu was able to bear all of the pressure by himself. This was different from the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace, who had been defeated in an instant by a similar attack. Golden light shone from Tianyu's eyes. He waved the Xianxia brush and drew out the characters Crush, Power, and Earth. In a flash, many cracking sounds rang out as many of the goddesses in the Xianxia matrix were struck by a terrible killing will. Their robes were stained with blood as they were sent flying off the battlefield. But Tianyu did not cease his attack. He lowered the Xianxia brush and descended. Killing light shone as the divine sounds played. Everyone watched as the killing will started to cover the entire stairway. "You should give up. You can't stop us?" said Tianyu as he watched the images of women continuously appear in the matrix. He continued forward. The Xianxia matrix has lost the upper hand, everyone thought. Both the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's matrix and the Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty himself were too strong. With such excellent cooperation between them, the Xianxia matrix would surely be broken soon. "Change the matrix," called Qin He in a cold voice. Suddenly, all the women on the stairway flashed, and more phantoms appeared, filling the whole area. Even the killing will that had come from the Xianxia brush could not tell if it was attacking real opponents. But it seemed that Tianyu did not care. He pointed into the sky, and a loud cry came from the Xianxia brush as more Xianxia brushes formed. They shot out in different directions. At the same time, the Kuanping flapped its wings, and golden light burst forth from it, shooting out into the air. Since Brahma's pure sky was still resisting, he would let them feel the entirety of his power. His father, the dynastic overlord, hoped that he would marry Qin He. This would determine the future of the heavenly mandate realm. But even if they could not form a marriage alliance, he would not care too much. As long as Brahma's pure sky stayed honest and kept to themselves, that would be fine. Even without the marriage alliance, their absolute strength would undoubtedly prove to be a good deterrent. So, since Brahma's pure sky had set up this matrix, he would not go easy on them. Those watching could see people fleeing from the Xianxia matrix continuously, their robes stained with blood. Some of them had been seriously wounded. At that moment, the music of Brahma's pure sky rang through the air. Everyone could feel its solemn atmosphere. All of the goddesses began to chant, and suddenly, the Xianxia matrix gathered together. The figure of a massive goddess formed in the air above Tianyu. Although she was stunning, she was fierce as well. She had 3 heads and 6 arms. As Qin He's music played, the massive goddess held a sword in each of her 6 hands. Countless beams of brilliant sword light shrieked out and collided with the onrushing airflow. Divine purifying light was shining from her and transforming into heavenly swords. It was like an indestructible cleansing light. The many Xianxia brushed shot through the air, but they were shattered into nothingness by the purifying swords as they were cut through. Only the brushes closest to Tianyu continued to release the terrifying airflow. But the sword light continued to fall until it reached the giant Kuanping. It began to break through its defenses bit by bit. Whoosh! life spirits bloomed, and the divine picture of the heavenly mandate appeared. The divine sounds resonated with it, and divine light covered Yin Tianyu's body. The Kuanping flashed as it flapped its wings and rose up into the sky up towards where the sword light was coming from. It raked out with its talons, trying to attack the goddess. The goddess's arm descended as she slashed out with her sword at the Kuanping's talon. There was a shocking collision, and a wild storm of the great path burst out. The Kuanping flapped its wings and continued upwards. The purifying swords turned into endless beams of light that lashed down and struck it. Boom! 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 The great path trembled. Many of the cultivators of both Brahma's pure sky and the heavenly mandate dynasty had joined together, combining their powers. It was simply shocking to behold. The very sky was shaking. Women of Brahma's pure sky were sent flying out of the matrix one after another. Their wills could not bear the assault. The Kuanping continued up. Everyone trembled as they witnessed this scene. "The matrix is about to break," said Hua Qingshan from among the people of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Yi Futian could see it as well, but they had expected this. The Xianxian matrix could not withstand the cultivators of the heavenly mandate dynasty, especially the ones from the divine palace who were willing to support Yin Tianyu for the sake of jealousy. The prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty may have been arrogant, but he was also very popular. At that moment, a look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face. He saw that within the Xianxian matrix, Qin he had stopped playing her guqin. She stepped forward, graceful as a fairy, and entered into the image of the massive goddess, becoming one with it. "She's still not willing to give up?" said Hua Qingyun with a look of surprise. "It looks like she's serious this time," said Jiang Taichu quietly. Once Qin he had entered the image of the goddess, her attack power increased tremendously. She pressed down upon the rising Kuanping. The violent collision made everyone in the area tremble inwardly. Yin Tianyu had used nearly all of his strength in this great battle and used the ultimate arts of the heavenly mandate dynasty. The battle made Yi Futian think of the battle between Yin Tianyu and Third Brother, but this was even more violent since the power of entire matrices had been added in. This amount of power seemed like it went beyond the limits of the Saint Plane. "You still haven't given up?" came Yin Tianyu's voice from his matrix. Qin he had not stopped yet. Bang! 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 There was a series of violent collisions that made everyone's hearts tremble. Hua Qingyun watched the scene, then looked at Yi Futian and said, "She is fighting so hard against Yin Tianyu. Could it be that she wants someone else to be the one to win?" Qin he was fighting so fiercely this time. It was like she had become a different person. "Brahma's pure sky has not said anything, we shouldn't speculate," said Yi Futian softly. He was watching as well and was a little bit surprised at Qin he's determination. Boom! The great path collapsed and the sky trembled. A group of figures was sent flying downwards, all of them spitting up blood and with blood-stained robes. They were all cultivators of Brahma's pure sky. The Xianxian matrix had crumbled. Qin he had been knocked back as well, and her robes were blood-stained. She may have been fiercely determined, but the people of Brahma's pure sky could not bear this battle. The Xianxian matrix had been broken. The heavenly mandate dynasty had been the ones to do it. Yin Tianyu and the others were too strong. The Xianxian matrix was broken, and Qin he had been wounded, along with many of the cultivators who had formed the matrix. Yin Tianyu's powerful aura dissipated, and Yen Sui stopped playing. The disciples of the divine palace watched Qin he. There was none of the arrogance or disdain of victors in their eyes. On the contrary, most of them looked at her with a sense of respect. They were all-powerful figures in that they could jointly support an attack that was being enhanced by divine sounds, and they had been able to force such a powerful collision. The goddesses of Brahma's pure sky were worthy of their reputation as well. They were all top figures in their own right. Yin Tianyu walked up the stairs, his fellow disciples following behind him until they made it up to Xianxian Pavilion. Qin he's robes were fluttering in the wind. Although they were blood-stained, they still could not hide her splendor. Her face was cold as she looked at Yin Tianyu. "You are supernaturally powerful, Goddess Qin, and the Xianxian matrix is marvelous. If I did not have my brothers helping me, And it was just me, a simple cultivator from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, trying to break the matrix. Who knows what would have happened. This was an unusual attitude for Tianyu. He was being incredibly humble and polite. You have broken the matrix, Your Highness. So please come up to Xiantian Pavilion. He did not display very much emotion as she spoke to Tianyu indifferently. Tianyu nodded, and he and the other cultivators walked up the stairs to Xiantian Pavilion. But they stopped at the edge of the pavilion and looked down. It seemed that they wanted to watch the others charging at the Xiantian matrix. The people from Brahma's pure sky returned to their original places, but many of them could no longer fight, and so they left the battlefield. The matrix was now missing quite a few people. Everyone down below was looking at Qin He. She had just fought very fiercely, putting her all into the battle, which had led to her being wounded. This would probably affect the next fight. She could have given up in the last battle, but she had not. After the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the Sky Demon Court were the only two forces that had not gone yet. Dazzling light was shining over where the demons of the Sky Demon Court were. Jun's eyes seemed to be glowing with golden fire as he looked up at Qin He in the Xiantian Pavilion. "Let's go," he said softly. When he said this, fiery wings appeared behind him. The most powerful divine birds of the demon realms flew around him and landed on the stairs to the Xiantian Pavilion. Jun looked up at Qin He, brilliant light shining from him. "You just fought a battle," he said. "For us to attack you now would be kind of like taking advantage of your precarious situation. Why don't you give up, and we'll come and take a look?" "Come up," said Qin He as she looked down at him. When she said this, she lowered her head and played her guqin. The music of Brahma's pure sky rang out once again. Everyone watched the beautiful figure playing all alone and felt a deep sense of loneliness. "Pardon the intrusion," said Jun. He spread out his wings, and they covered the sky in an instant. Divine fire burst out, and it pierced through the sky like beams of sunlight, shooting up the stairs. When the phantoms appeared, they were burned up by the fire until there was nothing left of them. Powerful auras also burst out from the other divine birds. The figure of a huge demonic beast appeared, blotting out the sun as it flew upwards. This time there was no matrix, but the demons of the Sky Demon Court were number one in the demon realms. And if you did not include the Divine Palace in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's power, then the Sky Demon Court was the most powerful force in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Of course, that was only if the various families of the Sky Demon Court were united. After all, at that moment, the Kunping clan wanted to be independent. And the Phoenix clan and the Golden Wing Giant Peng Bird clan were also very proud families. This was another fierce battle. Jun and the other demons of the Sky Demon Court fought violently, but at the same time they came under a lot of pressure. Many of the cultivators of Brahma's pure sky were wounded and forced to flee the matrix, but some of the demons of the Sky Demon Court were wounded as well. In the end, the Sky Demon Court broke through the Xiantian Matrix's defenses, but they did not make the Matrix collapse like the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had done. This time, Qin He was not as persistent as before. Perhaps it was because of lingering wounds from the last battle, and the fact that many of the members of the Matrix had been forced to sit out of the fighting. This time they were not as strong. Thus, the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court also went up to the Xiantian Pavilion. They also stood at the edge, standing next to the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Tianyu and Jun looked at each other. They had fought in the Violet Heavenly Palace before, but at that time they had just been testing each other, and so had not used all of their power. Afterward, the battle between Tianyu and Gu Donglu had been a real fight. But Tianyu and Jun were eminent talents of the human cultivating world and the demon cultivating world. As they stood there, it seemed like invisible fighting will was spreading throughout the Xiantian Pavilion. After the Sky Demon Court, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were the last ones left to try. But after 2 battles, there would be a lot less pressure on them. After all, the power of the Xiantian Matrix had clearly lessened already. Previously, when they were at full strength, even top forces like the Sky Demon Court would have had a hard time attacking them. Everyone was watching the people from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. There had been a lot of rumors about Yi Futian and Qin He spreading throughout the Heavenly Mandate realm. Was he not planning on doing anything? Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun looked at Yi Futian as well. It seemed like he, who was not even a disciple of the celestial gate of vast heaven, had become the core member of their group. Of course, this did not mean that the people of the celestial gate of vast heaven would place Yi Futian above Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun. It was just that this whole affair was about Qin He and her choice of a cultivation partner. Neither Jiang Taichu nor Hua Qingyun wanted to become her partner. Yi Futian was undoubtedly the best choice. When he felt all those eyes on him, Yi Futian stepped forward. The rest of the people from the celestial gate of vast heaven followed quickly. They all walked towards the stairs to the Xianxia pavilion. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Qin He looked down at them, her beautiful eyes seeming to pierce through Yi Futian even across the vast distance. She had a conflicted expression on her face. She did not know what to feel. She placed her fingers on the strings and got ready to play the guqin. Yi Futian was very sensitive, and so he could feel Qin He's gaze upon him. He could not quite tell what emotions she was displaying in her gaze. Besides Qin He, Yin Tianyu and the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court were also watching him. "Is this the one who broke through the divine sounds?" whispered Yen Sui from beside Yin Tianyu. It seemed like he was very interested in Yi Futian. Gu Donglu, who had fought with Yin Tianyu in the past, was not here today, so they naturally would only focus on the cultivator who had broken through their divine sounds. All was quiet as Yi Futian looked back at Qin He. "The Shen-Tian matrix is already weakened," he said. "A fight would not be fair. Why don't we try another method?" "Please come up, Lord Yi," said Qin He as she looked down at him. Her fingers moved over the strings of her guqin. Amidst the melodious music, Yi Futian looked up at her and said, "Pardon the intrusion." Upon saying this, he sat down. A look of surprise came over the faces of the cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven all around him as he did this. He had been so polite when he spoke to Qin He, but he had not said how he would fight. Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun had let Yi Futian take the lead in this battle. Why had he not said anything to them? His every movement was elegant and graceful. "What a master!" said many people with praise. At that moment, a guqin appeared in front of him. A look of surprise came over everyone's face. A guqin? Qin He was playing a guqin on the steps to Shen-Tian Pavilion, and now Yi Futian dared to pull one out as well? Most of the people there did not understand. Boom! Brilliant celestial light flashed from Yi Futian as he activated the methods of the deed of thought comprehension and the mystical ways of celestial soul attraction. In an instant, the will of the great path was flowing wildly, and a celestial soul slowly materialized behind him. At the same time, Yi Futian's fingers fell upon the guqin. For a moment, his music brought people to the infinite realm of ethereal space. It was like everyone had entered a whole new, marvelous world. The way of music! Everyone's hearts trembled. Yi Futian was also skilled at rhythmic sorcery. "Let your saintly will flow into the music. Do not resist," said Yi Futian. The people from the celestial gate of vast heaven looked surprised. Could it be that simple? Yi Wuchen, Qi Shengang, and the others were the first to do so. The powerful will suddenly bloomed out, flowing along with the music and controlled by Yi Futian's rhythmic sorcery. Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun did so as well, and soon, all the other people from the celestial gate of vast heaven released their powerful saintly wills one after another, making them resonate with the music. Soon the amount of will contained within the music seemed to explode. Yi Futian started to float upward into the sky slowly. All the other cultivators followed him. The storm of guqin music gradually grew fiercer. It raged between heaven and earth as the celestial soul grew larger. It was like a real celestial coming down to earth. What was more frightening was the immense piercing power that the guqin music had. When the music covered the stairs, all the cultivators within the Shen-Tian matrix suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. Qin He was also surprised by Yi Futian's skill with the guqin. She suddenly felt that something was not right, and her expression changed. Her hands moved quickly as she watched Yi Futian down below her. Yi Futian, who was floating in the air, looked back at her. The celestial soul behind him was shining with terrifying celestial light. At that moment, the cultivators in the Xianxia matrix could feel their souls trembling. Yifutian pointed with his right hand and then placed his fingers on the guqin. Ding! The guqin music pierced through their souls and destroying countless phantoms within the Xianxia matrix. A loud moan rang out at the same time as all the goddesses went pale and were sent flying backward. However, they had not been subjected to a direct attack. The Xianxia matrix collapsed in an instant. Only some of the extremely strong goddesses managed to remain in place, but they could no longer form the matrix. Everyone was staring at the brilliant celestial light coming from the celestial soul. It seemed to merge with the great path itself. What happened? They did not understand what they were seeing. Had Yifutian just integrated rhythmic sorcery into the mystical ways of celestial soul attraction? Had he just broken the matrix in an instant? Within the Xianxia matrix, Qin He's slender fingers were still on the strings of her guqin. She stared at Yifutian, stunned. She had not even launched an attack, and the Xianxia matrix had already been broken. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She was stunned for a moment, but then she was relieved. Yifutian was still floating in the air, and celestial light was spreading out from his guqin. He looked up at Qin He and said, "The Xianxia matrix is incredibly powerful, and so I had no choice but to take you by surprise. Please forgive me." He had needed to resort to trickery to break the matrix so quickly, and had blended his music into the celestial soul attraction to create rhythmic sorcery that would assault their souls in an instant. In this way, he had not even needed to really fight Qin He. "You broke the Xianxia matrix with a trick that I used before. I am very ashamed. All the people of the Heavenly Mandate realm look at Prince Yi Tianyu of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Gu Donglu of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven as the best cultivators of this generation. But in my view, you are not inferior to either of them, Lord Yi," said Qin He softly. Previously, the Xianxia matrix had used divine swords to cut people's spiritual souls, defeating the cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat clan and the Violet Heavenly Palace in seconds. Now, Yifutian had used the same kind of trick on them, wounding all of the goddesses within the Xianxia matrix in an instant. Qin He's words were full of praise for Yifutian. These days, the people of the Heavenly Mandate realm did indeed look at Yi Tianyu and Gu Donglu as the best. And Qin He had said that Yifutian was not inferior to either of them. This placed Yifutian above all other cultivators. This showed how she held him in such high esteem. "It seems that the rumors are true," everyone was saying quietly. They could see that this outstanding woman, Qin He, did indeed have a high opinion of Yifutian. If this was the case, then wasn't it highly likely that Yifutian was the one that she would choose as a cultivation partner? Moreover, did the fact that she had praised him so highly mean that she had feelings for him? Maybe she had wanted this all along, and that was why she had given Yifutian this chance. "You are too kind, Goddess Qin. All of the people who formed the Xianxia matrix today are very powerful. Not one of them is anything less than a genius," answered Yifutian. The praise that the two of them were lavishing on each other made everyone watching from far away look at them with more and more surprise. "Please come up, Lord Yi," said Qin He with a nod. "Thank you, Goddess." Yifutian walked forward with the people from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven following behind. They all looked dazed. They had thought this would be a fierce battle. However, it had been almost too easy. They had not even come under any pressure. Yifutian had broken the matrix in an instant, and afterward, Qin He had not kept fighting but had given up completely. "He is amazing," said Hua Qingyuan softly. "He was worthy of admiration." It seemed that the elder had not been wrong. Yifutian was indeed a good choice. Moreover, Yifutian was an outstanding talent, and Qin He was the same. Both of them were also incredibly good-looking. It seemed to be a match made in heaven. If the two of them were together, it would become a tale for the ages. The group continued forward up the stairs to the Xianxia pavilion. On either side, the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty watched Yifutian and the others, especially Yi Tianyu and Yen Sui. Was that just the celestial soul attraction mystical way of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? Whispered Yen Sui. He had heard Tianyu say that Yi Futian had used the mystical ways of the celestial gate of vast heaven to defeat the divine sound. He must have used the same method to break the Shentian matrix. He had used the mystical way as his main attack to assault the souls of the people in the Shentian matrix. Qin He and the others had not been ready and had been caught off guard. Their spiritual souls had been damaged, and many of the cultivators of Brahma's pure sky had been wounded. Thus, the Shentian matrix had collapsed. Yi Futian had been clever, taking advantage of their unpreparedness. He may not have personally experienced the power of these goddesses, but he could feel how supernatural it was. If he had tried to do this differently, he would not have been able to break the matrix in an instant. Tianyu nodded. Yes, this mystical way had been lost for many years. It was only recently rediscovered and cultivated by Yi Futian. One's celestial soul is lured, and once you have a strong sense of it, you can directly target it with your attacks. The celestial gate of vast heaven is a top force in the heavenly mandate realm, and once had their golden era. It looks like their reputation is well-deserved. Their techniques are truly incredible. Yen Sui nodded slightly in praise. Any top force had things that it could inevitably do. Moreover, the celestial gate of vast heaven had nearly climbed to the peak 100 years ago. All of the 9 supreme regions, including the heavenly mandate realm, had been a part of that war. Gu Tianxing had been quite a character. It was a pity that he was gone now. Otherwise, if he were at the level he had been back then, he would be number 1 among all the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the 9 supreme regions. They were not talking by means of telepathy, and they did not avoid mentioning Yi Futian and the celestial gate of vast heaven. Yi Futian watched Tianyu and Yen Sui as they talked. They seemed to notice him, and Yen Sui inclined his head with a slight smile. He seemed very polite and relaxed. I am a disciple of Xianxia Divine Palace, he said. My name is Yen Sui. Xianxia Divine Palace was usually just called the Divine Palace because it was the only place in the higher heavens realm that could be called a divine palace. It was the most prestigious place for cultivation in the higher heavens realm, and it had no rivals. It was not a place that took part in factionalism, as it was above the petty conflicts of the world. When its disciples appeared in disputes, they were not representing the palace. The divine palace merely taught, and thus, many of the most powerful figures of the top forces of the higher heavens realm went there to seek the path. The Xianxia Divine Palace had trained countless heroes of the higher heavens realm, and thus enjoyed an incredibly high status. Forces from other realms would even send their people to the Divine Palace to seek the path. Thus, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had sent Tianyu and many of the other talented youths of the dynasty to the Xianxia Divine Palace to cultivate. Some of them had not come back and had joined the Divine Palace instead. Even their most common disciples became brilliant heroes. Yen Sui was a disciple of the Divine Music Palace within the Divine Palace and was the most outstanding and talented figure there. I am Yi Futian, of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, answered Yi Futian. Since Yen Sui had introduced himself, Yi Futian could not be impolite by not doing the same. Your mystical ways are quite excellent, Brother Yi, and you are skilled at rhythmic sorcery, said Yen Sui with a smile. I happen to have also done some small research into rhythmic sorcery. We should test our skills sometime. 1 inch I have cultivated many talents, and rhythmic sorcery is the one that I am least skilled in. If you wish to test my skills, you can test them each one by one, said Yi Futian with a smile and a slight nod. He had seen how Yen Sui had taken the lead with his rhythmic sorcery, and thus had seen how skilled he was. He had done substantial research into it. He was the most skilled at divine sounds out of all the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Yen Sui twitched when he heard Yi Futian speak. This guy was laying out all his cards, contrary to common sense. He had even disparaged his own rhythmic sorcery, but Yen Sui had seen that the control over rhythmic sorcery that he displayed was not inadequate in the least. Very well, said Yen Sui with a nod. He said nothing else. No one knew if the Shentian matrix would be able to continue. Qin He was looking down the stairs. Does anyone else wish to try? She asked. The Shentian matrix was no longer whole. The continuous fighting had made it so that many of the cultivators of Brahma's pure sky could not go on any longer. Of course, just Qin He and a few of the other goddesses could keep going on their own. As long as their opponents were not at the level of forces like the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Sky Demon Palace, they would have a hard time breaking the matrix. At that moment, a voice was transmitted to her. The goddesses of Brahma's pure sky have been fighting for such a long time and have used up most of their strength. To try and break the matrix now would be meaningless. I will not try. Can I come up to Xianxia Pavilion? The speaker was Gao Huang of 10,000 Divine Mountain. 10,000 Divine Mountain always seemed to be relatively casual like this. They had not participated in the battle at the Violet Heavenly Palace. It seemed that they were always just watching from the sidelines. We at Brahma's Pure Sky have created this matrix to test the various forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. There is no special meaning behind it. If none of them wants to continue trying to break it, then the people of the ordinary forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm may try, answered Qin He. A thoughtful look came over everyone's face. They were wondering what Qin He meant by this. She had said that there was no special meaning behind Brahma's pure sky setting up the Xianxia matrix. How could that be? If there was no special meaning, then why had she fought so bitterly? Previously, she had seemed so serious. The fact that she had done this meant that there had to be a meaning to it. If that is the case, then we will not attack the matrix. It will be much more pleasant just to walk up, said Gao Huang with a smile. He was happy just to be an observer. As for what would happen, he would just wait and see. With a force as powerful as 10,000 Divine Mountain giving up, the other forces decided not to try either. All of the most powerful forces had already made their moves, and so it seemed that this affair had come to an end. If you looked at it only from the perspective of conflict, the battle between the cultivators of the Xianxia matrix and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had been the most epic and shocking, and their fighting had been the fiercest. If you looked at it from the perspective of efficiency, Yi Futian and the people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had broken the matrix in an instant. No one had thought that that would happen. In addition, the Sky Demon Court had also shown outstanding power. Thus, if nothing unexpected happened and Brahma's Pure Sky wanted to form a marriage alliance and Qin He wanted to choose a cultivation partner, there were only these three great forces to choose from. The other forces that had lost would not even enter into Qin He's estimation. When she saw that no one else was coming, Qin He rose and put away her guqin. He waved her hand, and suddenly, all of the other goddesses retreated. We have prepared a feast here at the Xianxia Pavilion. You are all invited, said Qin He to everyone below them. The ones she had invited were naturally the top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The others all knew their place. The great forces walked towards the stairs. But for the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Purple Gold Rat Clan, this was not how they had wanted to go up the stairs. They had wanted to go up after having broken the Xianxia matrix. They all walked up with gloomy expressions. However, they were also curious about what Brahma's Pure Sky was going to do now. This would probably set the future structure of the Heavenly Mandate realm, and so they naturally wanted to be a part of it. They could not leave now. As everyone was walking up, Qin He turned and looked at the cultivators of the three great forces in the Xianxia Pavilion. You are all invited as well, she said. Thank you, goddess, they all answered. Qin He said nothing else. She walked forward, and without knowing if she meant to or not, she moved towards where the people from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were standing and nodded slightly at Yi Futian. Countless people were still gathered together in the vast area below the Xianxia Palace. All of them were cultivators from Brahma's Sky City. However, as they looked up, all they could see on the stairway were a few women left as guards. The others had all disappeared up into Xianxia Pavilion. What would happen up there? If Saint Qin He of Brahma's Pure Sky wanted to choose a cultivation partner, she would probably choose him from among the three camps that had broken the matrix. If Goddess Qin chooses a cultivation partner, who do you all think would be the most suitable candidate? Someone asked those around him. The Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Yi Tianyu. He is a prince of the Divine Palace, and has a pleasant disposition, in addition to being good at making friends. Many of the great geniuses of the Xianxia Palace have come to the heavenly mandate realm to help him, said someone with certainty. As long as Goddess Qin he does not have any objections, then a marriage between the foremost saint of Brahma's pure sky and the heavenly mandate dynasty would be a match made in heaven. No one could be more suitable. That's true. I have heard that the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty looks down on everyone. He is extremely proud. Now it looks like the rumors were not true. Tianyu seems modest and humble. If he and Goddess Qin he were together, then Brahma's pure sky would lose their greatest saint. But in the future, they would gain a queen of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Someone chimed in. Many people thought that Qin he and Tianyu were well suited to each other. You all seem to be forgetting about Qin he's happiness. Someone broke in. Yi Futian broke the matrix in an instant and is a marvelous hero besides. His family background may be obscure, and he is certainly of lower status than Tianyu, but that just makes it all the more impressive that he is here today. Moreover, Yi Futian is one of the greatest figures of our age. He broke the matrix in an instant, and Goddess Qin he said that he was a contender for the title of the strongest person in this generation of the heavenly mandate realm. This means that in Goddess Qin he's eyes, Yi Futian is absolutely no worse than Tianyu. Moreover, she clearly favors him. Wouldn't it be even more perfect if the two of them were together? Yi Futian may have an incredible amount of talent, but it seems that there are no feelings between him and Qin he, said someone. They would make a bad match? Someone asked. Perhaps. Qin he was, after all, a saint of Brahma's pure sky. Looked at from this angle, she and the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty were more suitable for each other. The people of Brahma's sky city were naturally very passionate and curious about the topic of a cultivation partner for the foremost saint of Brahma's pure sky, and conversations about this could be found throughout the city. As for what was happening up at Xianxia Pavilion, they did not dare try to spy on it. That was Xianxia Pavilion, the place where the goddesses of Brahma's sky city cultivated. Who would dare spy there without permission? Now they could only guess and wait for news. Unfortunately, they had not been born into any of the great forces. Otherwise, they could have gone up to the pavilion and seen what was going on. At that moment, a feast had been prepared at Xianxia Pavilion. The people of Brahma's pure sky had brought all the people of the great forces to the place where the feast was being held. The cultivators took their seats. Qin he did not sit in the host's place, but in a seat off to the side. A look of surprise came over everyone's faces. Could it be that some other important figure from Brahma's pure sky was coming? At that moment, a group of figures walked out from one of the great halls. Naturally, they were all women. The one at their head had an outstanding air about her. She was tall and slender, but with perfect curves. However, there was a fascinating sense of divinity about her, which made it so that people would not dare to lust after her. When they saw her, all the people of the great forces bowed in turn and said, "Greetings, goddess." The woman at the head of the group that had just come was one of the Juqian goddesses, the Xianxia goddess. Xianxia Pavilion was her place for cultivation within Brahma's sky city. The Juqian goddesses held a very respected position within Brahma's pure sky, only being subordinate to the empress. Even in the heavenly mandate realm, they were considered powerful figures. All of the people who had come here today, who on the surface were powerful figures in their own right, paid their respects when they saw Goddess Xianxia. "Welcome to Xianxia Pavilion. There is no need to be so polite, you may all sit," said Goddess Xianxia. "Thank you, Goddess." Everyone was still speaking very politely. If Goddess Xianxia had not taken her seat, they certainly could not. In the world of cultivation, no matter what your relationship with somebody was, as long as you were not facing them in battle, you had to show them the utmost respect. Sometimes people would even show great respect when facing their enemies. Goddess Xianxia did not say anything else. She sat down with a slight smile, and soon everyone else followed suit. Today, we have invited all of you from the heavenly mandate realm for several reasons. The first reason is that we wanted to see the talented cultivators of this generation. The second is that we want to take this chance to have the disciples of Brahma's pure sky teach the cultivators of all the other forces and give them more motivation to cultivate, said Goddess Xianxia. The Xianxia matrix was set up by Qin he and the saints of Brahma's pure sky, but even so, Every time you attacked, you put a lot of pressure on them. And you even managed to break it several times. Many people were hurt. This is a great reminder for them. Thank you for your kind words, goddess. The Xianxia matrix is incredibly powerful. If we had not used all of our might, it would have been impossible to break it. It was pure luck that we were able to do so as it was, said Tianyu with a smile. The matrix is created by the saints of Brahma's pure sky, and naturally, they are able to bring a lot of power to bear. You must know that we have come a great distance, and yet since we were able to see the splendor of the goddesses of Brahma's pure sky, the trip was more than worth it, said a cultivator beside Tianyu. His name was Linyu, and he was the oldest of the disciples who had come here from Xianxia Divine Palace, making him their elder brother. Even Tianyu showed him respect. Xianxia Divine Palace itself has quite a powerful matrix. How can our humble matrix compare to yours? Goddess Xiantian said to Linyu. This is not a competition between our matrices. Moreover, Goddess Qin he displayed just as much talent in this battle as even the most powerful figures from Xianxia Divine Palace. If you are willing, then we would be pleased to have her come and join us there to cultivate, said Linyu with a smile. Everyone who heard this looked surprised. Would Qin he enter Xianxia Divine Palace? Then she would become Tianyu's sworn sister. Linyu seemed to be speaking casually, but his words had profound implications. If Brahma's pure sky were really planning to do this, then Qin he's choice of spiritual partner would certainly be Tianyu. That depends on what Qin he herself thinks, answered Goddess Shintan. There was one other reason for this battle, and it was the most important one, determining Qin he's future. Everyone who heard this felt their hearts beating faster. Had they finally reached the main topic? When he heard this, Yi Futian involuntarily looked towards Qin he. He saw her nod slightly, but could not see her expression. My disciple Qin he is outstandingly talented. However, she lacks a few things since she has always cultivated here in Brahma's pure sky. Thus, we have decided to let her go out into the mortal world to cultivate and train. However, she will still be a disciple of Brahma's pure sky, said Goddess Shintan. Everyone was clear about what she meant. Indeed, the people of Brahma's sky city had been talking about this. It seemed their information had not come out of thin air. Brahma's pure sky was indeed going to choose a spiritual partner for Qin he. Enter the so-called mortal world to cultivate was perhaps one reason, but it was definitely not the only one. They all knew this, and Qin he must have known as well. However, Qin he is extremely proud. She is not willing to leave Brahma's pure sky and enter the mortal world. So she and I made a bet. I let her set up the Xiantian matrix. If no one was able to break it, then she would not have to go to the mortal world. If someone could break it, then she had to promise to leave Brahma's pure sky, continued Goddess Xiantian. Everyone was stunned. If none of them had been able to break the matrix, that would have meant Qin he was not inferior to anyone in the heavenly mandate realm, and she would have no need to get married. As Yi Futian listened to this, he saw that she had her head bowed. Was this why she had fought so persistently? Everyone had thought that she did not need to do that, but she had indeed fought with all her strength. So, she had indeed been unwilling. If that was the case, why was Brahma's pure sky forcing her? Was it just so that she would go into the mortal world to cultivate? Perhaps they wanted to use her to help arrange the future situation of the heavenly mandate realm. Under the current situation, no matter who she married, it would change the balance of power. Could be said that her marriage would be extremely influential. However, this is an extremely important matter to Qin he. Thus, I ask that you all give her some time. Brahma's pure sky will not influence her choice, continued Goddess Xiantian. Then she looked at Qin he and said, I leave it to you, Qin he. Having said this, she stood and said, I will not see all of you off. It is good that you are gathered here together. After she said this, she turned and left. Qin he was the foremost saint of Brahma's pure sky, which was a top force in the heavenly mandate realm, and she was beautiful besides. If she chose someone to be her spiritual partner, how could they refuse? Qin he looked up at everyone and said softly, Everyone, please stay here at Shintan Pavilion for a while. I must consider this matter carefully. On saying this, she rose and walked to one side, leaving behind a crowd of stunned people. Was she just going to abandon all her guests? Other than a few maids, all of the important people of Brahma's pure sky had left. There was a strange look on Yifutian's face. Were all of them candidates? Yifutian was not the only one who was surprised. A look of shock came over all the cultivators at the Xianxia pavilion. Many people were looking at Yin Tianyu of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and then at Yifutian. If there were candidates, the two of them were definitely among them. As for the others, they were just secondary characters in this. Many serving maids walked among them, saying, "Xianxia Pavilion has arranged places for all of you. We will take you to your places now to rest. Of course, if you wish to leave, you may do so at any time." The Xianxia goddess had already officially announced that he would have to choose a spiritual partner. This was a situation that affected almost all of the Heavenly Mandate realm. How could they all just leave? Naturally, they took their places. They all looked at each other and then started looking all around Xianxia Pavilion. There were also many of the cultivators who studied under Goddess Xianxia there at Xianxia Pavilion. They were cultivating. It was a huge area, with many pavilions and gazebos, ancient palaces and temples, and platforms for cultivating, fighting, and martial arts displays. Yifutian and those with him were set up in one of the pavilions. The serving woman said, "If you need anything, just call, and we will come immediately." "Thank you," said Yifutian with a slight nod. The serving woman left. The people from the celestial gate of vast heaven all looked surprised. Hua Qingyun looked at Yifutian, saying, "What is Goddess Qin doing? Could it be that she has not even thought about this yet?" Yifutian did not understand what Brahma's pure sky was doing either. Was this their plan, or had it been Qin's idea? This was a confusing situation, and it was becoming even more incomprehensible by the moment. Perhaps Goddess Qin wanted to see how we would react to this. Otherwise, she could end up very embarrassed if she was refused, said Hua Qingyun with a smile. "If Qin made the offer to you, would you refuse her?" Yifutian said nothing for a while. "Qin would be furious if you refused her. She might even choose the Heavenly Mandate dynasty," said Hua Qingyun with a smile. Yifutian had a bit of a headache. Perhaps he should take the initiative and seek out Qin to ask her why Brahma's pure sky was doing this? If it was really like Hua Qingyun had said and Brahma's pure sky and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty made a marriage alliance, then that would be an absolute disaster for the celestial gate of vast heaven. The first one to be damaged by this would be third brother. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty wanted his life. "In a bit, I will go and find out what I can," said Yifutian softly. No one said anything else, and they all parted. After a while, someone came as Yifutian was resting in the courtyard. A serving girl walked up to him and bowed slightly. "Lord Yi, Virgin Genie wishes to pay you a call." "Show her in," said Yifutian. The serving girl nodded and left. After a moment, a magnificently beautiful figure entered. Yifutian had crossed paths with her several times. Genie had first seen Yifutian at Celestial Demon City. Back then, Zhu Yan the Beast had formed a matrix and challenged the human cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Yifutian had performed admirably then and even outshone the Violet Heavenly Palace. However, although he had been outstanding then, Genie could not have imagined just how talented he actually was. Before long, he had become one of the foremost figures of the age. Although the prophet had predicted that she would become one of the 9 goddesses, she was still a little bit speechless in front of Yifutian. Yifutian had seen the prophet as well on that day. What had he predicted? "Lord Yi." Virgin Genie bowed to him. Yifutian bowed slightly as well. "We have met several times before, Virgin Genie. I trust you have been well." "No need to be so polite, Lord Yi," said Virgin Genie with a smile. She looked at the people around Yifutian. When they met her eyes, Yi Wuchen, Xia Qingyuan, and the others all knew what she was thinking. "Very well. What can I do for you?" said Yifutian with a smile. Xia Qingyuan looked at Virgin Genie warily. Why had yet another beautiful woman come? Genie nodded slightly, then walked over to Yifutian's side. "What do you think of Goddess Qin He? she said softly. Yifutian was stunned. The people around him looked at Genie as well. The black-winged condor stretched his head forward, and Xianxia's heart tightened. She narrowed her beautiful eyes as she stared ahead. Yifutian looked at Genie in amazement. Goddess Qin is incredible, both in terms of her talent and her beauty. She is one of the best of her generation. In the future, she will certainly become a top figure in Brahma's pure sky. You know that that's not what I'm talking about, Virgin Genie said to Yifutian. Yifutian looked back at her and was silent for a while. Then he said, "If you have something to say, don't hesitate to say it." "I am not quite sure what you mean." Virgin Genie nodded. "Fine, then I will speak frankly. If Qin He chooses you, will you accept her offer?" Xia Qingyuan and the others around Yifutian tensed. They all looked at him. Yifutian stared at Genie. He had said to Xia Qingyuan that Brahma's pure sky must have had their reasons for holding this event, but so far he did not understand them. Thus, Yifutian did not directly answer Genie. Instead, he said, "Brahma's pure sky is the ultimate force in the heavenly mandate realm. Anyone would be willing. Remaining neutral would be the best choice for them. They do not need to get involved in any disputes. Otherwise, no matter who they choose to help win, the one who gains the most will not be Brahma's pure sky. Thus, there is no need for Brahma's pure sky to get involved. Also, if this is all because they want to have Qin He enter the mortal world to cultivate, there are many other ways to accomplish that. Why would she need to find a spiritual partner to enter the mortal world? Moreover, there is no precedent for this in Brahma's pure sky. I am not clear on their intentions in this. Please enlighten me." After saying this, Yifutian looked at Genie and waited for her reply. But Genie just shook her head at him and did not answer directly. Instead, she transmitted, "I don't know either." This was an order from the higher-ups at Brahma's pure sky. Even Qin He cannot go against it. She could only make her gamble. If she could have prevented you all from coming up to the Shention Pavilion with the Shention Matrix, then she would have won. But you already know what happened there. There were some things that Genie could not casually say in Shention Pavilion. Moreover, it seemed that her knowledge was limited. This was an order from up above. At the very least, it had come from someone at Goddess Jutian's level. It had possibly even come from Brahma's pure sky empress. In that case, then there was very likely no room for this matter to change. Was it already set in stone? Lord Yi, Qin He and I have known each other for many years. I know how proud she is. She has practiced for Her Majesty all along, hoping that one day she could reach her level. What is happening now is not what she would have wished, but if she must choose a spiritual partner, then she is closest to you in temperament. It is very likely that she will choose you. That is why I specifically came here to talk to you." Genie was still communicating telepathically with Yifutian, staring at him the whole time. Last time, when Qin He had returned to Brahma's pure sky with him, she seemed to have evaluated him quite highly. She had not rejected him. She remembered that when she had left, it had been unwillingly. Xia Qingyuan could naturally tell that they were transmitting their thoughts to each other. This made her even tenser. What were they talking about that they could not say it openly? Was it something shameful? Yifutian was silent. This matter was not what Qin He had wished, nor was it what he wanted. But if Brahma's pure sky ordered it, Qin He could not go against her masters. Perhaps there is still a way to change things, Yifutian transmitted to Genie. Genie looked back at him and sighed inwardly. Even though Yifutian had not directly refused, as he had not said, "No." Many people had come here for Qin He. Many of them were powerful figures from powerful forces, and they were all that could be wished for. In Tianyu, the prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, was one of them. But Yifutian clearly did not have his heart set upon Qin He. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated and would have answered directly. A faint look of disappointment flashed in her eyes. At that moment, there was the sound of a fierce collision from outside, and then the faint sound of Guqin music. Yifutian looked up outside of the palace and reached out with his spiritual energy. He could feel the will of the great path trembling violently. It seems as if a fight had broken out. With all these powerful figures from top forces gathered together at Xianxia Pavilion, it was inevitable that there would be some friction. Genie looked up as well, then said, "Shall we go and see?" "All right." Yifutian nodded. He did not know how he should respond to Genie. The group of them traveled upwards. They soon reached an empty space up above Xianxia Pavilion. Many people had gathered there. One of the two fighters was from Sky Demon Court. It was a great peacock demon who was astonishingly strong. However, the peacock demon was being firmly suppressed. The person who was fighting him was sitting cross-legged as he played the guqin. Each note set the great path trembling powerfully. The figures of demonic beasts appeared all around him. There were divine dragons, ancient phoenixes, cheilants, and cranes swirling around him. The image of a giant, golden-winged bird flew through the air, swooping down towards the peacock demon. Ding! The guqin strings trembled, making the clouds themselves move. The great path roared as countless divine sounds entered into the giant bird. Brilliant divine light burst into being, making a fierce burst of energy explode out of the giant bird. Bang! The air trembled fiercely, and the peacock demon was sent flying backward. Many of its feathers seemed to have been torn out. This man has integrated divine sounds into his attack spells, thought Yifutian as he watched Yen Sui. This cultivator who had come from Xianxia Divine Palace was exceedingly talented. The Sky Demon Court is strong indeed, and their cultivators have gathered here like clouds. But my brother Yi Tianyu is still a hero of Xianxia Divine Palace. Thus, none of you will get to fight him, said Yen Sui with a slight smile. It seemed that he had taken this chance to fight on Yi Tianyu's behalf. When they heard this, many of the other demons wanted to get involved, but Yen Sui seemed to have lost interest. He turned and looked at Yifutian. He smiled slightly and said, "Right now, the person that I most wish to test is Brother Yi. Why don't we play a tune?" Everyone turned their eyes towards Yifutian after hearing what Yen Sui said. No one was not aware of the feud between the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Furthermore, Yifutian decided to get involved, and he had beaten 9 mighty ones from the dynasty, who teamed up against him. Yen Sui was from the Xianxia Divine Palace, and so, it was apparent that he was even more versed in divine sound. His intention was spoken for with his attempt to spar with Yifutian. He was looking for a partner, and everyone in the realm all thought the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty or Yifutian stood the greatest chance. Judging from He's attitude, Yifutian's chances might have been even greater. If He were to decide according to her own feelings, it was extremely possible that she pick Yifutian. At such a moment, if Yen Sui wanted to help Yi Tianyu out, then the best way to do it would have been to overpower Yifutian. If Yifutian were to lose to Yen Sui, then he would have practically lost his qualification to fight against Yi Tianyu. Yifutian naturally understood Yen Sui's intentions. He looked at Yen Sui, who was all smiles and behaved politely, making the other man look mild-mannered and courteous, without a hint of ill intentions found. "Music, huh?" Yifutian asked. "Indeed." Yen Sui nodded. "So, you majored in music in the Xianxia Divine Palace. Then?" Yifutian asked. "I'm of the Divine Sound Palace of Xianxia Divine Palace, after all." Yen Sui smiled and replied, behaving in an unusually amicable manner. Yifutian nodded and continued, "I've said before that while I know something about music, I'm not very proficient in it. My training in music would be the weakest among all the ways I've trained in, and I'm rather rusty. Since you're from Xianxia Divine Palace and a student of Divine Sound Palace, I'm sure that you're very versed in the art of music and well above me." Everyone felt rather puzzled hearing Yifutian talk, wondering when he had become so humble. Zhan Yuan and the others from the Violet Heavenly Palace were especially curious. They all had their eyes fixed at him. Zhan Yuan would have never forgotten just how boastful and unbridled Yifutian had been back in the Violet Heavenly Palace. He behaved as though everything was beneath him, claiming that he trained in all ways and was of a divine body of the heavenly path. He was cocky unlike any other. Yet now he is this humble? They wondered. So much so that he claims that he is below Yen Sui? Is he trying to say that he knows that he is no match for Yen Sui when it comes to music, And so he is deliberately humbling himself just to avoid having to face Yen Sui in a showdown of music? They thought. Maybe it wouldn't reflect all that poorly on him even if he loses? Then would you mind sparring by using other powers? Yen Sui then added, I'm fine with it. We'll just do it using music. Yi Futian continued, since you're in favor of music, then it wouldn't be a bad idea to use music. However, I'd like to use a guqin that was once used by a renhuang, which contains imperial will. In doing so, I'll be able to compensate for my lack of training in music. But then again, if you think having me doing so would be taking advantage of you, you're welcome to use a renhuang-level instrument as well. Never mind. Yen Sui then continued, please do as you wish. Yi Futian smiled as he nodded before walking out. There was already an empty space before them due to the previous battle, which was huge, given how the crowd had retreated far away, preventing any interference with the session. Yi Futian came to sit cross-legged across Yen Sui. Both very handsome and exceptional men were sitting across each other. Both of them exuded a scholarly aura about them. Yi Futian's long silver hair made him appear even more vivid. After you, Yi Futian nodded at Yen Sui and said, after you, Yen Sui nodded in reply. He did not switch the guqin before him for another. That instrument remained a common guqin. It was as if to say that he was absolutely confident in his mastery of the art. Are you not going to swap the instrument for another? Yi Futian asked. We'll go about it just like this. I'd swap the instrument for another if I find it inadequate, Yen Sui replied. Yi Futian nodded lightly and did not say anything else. Light sparkled, and a guqin appeared right before Yi Futian. Pitch-black aura coursed about the guqin, which became even more apparent and violent, as Yi Futian infused his will within. It was as if those were auras of the demonic path. 1 inch a demonic instrument? Yen Sui looked intrigued, wondering if Yi Futian had trained in demonic ways as well. The guqin was something that Yi Futian acquired back when he participated in the Peach Banquet. It was a magic zither. There was no way he would have let go of one such piece throughout the years. He had been attempting to communicate with the instrument and had finally built a relationship with the magic zither to a certain extent. Yi Futian put his fingers on the strings and began plucking. As the notes danced, extremely powerful demonic will pierced right through the space in an instant, seeping into Yen Sui's mind. Yen Sui's mind shuddered furiously, and his expression changed somewhat. He realized that he might have been too careless before. He began plucking the strings on his instrument. The sound of the guqin danced in the air in an instant. The shadows of many divine beasts circled around him, and a shadow of a divine turtle appeared above him, seemingly shrouding his entire being within. At the same time, he sent countless notes at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian did not merely sit by and take the attack. Demonic sound being played, and raging demonic will swept all over the place, sounding extremely overbearing. It punched through those incoming notes right away and gushed at Yen Sui. The overbearing notes from Yi Futian banged on the shadow of the divine turtle, causing it to begin cracking. There seemed to be an overbearing demon appearing, which lifted its hand and crushed that shadow of the divine turtle right away. The demonic sound permeated everywhere, making it extremely ferocious. Even those who were watching from afar felt extremely pained. It was as if their will were to be subdued. That boundless, overwhelming sound surged into Yen Sui's mind, as if it was about to sink him. That was done in terms of spiritual will, compelling him to kneel and worship Yi Futian. When he looked at Yi Futian, it felt as if he was looking at a legendary demon king. Yen Sui's face changed drastically, and his hands plucked the strings in a frenzy. Divine sound burst all over the place, and he became shrouded in waves of dazzling divine sound, which seeped into his mind as well as being thrown at the terrifying demonic sound. Boom! Yen Sui's body was repelled all of a sudden after a rumble was heard. It was as if he was being thrown away. Light dazzled all about him, and his eyes were shining with blinding divine light when he said, "That should do it." Yi Futian, who was playing with his head hung low, stopped playing altogether. That terrifying demonic will disappeared without a trace. Yi Futian then looked up at Yen Sui, whose eyes became extremely solemn. His expression changed somewhat. He had never expected himself to have made such a grave mistake. He had underestimated his enemy. It was especially so when Yifutian claimed to have been inferior, which made him think that he could overpower Yifutian using music altogether. He never thought that all of that had only been a ruse on Yifutian's part. The other man went as far as to humiliate himself, just to show that his proficiency in music was lacking, creating an illusion saying that he would lose easily. With that, one wondered what the crowd thought of the scene when compared to what Yifutian said before. Zhang Yuan glared at Yifutian and realized why he had behaved in such a humble manner. Yifutian was doing so just to bring about the effect that was currently seen. That guy really has no bounds when it comes to methods. He actually dared to humiliate himself just so to make Yen Sui lose face altogether, he thought. Well played. Yifutian put the demonic instrument away and said to Yen Sui, "Your proficiency in the art of music far exceeded my expectations, Sir Yi. Your mastery is on par with masters, and there is no need for you to humble yourself as you did." Yen Sui continued, "It seems like it was me who made the mistake of belittling cultivators of heavenly mandate realm, and now I suffer the consequences. This is indeed quite a lesson, which I shall bear in mind from here on out." Yifutian looked at Yen Sui, not expecting the other man to behave so amicably. He was impressed at the bearing of that genius who was from the Xianxia Divine Palace. If Yifutian were to be able to make a representative of the Xianxia Divine Palace slip in their performance, it would naturally reflect poorly on Yi Tianyu. Well, I told you before, little brother, that Yifutian is a top-notch genius in the heavenly mandate realm. You've indeed been careless. A figure was seen walking out, and it was none other than the Crown Prince himself. It was indeed my mistake. Yen Sui nodded. However, it is indeed true that Yifutian played a trick by sparring with you using a guqin of a demonic emperor, and you were caught off guard. As such, it is not a true contest of music, and there is no need to mind all that much, little brother. You only need to remember the lesson well. Yi Tianyu continued. The ones from Xianxia Divine Palace nodded and cast their gaze at Yifutian, which looked somewhat hostile. It was apparent that Yen Sui had been set up by Yifutian. At that moment, a cultivator of Xianxia Divine Palace emerged. He bowed at Yifutian, saying, "Yu Qing of the Xianxia Divine Palace. I'd like to spar with Sir Yi." "So you people are trying to fight yet another round then?" A figure from the side of the celestial gate of vast heaven emerged. The one who spoke was Hua Qingyun. He looked at the ones from Xianxia Divine Palace and said, "You people were the ones who proposed sparring using music before, and Yifutian had been as honest as he could have been. Yet, you people are reluctant to admit defeat and continue to propose yet another challenge then. Are you a student of the celestial gate of vast heaven?" Yu Qing turned to Hua Qingyun and asked, "Hua Qingyun of the celestial gate of vast heaven." Hua Qingyun smiled and answered, "Yu Qing of Xianxia Divine Palace. After you." Yu Qing bowed slightly at Hua Qingyun, and everyone was baffled. None had expected Yu Qing to have switched his target so quickly and chose to challenge Hua Qingyun, who was of the same plane as Yifutian. The turn of events was indeed unexpected. However, since Hua Qingyun claimed that they were trying to fight another round, then there would have been no problem for one of them to challenge him then. Other than the Sky Demon Court and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, those from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were anything but weak as well. While they were unable to compare with those two major forces, they fared a lot better than many other forces, especially when their top-notch figures Jiang Taichu, Hua Qingyun, Wang Yanbing, Yifutian, and some others were concerned. Even if Gu Donglu had not shown up, the ones present were still the best of the best, and they were all capable of holding their own. From the looks of things, it seemed that those of Xianxia Divine Palace of Higher Heaven's realm were about to clash with those from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. As such, things from then on out would be interesting. Jiang Taichu, Wang Yanbing, and the others had yet to fight, after all. Hua Qingyun looked at Yu Qing and smiled faintly. He stood tall and said plainly, "The students of Xianxia Divine Palace are indeed dashing and humble in seeking to learn. However, I'm currently not in the mood to teach." One Yu Qing. The crowd. Yifutian was utterly baffled at how pretentious Hua Qingyun was. You're indeed some genius from the celestial gate of vast heaven. You really couldn't have been more celestial indeed, he thought. The student of the Xianxia divine palace frowned. While such seeking spirit could have had different meanings, especially that between those of the same generation, it would have meant a challenge. Hua Qingyun deliberately went about twisting things around. Well then, I humbly seek your guidance. Despite being momentarily baffled, Yu Qing was hardly fazed and appeared normal. Yu Qing went on to actually humbly seek his guidance instead. I don't have the time. Hua Qingyun smiled and replied, humbly seek my guidance? What the hell? Hua Qingyun thought. Yi Futian was present, and if he were just to nod, Hua Qingyun thought that Yi Futian's chances would have been unlike any other. Qin He's attitude in the matter mattered a lot after all. Furthermore, he was able to see that Virgin Genie and her people went to look for Yi Futian just to get on with that matter after all. If Yi Futian's chances of being selected were far higher than that of Yi Tianyu, to begin with, Hua Qingyun saw no need to waste their time any further over there. The people of Xianxia Divine Palace intended to show what they were capable of. Yet they lost again and again, which Hua Qingyun found boring. Furthermore, the matter was not something that could have been decided by determining the winner of sparring sessions. After all, the key to the decision lied with the upper echelons of Brahma's pure sky, as well as Qin He's own attitude on the matter. The people of Xianxia Divine Palace looked at Hua Qingyun with a baffled expression. They were rendered speechless. Aren't you from the celestial gate of vast heaven? Why are you such a coward? A sarcastic voice was heard. Hua Qingyun and the others turned around, finding the one who talked to be rather ugly. Yet they dressed in extremely lavish clothing. It was a mighty one from the purple gold rat clan. The rats knew that their chances were slim and had only been watching the show so far, seeing how the titans clashed. They never expected Hua Qingyun to behave in such a manner. He was the man who was lauded as the #1 among the later generations of the Hua clan, yet he refused to answer to a challenge. But then again, it was also the rats' wish to not see the celestial gate of vast heaven get any larger than they already were. It would have been better if they were overrun and crushed by the heavenly mandate dynasty, which would have resulted in utter defeat for both parties, and that would have benefited the rats. Gu Donglu contained the luck of all demon realm in him. Gu Tianxing intended to have Gu Donglu become the new king of the demon realm, and the rats deemed the older man to have been naive. Since when did you rats have a say in this? Hua Qingyun turned around and looked at that mighty one from the purple gold rat clan. The rise of the ancestor of the rats had never been something to be proud of in the first place, and he was baffled at how they dared to say something that sarcastic at the moment. The mighty one was obviously offended. Intense cold was felt from him, which he directed at Hua Qingyun. The purple gold rat clan hated being called rats above anything else, as they saw it to be the greatest insult. It was easy to tell from Hua Qingyun's tone that the student of celestial gate of vast heaven despised the rats from the bottom of his heart. Boom! The rat stomped on the ground and charged forward. Many rat demons followed suit, bringing their might down on Hua Qingyun. We of the purple gold rat clan are now a supreme force of the demon realm, reigning on par with the celestial gate of vast heaven. You, a student of the celestial gate of vast heaven, dare to insult us? A mighty one from the rats berated in a cold tone. Many mighty ones from the celestial gate of vast heaven emerged and came behind Hua Qingyun. They burst with overwhelming auras, and auras from both sides clashed in midair, forming a raging current, which spread throughout the Xiantian pavilion. Hua Qingyun remained unfazed and stood tall where he was. He then glared at the other party and asked, "Aren't the purple gold rat clan rat demons? If you are indeed rats, why would you need to take offense at being called so? Why would you need to mask your inferiority complex by calling it an insult? If you people are unable to take even that much, why step out and butt into other people's business in the first place?" The mighty ones of the purple gold rat clan looked grim, and one of them emerged, glaring at Hua Qingyun. He said, "We're not butting into the affairs of others. We rat demons are just eager to see just what the geniuses of the celestial gate are made of. I suggest that you people stop humiliating yourselves further." Hua Qingyun's voice was mild-mannered. He remained looking nonchalant as he stood around, behaving in a loose, unfettered manner, without the slightest hint of taking a fight seriously, which was a stark contrast to the attitude of those of the rats. Boom! That mighty one of the rats turned into a bolt of lightning as soon as Hua Qingyun finished, charging straight at Hua Qingyun. Dazzling golden divine light pierced through space, and the terrifying demonic aura burst ragingly. Boom! Celestial light burst from Hua Qingyun's body in an instant, shooting to the heavens. One terrifying mirage after another appeared and burst all over the place, heading straight for that mighty rat. Countless mirages of Hua Qingyun lashed out with their palm attacks. A terrifying golden rat demon appeared right above his head, ferociously extending its claws. He tore apart the mirages one after another. However, the mirages continued to stack, and they seemed to have grown increasingly strong. A loud rumble was heard, and a celestial shadow clashed with that huge, ferocious shadow of the rat demon. Raging celestial light burst and permeated the place. That mighty rat was shocked and flung behind, repelled to the sky above. His eyes remained extremely cold as he glared at Hua Qingyun below. However, the celestial light from Hua Qingyun shot to the heavens. The mirages disappeared, and he remained standing where he was quietly, as if he had never made a single move. Mystical way of the Hua clan, the mystical cloud ladder, the crowd muttered as they witnessed the scene. Both the Hua clan and the Jiang clan inherited their own mystical ways, and they were all very formidable. The mystical cloud ladder was said to be able to climb the mystical ladder using the power of the great path of the world, breaking the limitations of plane advancement. When trained to the extreme, one would have even been able to break through planes using mystical ways forcefully, and its power was said to be unmatched. Such a mystical method was extremely demanding to train, requiring years of excruciating training before being able to make substantial progress step by step. It was said that the mystical cloud ladder had 1,000 layers. Rumors claimed that one would only be able to make minor achievements after training for 100 years, and major ones could have only been achieved by training for 1,000 years. As such, those of the Hua clan began training in the method from a very young age. The mighty ones of the purple gold rat clan in the air had gotten increasingly ferocious with their attacks. Purple golden demonic aura permeated the sky, and there was even an extremely ferocious large creature being conjured. It was a rat demon that was boundlessly huge. It sported golden eyes and appeared extremely terrifying and brutal. Many wore puzzled expression at the scene. It had been the ones from the Xianxia divine palace wanting to fight Hua Qingyun before, but none expected the rats to interfere. Hua Qingyun looked up at the sky. Mystical shadows burst in layers over his body, melding with the great path all around him. A high-pitched screech was heard, and that rat demon pounced on Hua Qingyun yet again. The huge demon lunged with claws extended and fangs bared at Hua Qingyun's mystical shadows, devouring them as he went. It was as if he was out to devour them all in one go. Hua Qingyun extended his hand and waved, and the many mirages in the air did the same. He was seen striking out with his palm, causing his surroundings to shift as countless shadows did the same. That huge rat demon that pounced devoured all the shadows, but its huge frame continued to tremble. It was as if the shadows had all been destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. The huge demon rat's body trembled and roared. A huge mystical shadow appeared in the air as if it was a manifestation of multiple mirages. The air trembled violently as he struck out. That rat demon howled in a frenzy before being destroyed altogether. The mighty one from the purple gold rat clan behind turned pale. Celestial light sparkled, and Hua Qingyun's body seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. He clapped at the rat demon. In that instant, the rat demon felt the space it was in was about to be shattered. That seemingly light touch of a palm contained unparalleled powers. PFFTT. The rat demon spewed blood and was blasted away. The students of the celestial gate of vast heaven indeed live up to their name. Since we're all here in heavenly mandate realm, we naturally need to see for ourselves what the pinnacle beings of the realm are made of. A voice was heard, and Yu Qing walked out. He charged straight at Hua Qingyun without bothering to seek consent. Yu Qing thrust his palm out, and a large palm print capable of shattering space appeared in the air, bearing down on Hua Qingyun. The mighty ones of the celestial gate of vast heaven frowned at the scene. A figure was seen stepping out in the air, who then thrust a finger at the palm print of the great path. Terrifying pressure appeared in the air. The ones from the divine palace saw that others were interfering, and more mighty ones emerged with overbearing aura. In that case, we of the Xianxia divine palace shall see what you all are made of. Mighty ones from the celestial gate of vast heaven emerged to intercept. As such, there were more and more mighty ones from both sides emerging. Many mighty ones from the Xianxia divine palace, heavenly mandate dynasty, and the celestial gate of vast heaven emerged, clashing with one another and making the scene look severe. It seemed that a single sparring session had spiraled into a group fight instead. This is getting messy. The ones from other forces sported baffled expression, seeing what happened. The scene seemed to have spiraled out of control. The mighty ones of the purple gold rat clan took the opportunity to lash out at the ones from the celestial gate of vast heaven without mercy, thinking it best to bring about a war. It would make things worse between the celestial gate of vast heaven and the heavenly mandate realm. Could offend those from the Xianxia divine palace, too. While the Xianxia divine palace of higher heavens plane did not concern themselves with what their students did outside, the top-notch students themselves were all of impressive backgrounds. There were even some who hailed from top-notch forces of other supreme realms. The messier the situation at hand, the better it would have been for the rats. Yi Futian's expression turned cold seeing the scene. There was nothing to say about the conflict between them and the heavenly mandate dynasty, as both were destined to stand on opposing sides. However, he was able to see that the rats had indeed deliberately tried to make things worse, as they could have just watched from the sidelines. Furthermore, he had never actually paid much heed to how those of the rats acted against him back at the Origin Mountains, and he certainly did not expect them to meddle in his affairs once again. He cast his gaze in one direction and flashed, emerging like a bolt of lightning. The world around them shook as Yi Futian stepped out, making the minds of all those around him jump. The divine elephant stomping the sky spell was extremely overbearing. After all, the expression of a mighty one of the purple gold rat clan changed all of a sudden saw. Yi Futian emerged right before him, throwing out a punch. That punch seemed like divine elephants going on a stampede, shattering the space about and with a rumble. That rat demon was sent flying. If the rats wanted to be a part of this so badly, it was time to teach them a lesson they'd never forget. You're too much. The mighty ones of the purple gold rat clan saw how powerful Yi Futian's aura was, and several of them pounced onto him immediately. Holiness of Nirvanas. Yi Futian took one look at them and found that there were Holiness of Nirvana-class monsters among those mighty ones. Many of them launched forward at the same time, extending their demonic auras to shroud the space Yi Futian was in. The huge shadows of the rats pounced and tore down the stampeding divine elephants. A terrifying shadow of the divine elephant appeared above him after seeing several of the rat monsters coming at him. Trumpeting of elephants were heard from above him. The space trembled, and the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions burst within him. Boom! When Yi Futian stepped out once again, a terrifying scene appeared above in the sky. The elephants rushed and stomped the sky. The shadows of the rats were crushed outright as they were stomped on by the rushing divine elephants. Furthermore, those mighty ones of the purple gold rat clan felt stifled. It was as if their souls were being put under terrifying pressure. Yi Futian stepped out again. He looked like a giant god of the divine elephants when he stood tall in the air, so much so that the holiness of nirvanas among the rats felt an overwhelming pressure all about them. Those rats stopped moving. When Yi Futian lifted his feet and began walking, that handsome silver-haired young man seemed to have become extremely tall and imposing, like that of a god. The divine elephant shadow, which shrouded his body, moved alongside him. Yi Futian stomped at the next moment, causing the divine elephant to do the same. Thousands of elephants trumpeted in an instant as they tore through the sky. Boom! One rat was sent flying right while spitting up blood. It seemed that his powerful defenses were unable to do nothing to protect it. The blood in its body raged and howled, while his bones continued to break. Boom, boom, boom. Trembling noise continued to be heard, and one rat after another was sent flying almost at the same time. One of the rats, who was a holiness of nirvana, continued to charge forward. Yifutian took a look at him and threw a single punch. That space exploded in a frenzy at that very instant. The terrifying, devastating attack blasted onto the body of that holiness of nirvana rat, causing him to grunt in pain. His bones broke, and blood spilled all over before he was sent flying. It took mere moments to cause internal damage to all the rats who were in front of Yifutian. No one was left standing before him as everyone was downed. The bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. A holiness of nirvana rat monster coldly eyed Yifutian from elsewhere. His body then rose to the air, and he began walking towards Yifutian. Towering demonic aura swept all over the place from his hand, which was holding a terrifying ritual implement, an imperial-level piece, causing him to emanate extremely threatening aura. He stepped out and walked towards Yifutian, emanating an extremely terrifying and ferocious aura. Yifutian looked down, gazing at the rat as he stood above in the sky. Those dazzling yet pitched black eyes of his exuded contempt. Celestial light burst, and he shot for the clouds. A celestial soul was conjured above him shortly after. Yifutian's eyes came to look demonic at that moment. The rat, who was shooting above, flinched slightly as if he sensed the threat posed by that soul. Yifutian looked at the rat and took one step down as if he was stepping onto the soul of that rat. The rat dazzled all over, and an incredibly huge rat shadow appeared, shrouding his soul. Boom! Yifutian walked right to the rat and threw a punch up close. That huge rat lashed out with his claws in retaliation, clashing with Yifutian's punch. A raging hurricane whipped out through the sky, shredding the space all around them. Yet, there was a silhouette seen within that huge rat shadow. It was as if it was about to be shaken out of the body by the terrifying tremor, causing that huge rat body to stay fixed in the air as if time had stopped altogether. Yifutian threw yet another punch without mercy, blasting at the sky. PFFTT. Blood was seen spilling from that rat's mouth as he was sent flying and crashed hard onto the ground. The rat's body trembled violently, and he looked extremely disheveled. His soul was severely damaged as well. The ritual implement that he had taken out was not actually of much use. His soul was overwhelmed and damaged. There was no doubt that if they were to continue fighting, Yifutian would have ended up killing him. That rat was a holiness of nirvana, yet he seemed utterly helpless in front of Yifutian. Yifutian did not stop there. He continued stepping out. Every single strike caused a mighty one of the purple gold rats to end up severely injured, allowing others to free up their hands to take on those from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. He, on the other hand, did not do anything against those from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. He behaved as if that had been his plan all along. Enough! A demonic emperor-class figure of the rats was heard saying. His voice reverberated throughout the place. His might shrouded the entire battlefield. It was apparent that it was not only the saints who showed up at the scene. Run Huang and demonic emperors of a myriad of forces were present as well, and they were all very powerful. Seeing a demonic emperor appear among the rats, the Run Huang of the celestial gate of vast heaven emanated towering pressure as well. The fighting throughout the battlefield was halted for the time being, even between the celestial gate of vast heaven and Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Everyone turned their eyes to a single direction. That silver-haired figure dressed in white stood tall in the air and looked extremely dazzling. He alone defeated all the mighty ones of the purple gold rat clan who attacked, causing the rats to look extremely beaten down as they laid there, defeated. None of the rats had been able to stand against him, which resulted in that scene right there and then. Yifutian turned his eyes at the demonic emperor of the rats and said, "Didn't you rat people ask for this in the first place?" His actions against the purple gold rat clan were to serve as a warning. The fighting between the celestial gate of vast heaven and Heavenly Mandate dynasty had nothing to do with the rats in the first place. If the rats intended to meddle in their affairs, then he would have emerged to subdue them. The mighty ones who were all downed at the time made it clear that all they did was tantamount to asking to be insulted. "Step down," the demonic emperor of the rats said. One rat after another flashed and backed away, looking very displeased. That battle was like a slaughter instead, and it seemed as if all of them had been taken down by just a single person, making all talk about fighting to be nothing but a joke on their part. All the other forces, who were only there for the show, were somewhat shocked as well. A force without such top-notch geniuses would surely end up being squashed by one figure after another. It was no surprise why Qin he claimed before that Yi Futian was qualified to fight to become the most brilliant one below the Renhuang of the realm. Many mighty ones from Heavenly Mandate Realm and Xianxia Divine Palace eyed him. While the battle was one that was fought in a rush, what Yi Futian had just pulled moments ago compelled them to take him seriously. There was perhaps only a handful of people even from a place like Xianxia Divine Palace capable of fighting him after all. The rats all backed away from the battlefield without saying anything, as they had lost the right to do so altogether. Although the fight was brief, things were undoubtedly dire, nonetheless. After the Purple Gold Rat clan backed down, the ones from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and those from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven glared at each other. It seemed as if a formless fire of war had enveloped the entire place. "You're all still at the Shentian Pavilion, and I implore you all to restrain yourselves." A voice was heard at that moment. The mighty ones were all able to sense that powerful might, which was from the Shentian goddess. "Please forgive our trespassing, goddess." Lin Yu of Xianxia Divine Palace bowed and gestured at the air above. They were at the Shentian Pavilion of Brahma's pure sky, after all, and their action of going for each other's throats without any regard for the rules was definitely rather rude. With the goddess emerging to interfere personally, there was no way they could have continued fighting. The students of Divine Music Palace at those from Xianxia Divine Palace. Yen Sui looked at Yi Futian and said, "I hope to seek your guidance again if the opportunity presents itself, Sir Yi." He then turned around and left after saying that. The sparring session with music that he extended to Yi Futian saw him losing to the other man, suppressed by the demonic instrument as he had been too sure of himself. Even though he had indeed been tricked by Yi Futian, he was still at fault nonetheless. Yi Futian told Yen Sui that he was about to use a Renhuang-class Guqin, yet Yen Sui paid no heed to it. One as such, he ended up being defeated by the demonic tune from the instrument right away. Furthermore, Yi Futian's actions at overwhelming those from the Purple Gold Rat clan compelled him to reassess Yi Futian's combat prowess as well. He was not alone in that, as everyone from Xianxia Divine Palace had probably underestimated that young genius cultivator of Heavenly Mandate Realm. The people of Xianxia Divine Palace turned around and left one after another. Yi Tianyu shot a look at Yi Futian as he passed by as well, which seemed to have a lot of weight behind it. "Let's go." Yi Futian lowered his voice and said. Everyone turned around and left, heading for the palace which they were staying in. Shentian Pavilion was mostly quiet again after that. Night fell, and the blue sky above Shentian Palace shrouded the entire place in its grandeur. Yi Futian trained in peace in the palace, yet his thoughts remained somewhat restless. Footsteps were heard at the moment. Yi Futian opened his eyes and said, "Please come in, Goddess Qin." Someone came to him after he said that. She wore a cape and came alone in the night, looking rather lonesome. Qin he came before Yi Futian, smiling and asking, "Am I getting in the way of your training, Sir Yi?" Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. "I'm thinking of something as well. So much so that I came to pay you a visit." "Well, that sounds like we share the same thoughts." Qin he smiled faintly and sat quietly across Yi Futian. Her jet-black hair rested on her shoulders, and her skin looked even more fair and radiant under the moonlight, making her really look like some goddess who was beyond the reach of mortals. Yi Futian smiled after hearing Qin he's words, feeling rather warmed. Qin he looked at his handsome face and chose to sit and continue looking at him. "Am I that good-looking?" Yi Futian said in a joking tone. "Indeed." Qin he nodded and continued. "Your looks are indeed rare in the world of cultivators. Too bad that one can't simply rely on looks to get their way about the world of cultivators. I wouldn't have needed to train otherwise." Yi Futian smiled and said. Qin he smiled beamingly at him but quickly became silent. She looked at Yifutian's eyes and asked, I heard that Genie came to pay you a visit before? Indeed. Yifutian nodded. What did she say? Qin he asked. Hardly anything. Yifutian smiled and continued. There are many things that I could guess at, even if she were to not say anything after all. Qin he continued to look at Yifutian's eyes after hearing what he said. A warm smile was seen in those deep eyes of his, which looked rather wise as well. Qin he knew that Yifutian had really gotten it. Even if they were to say nothing, they seemed to truly know what the other was thinking. That feeling was something only experienced between soul mates, and it felt mystical. I was sent to train in Brahma's pure sky when I was very young, and becoming the Empress had always been a goal of mine. I hoped that I'd be able to create my own era someday, becoming the object of faith for all female cultivators in the world. That is one goal I've been working to achieve for years. Qin he began to talk about things that seemed unrelated to anything, but Yifutian chose to listen quietly nonetheless. Training was hard throughout the years. I've defeated many and became a goddess of Brahma's pure sky. I'm now known as the number one, and I'm one more step closer to achieving my goal. As for the matter of a companion, it was something I had never thought about. Yifutian was able to relate to her. She was a woman who had her sights on furthering her training. Her training was her faith, her religion, yet the ones at the upper echelons of Brahma's pure sky wanted her to marry someone all of a sudden, so she definitely was resistant to it deep down. One's state of mind would have definitely been very stable if one were to be able to get into Saint Plain in the first place. Even if one were to meet someone they had a liking for, it still would have been impossible for them to be swayed from that faith, which they had been holding on to for so long. Qin he looked up at Yifutian as she said with a smile, You are of unmatched appearance, and your talents are second to none, Sir Yi. It is so much so that few in all of the heavenly mandate realm are able to compare. If I were to have met you when I was younger, I might have actually asked you out on a date and wanted to be with you. Her tone sounded somewhat joking, but those were indeed her true thoughts. Qin he really did like Yifutian, but she did not want to see them end up like that. Please, if you keep showering me with praise, my head is going to float away. Yifutian smiled and added, You're a rare beauty yourself, Goddess Qin. I'm afraid the likes of you are of a handful, even if you were to be compared with everyone throughout the entire heavenly mandate realm. I'm very glad to have one good friend like you, too. A good friend, eh? Qin he looked at Yifutian and smiled while saying in a low voice herself, It is a beautiful thing indeed, and I'm very happy to have gotten to know you, too. 2-inch the pleasure is mine. Yifutian nodded. Qin he then rose with a smile, looking up at the crescent moon in the air and said gently, I suppose lacking something can be beautiful after all. She then left the place shortly after, and he did not say anything more. He did not even send her off. He simply watched as her beautiful silhouette disappeared from sight. After Qin he left, Yifutian then asked, You done snooping around? Cough, cough. A handsome figure emerged without looking at Yifutian, who walked past him and said in a low voice instead, Don't mind me, just passing by. Yifutian looked at Hua Qingyun, and it was then he truly realized that the dashing heir of the Hua clan of the celestial gate of vast heaven was indeed very thick-skinned. Middle of the night, a man and a woman all alone. No flirting and all riddles. Man, this is boring. Hua Qingyun muttered as he left with his head shaking, seemingly feeling the scene to be quite pitiful. This caused Yifutian to feel baffled. Yifutian left and came somewhere else. There was someone sitting cross-legged there. Moonlight shone on that man's robe, making him looking regal and solemn. That man opened his eyes and called Yifutian as the younger man walked by. Futian, he said. Teacher. Yifutian came before Qi Shengang and said, I need to seek your guidance. About the matter with Qin he, I suppose? Qi Shengang asked. Indeed. Yifutian nodded and continued. I wonder how I should make my choice, and if my choice will turn out to be correct. I get the idea more or less with the thoughts you two share. Both of you have your own resolves. So what is the problem? Qi Shengang asked. I wonder if what I do is too self-centered, and if it will bring about a bad outcome, Yifutian answered. Everything happening in the world has its own course, and everything is interconnected. All things that have happened have their own causes and consequences. However, no one can truly foresee the future, so how would you know if your choice would lead to a bad outcome for sure? If you were to choose another path, would it be certain that the outcome would be a good one? Qi Xiangang then continued. This is just like how it was back in Dali all those years ago. Your decision to leave was indeed a good one. But did everything happen as you expected it to afterward? Yifutian chose to leave Dali without killing Liao, yet the Prince Regent went after them all the same. Yan Yuan ended up saving them. Eventually, the royalty of Dali became doubtful of the imperial advisor, which led to a series of events from then on out. In hindsight, your decision had indeed been the best. A man will only have to be able to hold their head up high and live up with their conscience with the choices they make. Regardless of what happens in the future, there will be no need for regrets then. What we can all do is to make the best out of the present instead of deciding the course of the future. Qi Xiangang continued. Yifutian felt the weight on his shoulders being lifted after hearing what his teacher said. He then replied, I understand. Go now, Qi Xiangang said, and Yifutian left with a nod. Qi Xiangang continued to shut his eyes to train after Yifutian left. The light on his body dazzled as he melded with the great path. Yifutian ceased thinking about anything else after he returned, choosing to shut his eyes to train instead. The silent night seemed unusually long, and Xiantian Pavilion itself seemed unusually quiet as well. Cultivators of all forces trained in silence, waiting for the dawn to come. He would come to her conclusion on the next day. She could not have simply left all the cultivators hanging, after all. Yifutian entered a mystical, calm, and immutable state in the midnight. It was as if he was so steeped into his training that he turned into a statue. Yet he sensed his will spreading and existing everywhere, allowing him to see everything. At that moment, a silhouette seemed to have appeared in his mind as he continued to train. Came seemingly out of nowhere. That face was one that he was very familiar with. What happened in the world hardly fazed him when he was steeped in training. Yet when that silhouette appeared, his heart twitched violently. It was as if he had been hit by something. Jieyu. Yifutian uttered a single word. His eyes opened all of a sudden. It was as if he had forcibly yanked out of that meditative state in an instant. That silhouette in his mind gradually blurred and eventually dissipated. It was as if it had never been there in the first place. He shot to the air, and his eyes looked terrifying. He scanned the place with his will in all directions. While it was entirely possible that the phenomenon happened because he missed Jieyu, his plane level would have allowed him to tell the difference. When it happened previously, he thought it was due to his spiritual will being in a shaky state, thus causing a hallucination. But a hallucination yet again? This couldn't be. Brahma's pure sky. It definitely had something to do with the place. He pursued the silhouette all the way when he last experienced the phenomenon, and eventually came to the place where he was. That was a training ground in Brahma's pure sky. The Xiantian Pavilion, which he was currently in, was within Brahma's pure sky's territory as well. Back then, Jieyu was gone because she summoned the will of the Empress of Brahma's pure sky. Was it true that Jieyu was truly still alive and somewhere in Brahma's pure sky then? Otherwise, how else could her appearing in my mind twice be explained? He wondered. But then again, he was puzzled as to why he was unable to see anyone anywhere. It was a sleepless night for everyone, and in the early morning of the next day, countless people gathered in front of the Xiantian Pavilion in Brahma Sky City. They had been paying attention to the thing going on in the Xiantian Pavilion, which was related to Qinhe's marriage. It could even affect the political geography of the heavenly mandate realm. However, they heard that Qinhe did not make a choice yesterday but instead let the cultivators of the forces stay overnight in the Xiantian Pavilion. On the top of Xiantian Pavilion, a conflict had broken out, and during the battle, Yifutian vanquished all the warriors of the Purple Golden Rat clan with overwhelming power, greatly embarrassing them. Many people imagined how that battle was like. How powerful was Yifutian? Many people also felt that Qinhe was more likely to choose Yifutian. After all, Qin he had a closer relationship with Yi Futian than with others. Today, there should be a result. On the Xiantian pavilion, the people of all forces headed toward one place. They would come to the Xiantian hall, where the Xiantian goddess would formally summon the people of all forces. In the vast area, all forces of the heavenly mandate realm had arrived. Everyone looked toward the Xiantian goddess in front of the Xiantian hall. Beside her, Qin he was also there. Yesterday, Qin he had been thinking for a whole day, and now the Xiantian goddess would know her decision. The warriors of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had arrived, and they stood opposite of each other. However, at this moment they did not look at each other. Yi Tianyu looked toward the direction of Qin he. He knew that yesterday Qin he went to visit where Yi Futian and his companions lived by herself. Not only Yi Tianyu knew, but many people knew about it too. However, would Brahma's pure sky really allow Qin he to make such a decision? He had chatted with Qin he in Haoyan City. He didn't mind her and Yi Futian being friends, but Brahma's pure sky would not allow her to get involved with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Now, Yi Futian was standing on the side of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and this time he even came here to represent the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Then, if Qin he chose to make friends with Yi Futian, everything was different, and it would no longer be a matter just between her and Yi Futian. Yi Tianyu also wanted to see what Qin he and Brahma's pure sky would do. Everyone stayed quiet. Xiantian goddess's gaze fell on Qin he. Qin he looked toward the crowd and took a light step out. She took 2 steps forward and said, "Among all the warriors who broke into the Matrix yesterday, may I ask who wants to seek marriage with me?" After hearing Qin he's words, people looked serious. Was Qin he going to select? Sure enough, she would select amongst the people who challenged the Matrix, but before, there were only 3 major forces, Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and Demon Sky Court, which could be considered as entering the Xiantian Pavilion. A figure walked out from the crowd of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty quietly. It was Yi Tianyu, and he was the only one who came out. In Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, no one but Yi Tianyu was eligible to marry Qin he. "I have always admired Goddess and am willing to cultivate with you for the rest of my life. I promise that I will not let you feel lonely on your way of cultivation," Yi Tianyu said. Although he did not need to rely on a woman to cultivate, he wouldn't mind having such an outstanding woman, such as Qin he, as his spiritual partner. Besides, this was related to the whole heavenly mandate realm. He pursued the great path of laws, but his priority was to let the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty stand on the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Qin he smiled and bowed her head to Yi Tianyu. Many people noticed Qin he's expression and faintly felt that she seemed to have some changes and looked a little different from yesterday. But no one was clear what kind of change it was. After Yi Tianyu stepped out, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to the direction of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Or in other words, fell on Yi Futian. Although Demon Sky Court entered the Xiantian Pavilion, they didn't seem to have the intention to compete, and they were not able to compete with them. They were all clear that the spiritual partner selected by Qin he this time would surely be either Yi Tianyu or Yi Futian. But at this moment, Yi Futian was standing quietly in the crowd of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, with no reaction at all. It was as if the thing had nothing to do with him. Yi Futian also noticed people's gazes, but he was still very quiet and did not move. Many people had strange looks. What was going on? Yi Futian, he didn't want to compete with Yi Tianyu? Even the cultivators of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven looked at Yi Futian full of doubt. People all knew that Qin he and Yi Futian had a good relationship, and they once lived in a palace together. When Yi Tianyu went to visit Qin he just received him at the gate. The difference between her attitudes toward these 2 men was obvious. If Yi Futian competed with Yi Tianyu, the probability of his winning was high. At least, Qin he would be inclined to choose him, as long as Brahma's pure sky did not interfere. This time, everyone had assumed that Yi Futian would compete with Yi Tianyu on behalf of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Even the Xiantian goddess was looking at Yi Futian. Her eyes were so deep that nobody could see what she was thinking, but obviously, she was a little surprised. "How about the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven?" Xiantian goddess even asked. Hua Qingyun gave Yi Futian a strange look. He overheard some of Qin He's conversation with Yi Futian yesterday. Did this guy really want to give up? So what would Qin He choose to do? Yi Futian looked toward Qin He. Qin He was also looking at him. They smiled at each other as if they understood each other without speaking. Qin He knew that Yi Futian understood her. Friends were easy to make, but it was hard to find a person who truly understood her. However, at this moment, Qin He indeed felt someone truly understood her, and she enjoyed the feeling. Is there only the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty? Xianxia goddess asked. Qin He selected her spiritual partner, which made the whole heavenly mandate realm tremble, and all the top forces had come for her. However, in the end, only the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty stood out. Were others even afraid to have a try? No one had expected this situation. In the direction of the celestial gate of vast heaven, someone walked forward and wanted to say something to Yi Futian, but Hua Qingyun waved his hand and stopped them. Just let it go. When Jiang Taichu saw the reaction of Yi Futian and Hua Qingyun, he didn't say anything and just watched it all quietly. So, Yi Tianyu was the only one who walked out. If only the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty stands out, then there is no need to choose, Xianxia goddess said. Her gaze fell in the direction of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Yi Futian of celestial gate of vast heaven really did not want to compete. Didn't they care if Brahma's pure sky joined hands with the heavenly mandate dynasty? After her words, the space fell silent. Celestial gate of vast heaven still kept silent. Qin He, the Xianxia goddess said indifferently, looking at Qin He. At this moment, the atmosphere in this space was a bit depressing. People of the violet heavenly palace looked indifferent, but they were smiling inwardly. Nobody expected that the celestial gate of vast heaven gave up on their own. They did not understand why Yi Futian did this. What he was doing was handing Qin He over to Yi Tianyu. Warriors of demon clans were also watching this quietly. Even though the human cultivation world had grown stronger, the demon clans would not be affected. Unless some unusual figures showed up, it was none of their business whether celestial gate of vast heaven would be destroyed or not. Some demon clans were even glad to see it happen. Therefore, they didn't care about this result. Even the celestial gate of vast heaven didn't keep it in mind, so why should they care? Yi Futian still had no response. It was as if he and the celestial gate of vast heaven came just to watch the show. At this time, Qin He looked at Yi Tianyu and said, smiling, I am honored by your highness's admiration. I have also heard about your highness for a long time. Previously, in the battles of Violet Heavenly Palace and Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, you have shown marvelous performance. Today, I have the chance, so I personally want to spar with your highness and learn about your cultivation. I wonder if your highness can fulfill my wish. Was this Qin He's last test for Yi Tianyu? If Yi Tianyu was defeated, perhaps he would not be qualified to marry Qin He. However, although Qin He had strong combat strength, she still might not be able to defeat Yi Tianyu. Since you have shown interest, of course, I am willing to practice with you until you are satisfied, Yi Tianyu said with a smile. Qin He stepped forward and walked alone toward the bottom of the Shentian Hall stairs, then jumped down to the empty ground below. Yi Tianyu's body flickered, and he also landed there in a chivalrous manner. Everyone came to the stairs and looked down at them. Qin He and Yi Tianyu were standing opposite each other with extraordinary grace. Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, was one of the most dazzling figures of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty today. Qin He was the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky. Please enlighten me, your highness. Qin He bowed to salute and said, Goddess first, Yi Tianyu said. He was personable and let Qin He go first. Qin He didn't decline. She waved her hands, and suddenly, the clouds and wind over the sky changed their color, and the wills of the great path converged. Behind Qin He, a sacred goddess showed up. This statue of goddess also appeared in the previous Shentian matrix with 3 heads and 6 arms, as high as 100 feet. Countless beams of divine light shrouded Qin He's body, making Qin He look more divine. Many people showed surprise. Qin He used such powerful force at the beginning, but what was her intention? When Qin He was drawing palm print, the goddess also did the same. The great Brahma heavenly voice appeared between the sky and the earth, resounding through the void sky. The great path was booming, and the wind and clouds roared above the sky dome. Numerous divine swords emerged, and as the goddess' finger pointed down, numerous swords burst into the air and thrust toward Tianyu. What does she mean? Warriors of the heavenly mandate dynasty and Xianxia divine palace frowned. Qin He's way of attacking was not like practicing at all. An idea occurred to many people. Maybe Qin He was unwilling to marry Tianyu. Maybe she wanted to defeat Tianyu. Tianyu stood there, and the moment when he saw Qin He's attack, he understood something. There were not many changes in his eyes, but an outrageous spirit broke out from his body. A dazzling picture of heavenly mandate appeared behind him, making his body bathe in divine light. Both of them suddenly released extremely powerful forces. They were nothing like a couple who were about to marry. Tianyu drew palm prints, and above the sky dome, there seemed to be a deity descending. A horrifying godlike figure appeared behind Tianyu, holding up his hands. Countless palm prints blasted out toward the sky and collided with the approaching divine sword of cleansing. For a moment, the void sky oscillated, and the devastating airflow swept across the void air. What's going on? Countless people below Xianxia Pavilion looked up at the sky above and asked. There seemed to be life forces of horrifying great path fluctuating violently, as if a fierce battle was breaking out. Besides, they could vaguely see two peerless figures in the upper sky, a goddess and a deity. Who were they fighting? Many people below Xianxia Pavilion were a little surprised that a fight had broken out in Xianxia Pavilion yesterday. Today should be the day for Qin He to choose a spiritual partner. Why was there another battle? What was even more shocking was that the goddess figure was used in a technique of Brahma's pure sky, and the deity-like figure was a part of the ultimate skill of the heavenly mandate dynasty. The one who is standing on top of the saint path is Qin He goddess, someone said. The other one is Tianyu, someone also said. Qin He and Tianyu were fighting. Many people were trembling inside. Were Qin He and Tianyu fighting? Could it be her last test for Tianyu? People looked up at the sky above Xianxia Pavilion and saw the horrifying airflow gradually rising. Two peerless figures showed up above the sky of Xianxia Pavilion. People could be able to see them fighting, and just as they had guessed, these two figures were Qin He and Tianyu. Are they mad? Many people thought to themselves, hearts beating hard when watching the situation on the battlefield. The divine sword of world cleansing and the heavenly mandate dynasty descended. Both of them collided with each other using the ultimate skills. This was no longer a simple practice, but a real battle. I remember the last time when all forces broke into the Shention matrix, it also happened, people said to one another, but their eyes were fixed on the battlefield in the void sky. The divine light was shining, and the glory of the great path fell from the sky. Their battle became more and more violent, and people had noticed that Tianyu was getting more serious, like a true god. His every attack was shocking. Even though Qin He was powerful too, she was quelled. In the end, the divine light of all skies shone down and descended over Qin He's body. Qin He was hit and flew away, and her delicate body seemed to be penetrated by the divine light. Blood oozed out from her bright red lips. Why did he hit her so hard? Many people thought and twitched inside. They did not forget what the heavenly mandate dynasty crown prince came here for. He came here to seek marriage with Qin He. But at this moment he wounded Qin He. People all thought this battle was way too fierce and would hurt the relationship. Unless something had happened above. But they didn't know. At this time, above Xianxia Pavilion, warriors who were watching the battle also looked solemn and looked up at the battlefield above the sky. Both of them looked radiant all over their bodies. Tianyu was bathed in the divine light, and the power of the great path poured into his body frantically. It was as if he had become the true deity. Qin He's temperament was like an immortal goddess, but at this moment, she was injured. There was no change in her eyes, and she was still staring in the direction of Tianyu. Tianyu also looked at her with a pair of golden eyes full of penetrating power. He just meant to practice, but Qin He attacked him mercilessly and fought with all her strength, so he had to take it seriously. From Qin He's fighting attitude, he naturally understood something. At this time, although Yi Tianyu still looked calm, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Since Qin He requested to fight, then he had to do it. Is that enough? Yi Tianyu asked Qin He. Qin He stepped forward and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She still had a smile on her face, and her clothes fluttered as she said, "Your Highness is indeed a peerless figure, but Qin He can still fight with you." After the words, the glory of divine light fell, and more goddess phantoms appeared in the surrounding world. Suddenly, the goddesses waved her arms at the same time, and the vast world was all shrouded within it. A touch of coldness flashed in his eyes after Yi Tianyu saw the scene, and he said, "Since Goddess wants to fight, I should accompany you." The divine armor over his body moved with the wind. Yi Tianyu raised his finger and pressed it toward the void sky. Instantly, the sky and the earth roared, and the killing light transformed from the Xianxia brush engulfed the void sky as his original body was moving forward in this devastative airflow. He only took one step and came in front of Qin He and slapped his godlike palm print forward. The great path was roaring, and the void sky was trembling. Yi Tianyu's palm blasted out tens of thousands of divine light beams, and Qin He's body was wrapped in the goddess figure. The goddess held the sword and collided with the deity's palm print, and the rumbling sound was like the collapse of the great path. All the arms exploded and shattered until the divine light also penetrated Qin He's body. This time it was more violent than the previous blow. Qin He flew back. Her body was slightly bent, and her face turned pale. Took her a long while to stop. The battle ceased. There was no sound over the Shentian pavilion except for the sound of the roaring of the great path airflow. People all looked at Qin He. At this moment they also understood. First goddess of Brahma's pure sky seemed to be expressing her attitude in this way, and she was by no means willing to marry him. Qin He. Shentian goddess glanced up at Qin He and said coldly, "Enough." Qin He slightly raised her head, and a bright smile appeared on her pale face, but this smile made people feel a touch of sadness. There seemed to be a bit of loneliness hidden in that beautiful face. "Qin He can fight again, master," Qin He said. Her calm tone seemed to hide her determination. In a quiet space, only Qin He's voice echoed between the sky and the earth. Yi Tianyu's look turned cold, and he felt a little angry. He had said that although he was willing to arrange a marriage with Brahma's pure sky, he didn't care too much about it. Even if it didn't work, it wouldn't matter much to him. If he really was looking for a spiritual partner, there were so many excellent women in the world for him to choose. Even if he couldn't find any in the heavenly mandate realm, he could go to other realms. However, for his clan, he did not mind having this marriage. But now, even though Brahma's pure sky had invited them to come, no one competed with him, and Qin He was defeated. Why did she put him in such a situation? How could they do that to the heavenly mandate dynasty? Should they fight again? The divine light over Yi Tianyu's body became even more dazzling. Many people looked up at him and trembled inwardly. They knew that Yi Tianyu was obviously angry. Bang! Yi Tianyu stepped into the void sky, raised his hand, and drew a palm print. With the blooming of the divine light, the palm print of the great path banged directly over Qin He's body. This time, Qin He flew out feebly and hit a palace in the distance, and then fell towards the sky. This scene made everyone's heart beat fast. Yi Tianyu was attacking violently. As the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, he also had his own pride. If it had not been for the revival of the heavenly mandate dynasty, how could he treat a woman like that? But now, Qin He still had not given him the respect he deserved. Now she still wanted to fight, so he would accompany her. It's time for Goddess to make a decision. Yi Tianyu stood above the void sky and said to Qin He, looking a little bit aggressive. At this time, Qin He's life force was weak. She got up from the ground, but her body was not stable. She looked up and smiled elegantly and sadly. "I can still fight," Qin He said in a feeble voice. Apparently, she could no longer fight. But even at this moment, she still refused to compromise. She did not express her thoughts clearly, but her actions made everyone understand. She was unwilling to marry Yi Tianyu, and what she was doing was a silent protest. Qin He looked at Yi Tianyu and looked toward the direction of Brahma's pure sky. Her beautiful and sad smile seemed to contain her memories. Since she started cultivation, Brahma's pure sky was her home, and everything of hers was given to her by Brahma's pure sky. The title of first goddess of Brahma's pure sky gave her a lot of praise about her appearance and her spiritual achievements, and they also came from Brahma's pure sky. She could not refute or directly resist orders from her master, so she could only make a silent protest. This was not the way she wanted. Instead of accepting all this, she'd rather return everything to Brahma's pure sky, so she would not owe Brahma's pure sky anymore. Warriors of Brahma's pure sky were also somehow moved. Many people looked at Xianxia goddess. Xianxia goddess still sat there and took a look at Qin He, and then took a look at Yi Futian. Qin He went to the palace where Yi Futian stayed yesterday. What did they talk about? Goddess Qin, are you sure you can fight again? Yi Tianyu stood in the void, looking down at Qin He. Qin He looked up at Yi Tianyu, who was still bathed in divine light. She said, "Of course." "Okay." Yi Tianyu didn't say much. Brahma's pure sky didn't say anything, but Qin He still wanted to fight, so what could he do? It seemed that he had to continue. Yi Tianyu was bathed in divine light, wearing the divine armor. The dazzling light made many people feel scared. Yi Tianyu raised his hand and thrust it toward Qin He. It seemed as if this strike was enough to destroy Qin He. Many people's hearts thumped fast. Yi Tianyu's movement was also very slow. It was as if he was waiting for something. However, Brahma's pure sky still did not say anything, and Qin He did not compromise. With his arms slowly lowering, his body also went down and headed straight toward where Qin He was. The gorgeous divine light engulfed Qin He's body, making it almost impossible to see her figure. All warriors held their breath. No one had expected that things would end like this today. The things today were beyond everyone's expectations. Finally, the gorgeous light came. Boom! After a loud noise, the void sky trembled violently, and people's hearts thumped hard with it. Countless eyes stared at the front. The fairy-like figure was still standing there, not withering. In the sky above her body, a silver-haired figure showed up. His hair was white, and his clothes were white, and he was handsome and unparalleled. The sound of elephant roaring came out, and the horrifying aura of elephant shone between the sky and the earth, containing an appalling might. Yi Futian, did he finally come out? Many pairs of eyes were fixed on him. Just now, at the crucial moment, Yi Futian came across the space and came in front of Qin He, blocking Yi Tianyu's blow. Yi Tianyu lowered his head, and his eyes fell on Yi Futian's body. The wills of the great path growled, and his expression was extremely cold. He said, "I don't remember you coming out at the beginning." Since Yi Futian didn't come out at the beginning, he had given up the opportunity to fight. But he stood up at this moment. What did he mean? Xianxia goddess was also looking at Yi Futian. Until this moment, she still didn't mean to intervene, even though many disciples of Brahma's pure sky had shown their worry. Today, two supreme powers of the heavenly mandate realm have jointly persecuted a young cultivator. I feel pity for you. One Yi Futian avoided directly responding to Yi Tianyu's words and said this ironically. His eyes looked a bit cold.